Pocket Hunting Dimension. Chapter 651, That Simple? At this moment, the black-haired middle-aged man saw Luze and the others on the side and felt stunned. Luze. He had seen Luze before due to Blade Demon missions. At that time, were they this strong? Roar! A ferocious howl interrupted his thoughts. He once again defended against the charging void beasts. Luze looked at the battlefield and smiled. There aren't many void beasts left. Let's draw over another wave. Before Huxiang and Leona could react, the lightning cloud above Luze's head flashed again. This time, more than 100 void beasts were attracted. Luze smiled. This time, Leader Huxiang and Leona can have your prey too. Luze felt bad that they didn't get a share last time. The two looked at the void beasts pack, and their mouth twitched. They laughed it out. Ha ha ha, that's right. Let's go. Luze and Nangongjing charged up first. With Kaiyuhesha's seduction god art controlling the scene, Luze's lightning cloud god art suppression, Nangongjing's dominant fighting force, Huxiang, Leona, and the other planetary states, this wave of void beasts were soon killed too. Huxiang and Leona stared at the void beast bodies. This was the first time that they realized combat was actually so easy. They just needed to do their thing. They didn't need to worry about danger. He looked at the calm-faced Luze and admired him. Prodigies with god arts were too terrifying. With this wave of void beasts being cleared, the Shenwu army had an easier time. Luze and the rest didn't need to draw more void beasts over. Everyone flew towards the battlefield. The Shenwu army soldiers breathed easy. They had been defending for 2 entire days. Although there were shifts, it was still very tough. Luze, Nangongjing, and Kaiyuhesha moved to the battlefield where the middle-aged man was. Their targets were the level 5 planetary state void beasts. Luze said, "Captain Zhang, I didn't expect to see you here." This man was the captain who handed over the Blade Demon mission, Zhang Yugong. The middle-aged man struck back the 2 void beasts and gave Luze a complicated look. "I didn't expect to see Monarch of the New Dawn here. Your power is much stronger than last time." He looked at Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha. "You too as well." The 3 smiled and said nothing. Their progress was unimaginable to ordinary planetary states. Luze said, "Let's go help." Zhang Yugong nodded. "Thank you." Their weakness is on the stomach, at the center of the middle pair of claws. Zhang Yugong's eyes widened in disbelief. These void beasts have weaknesses. Now, he finally realized why Luze and the others were able to kill them so quickly. At this moment, another void beast charged up. Nangongjing said, "Ze and I will help you stop one. Kaiyuya will help you as well. Are you confident you can hit its weakness?" Zhang Yugong frowned. "Their attacks aren't weak, can you stop it?" Luze nodded. "For a while, yes." His earth shield was quite strong. Luze and Nangongjing appeared before a void beast. A golden armor formed around Luze, and the thick earth shield emerged in front of him. Meanwhile, Nangongjing's golden hair danced. The void beasts formed an energy ball that was a few meters in diameter in its mouth. During this time, Kaiyuhesha's eyes flashed with pink light, and its chi immediately fluctuated. The energy ball weakened a lot. However, it still shot out towards Luze and Nangongjing. The two still felt a huge threat. Nangongjing gritted her teeth. "Stop it with full power." All of Luze's spirit force surged, and the earth shield grew thicker. Rumble! The two clashed, and the earth shield soon cracked. Luze was flashing with blood light. Tens of lightning spears formed and struck towards the grey ball. At the same time, a golden fist force surged on his hand. He punched at the grey orb. On the other hand, Zhang Yugong flew towards the other void beast. Kaiyuhesha was using her full power to control this beast. It stopped on the spot. Zhang Yugong appeared below it and pierced his sword into the weakness. The void beast just struggled a little and died. Sensing this, Zhang Yugong was dumbfounded. Did it die that easily? Meanwhile, the spirit force ball was about to cripple Luze's and Nangongjing's combined attack. Luze exclaimed, "Can't hold on much longer." Then, he dragged Nangongjing away and appeared next to Zhang Yugong. Despite using Space God Art to dodge the attack, their chi was still weak. The attack of a level 5 planetary state was hard for them to stop, even together. Luze looked at the stunned Zhang Yugong. "Captain Zhang, there's still one more." Zhang Yugong smiled. "Leave it to me." Kaihuhesha rested briefly and used her seduction god art at full power again. Zhang Yugong easily killed the other one. With this, the remaining void beasts were soon all killed. Zhang Yugong looked gratefully at Luze and everyone. "Thank you so much this time." Luze smiled. "You're welcome." Hu Xiang said, "We took the mission after all." Zhang Yugong said, "The situation isn't getting better yet. There are void beasts entering the controlled region non-stop." Leona said, "Don't worry Captain Zhang, we know what to do. They came here to kill void beasts." Zhang Yugong nodded. "Thank you." Subsequently, the squad split off. It was safe staying with Luze and his team but hard to earn rewards at the same time. Luze and the others were searching for void beasts to kill. There would be wormholes appearing from time to time and strange void beasts joining the battle. Even Boss Zhu came to the battlefield. He was burning with purple flames. His opponent was a level 9 planetary state void beast. A day later, some people went back to recover and rest. Luze and the girls didn't rest yet. They weren't tired up till now, and even if they were injured, they had regeneration god art. 2 days later, Luze and the others had slightly pale faces, but they still didn't go to rest. 3 days later, they didn't even know how many void beasts they had slain. Their armors were cracking up. Even Lin Ling, Lu Li, and Alice were exhausted. The nearby adventurers and Shenyu army looked at Luze's group like they were monsters. In such intense battles, they lasted 3 days. Were they still humans? Usually, it was those who were level 5 planetary states or above who could last longer in battles. But, they were just level 2 planetary states and a few were mortal evolution states. Chapter 652 Really scared of them dying from exhaustion. After another wave of void beasts, Luze panted. He asked, "Will you guys get some rest?" His rate of recovery was extremely fast, and yet, he already felt some fatigue now. They were probably struggling quite a bit too. Nangongjing shook her head. "Continue." Lin Ling's eyes were red, and she said tiredly, "Did you notice? There are fewer wormholes and fewer void beasts." Everyone became dazed. Lu Li, who was covered in blood, looked around. "There really does seem to be fewer of them. We haven't seen a wormhole for a long time. There were wormholes appearing any time when they first came." At this moment, a coarse female voice sounded. "The defense line has been guarded. The beast tide outside the controlled region has ended. These will be the last few waves of void beasts here. Everyone hold on." Hearing this, everyone's morale was raised a bit. It was finally going to be over. However, compared to them, the defense line would be presumably more tired. Kaihuhesha smiled feebly. "Continue." Another day later, lightning clouds gathered above Luze's head. Die! Rumble! 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 Tens of lightning bolts penetrated the void beasts' bodies and annihilated them. Pant! Luze felt a wave of fatigue. He had been fighting for 4 days non-stop. This really wasn't humane. He then looked at Lu Li and the rest. Lu Li's and Alice's pretty faces were pale. Their chi was weak as well. Right now, they were recovering. Lin Ling's eyes were red like a rabbit's. Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha were slightly faring better, but their armors were shattered, and their bodies were covered in blood. Their chi was also weak. They all fought non-stop these 4 days without rest. Zhang Yugong and the soldiers looked at Luze and the girls with respect. They rested a few times already, but Luze and the others didn't take a break at all. Such a firm will and terrifying recovery were shocking. Zhang Yugong said, "Little brother Luze, young dukes, there aren't many void beasts left. We can handle it ourselves now. How about you guys go back to rest first? Yeah, monarch of the new dawn, go take a break. You guys have killed enough void beasts. Except for the boss, General Mabel, and the other generals, you are the only ones who have been fighting non-stop these 4 days. Of course, the others were all level 7 planetary states and above." Luze looked at Nangongjing and the rest. Subsequently, he nodded. "Okay, we'll go rest then." Hearing this, they felt relieved. They were really scared that Luze and the girls would die from exhaustion. In reality, Luze was tired, but he could still fight, but Nangongjing and the others probably couldn't. They didn't have a spirit body like him, and their recovery ability wasn't as good as Luze's. Luze said, "Come over, we'll use space transmission to go to the stationed grounds." Li looked at Luze with worry. "Would you be too tired?" Luze smiled. "My recovery is much stronger than you guys." Hearing this, Li didn't hesitate any longer and grabbed Luze's hand. The others also came over. When Luze and the girls reappeared, they were inside the stationed grounds. Lin Ling could barely keep her eyes open. She said tiredly, "Let's go find a room to rest." Luze nodded. They went to a hotel and walked in. Several people in the foyer looked over. A lot of adventurer squads came over, and even those squads saw Luze and the rest in the battle. Fighting for 4 days non-stop was scary to them. 10. As seeing how tired they were, everyone felt complicated. The scary thing was that they were outmatched in both talent and hard work. This feeling was the worst. Luze didn't mind their glances. He came to the reception. "I'll book a suite." The worker operated the machine and then looked apologetically. "Monarch of the New Dawn, I'm really sorry. All the suites have been booked." Luze frowned. The beast tide was nearly finished. A lot of adventure squads came to rest up. Clearly, there weren't enough rooms to accommodate everyone. Just when Luze was about to leave, an old voice sounded. "I'll give my squad's room to Monarch of the New Dawn and the rest." Luze turned around. It was a 6-man squad. The leader was a white-haired yet bulky old man. His chi was very powerful. He was a level 6 planetary state. Despite this, his armor was all tattered. He smiled. "You must be very tired after fighting non-stop for 4 days. Go rest first." Another level 5 planetary state middle-aged man smiled. "Use our teams." Old man Ding Chen hasn't rested at all. "Our cultivation level is weaker, and we got 2 periods of breaks. We're not too tired." Hearing this, Ding Chen didn't reject it. Luze smiled gratefully at the man. "Thank you, uncle." "Thank you, old man Ding Chen." These were good people. Luze was very touched. Thereafter, the group went into the room. Despite being very tired, the girls still insisted on showering before resting. They went into the bath all together to save time. After showering, they went towards their own rooms. Luze didn't cultivate. He just lay on the bed and fell asleep. His mind had been very tense these past 4 days. He was exhausted. When he opened his eyes again, dim light shot into the room. Luze got up and stretched. He felt great. He looked outside. The ground was covered with cracks. It was a disaster. However, the Zhiwo Lotus region was fine. This was all the destruction caused by the battle. In the distance, the sun was setting. Luze looked at the time and just realized he had slept for more than a day. It was almost the second night. He walked out of the room, and immediately, the door on the room to the side opened. Nangongjing's black hair was messy. She wore a loose white robe and carried a bottle of alcohol. She grinned at Luze. Recovered. Luze rolled his eyes. I should be asking you this. Your situation was worse than mine. Nangongjing was immediately unsatisfied. I'm clearly stronger than you. Luze was speechless. Okay, you're stronger now. When he completely surpassed her, he was going to make her know his power. Kyohesha walked out at this moment. She smiled seductively. I saw little brother Luze as soon as I came out. Today must be a beautiful day. Nangongjing sneered and pointed outside. Today is almost over. Kyohesha pouted her lips. I saw the female T-Rex as soon as I came out. I'm really unlucky. Nangongjing glared at her. If you want to fight, just say it. Luze rolled his eyes and walked into the living room. Ying Ying was still watching cartoons on the couch. He carried Ying Ying in his arms and rubbed her head. Ying Ying, did you do your mission well these few days? Ying Ying said with some pride, yes. There were 2 Star State big monsters outside. I ate them before they came. Ying Ying groaned. They didn't taste good. Hearing this, Luze, Nangongjing, and Kyohesha were shocked. Star States. Nangongjing frowned. They didn't mention Star State void beasts coming to the defense line. Chapter 653 Third Metal Box. If there were really 2 Star State void beasts, then things definitely wouldn't be as easy as now. The defense line might end up crippled, and large waves of void beasts would enter the controlled region. The damage would be rather serious. Kyohesha rubbed Ying Ying's face. Ying Ying did the most work this time. Ying Ying is really amazing. Ying Ying's little face showed some pride. Then, she looked at Luze. Luze, good food. Luze smiled and took out red and purple orbs to feed her. After all, God Art orbs were useless to her. Seeing Ying Ying eat happily, Nangongjing and Kyohesha grinned. At this moment, Lin Ling, Lu Li, and Alice all came out. Luze looked at the 3. Recovered. Lu Li smiled and nodded. Seeing Nangongjing and Kyohesha sit on both sides of Luze, her smile stiffened for a moment. Meanwhile, Alice dragged Lin Ling and Lu Li to the kitchen. Everyone is hungry, right? We'll go cook. Luze felt touched. Alice was an angel indeed. Dinner was finished amidst Luze's and Ying Ying's fight over food. Luze still lost tragically to Ying Ying. After packing things up, he squeezed in next to Lu Li. Nangongjing asked, why would there be void beasts tide appearing suddenly? It happened so unexpectedly. There was no way to anticipate it at all. Lin Ling frowned. Those void beasts had different breeds, but they seemed to be silver hook beasts. They all appeared to be related to the insectoid race. Luze nodded. We could tell from its appearance before. Kyohesha said, silver hook beasts were a breed that the Federation hadn't discovered before. These void beasts are never seen before breeds too. They are all related to the insectoids. Lu Li was curious. So, where are they from? How did they come here? Everyone was confused. During this time, Luze's phone rang. He picked it up and checked the message. Afterward, his face lit up with a smile immediately. Nangongjing asked, what's up? Luze grinned. The rewards are here. The rewards for defending planets Hiwo and capturing the Blade Demons have arrived at the same time. Following such, he projected the information in the air. They had acquired a total of 35,000 Shinwu merit points for defending planets Hiwo. Just that alone was a huge surprise. They managed to earn that in just 4 days. Before, they could only get 10,000 after a month. One could imagine how many void beasts they killed during this time. As for the blade demons, that level 8 planetary state with darkness god art was worth 8,000. The level 7 planetary state blade demons were each worth 4,000. As for the level 6 planetary state blade demons, the reward was 2,500. There was a total of 4, so that would be 10,000 altogether. The other blade demons totaled up to 13,000. Meanwhile, the level 8 blade demon's ship was worth 5,000. The 2 level 7 blade demon ships were worth 3,000. There were also another 3, worth 2,000. Just the ships alone gave them 17,000. For the grand total, Luze nearly had 120,000 Shenwu merit points. That was enough to buy 2 more martial god sets. Luze smiled. It seems teacher Nangang and Kaihuya will both have the martial god set. Nangang Jing grinned. With this, my combat power can reach level 5 planetary state. Ze, you would be much weaker than I am. Luze rolled his eyes. At this moment, he thought of something. By the way, we haven't recycled the treasures we got from the blade demons. Nangang Jing smiled. Then, let's go recycle them first. Perhaps we can get enough for Lin Ling's martial god set. Lin Ling was hopeful too. Although there were still 2 months left at the void border and they would all get martial god set, it was still better to obtain it earlier. Luze nodded and said, let's organize their treasures first. We didn't even look last time. Everyone nodded. Luze took out a stack of storage rings. They were all left behind by blade demons. It was very easy to organize them as they could just leave inside whatever wasn't useful to them. The Shenwu army would go recycle it later and estimate their worth. Moments later, all the storage rings were finished. Lu Li said, these blade demons are actually very poor. Other than some cultivation serum and ordinary types of equipment, there was nothing special. Kaihuya Hesha smiled. They're just ordinary blade demons after all. Don't have too much expectation. Luze and the girls found many one-time use things. However, these were completely useless against Ying Ying. They must have been in much despair. These things were useless to Luze and the rest as well, so they might as well exchange them for reward points. Soon, only that level 8 planetary state blade demon's storage ring remained. Everyone sent in their mental force and found quite some rare spirit materials and fruits. There were also crystal-emitting dense spirit forces. These were probably for cultivation, but it was not useful to them either. At this juncture, Lu Li used her mental force to take out a black long sword. Her eyes flashed with surprise and joy. This long sword can amplify darkness god art. Luze and the other girls looked at Lu Li in admiration. Alice said, Li is really lucky. Only you found a weapon suitable for yourself. Lin Ling said, but that blade demon had darkness god art. It's expected to find such a sword. Nangang Jing added, that blade demon probably didn't expect himself to get captured before he could even use his weapon. Luze found this hilarious. He's just too unlucky. During this moment, Kaihuya Hesha raised a brow. What is this? Her mental force surged, and she took out a black metal box. Luze and the rest frowned. This metal box. They had seen it twice already. Once at the northern border, and once with the blade demons not long ago. Each time, this styled box contained something very high-tech, perhaps something from the advanced demon race. Luze rubbed his head. Each time I see this, nothing good happens. Lin Ling asked, can you open the box? Kaihuya Hesha tried it, and what surprised everyone was that the box opened easily. However, when they looked inside, they frowned. It was empty. Luze asked, has it been used already? Chapter 654 A Pierced Heart Receiving Comfort. In the living room, Everyone looked at the empty box and fell into contemplation. Nangongjing frowned. A few days after using the high-tech item and catching the blade demon, there's a beast tied. Isn't this too much of a coincidence? Lin Ling speculated, perhaps their original target wasn't Luze. Luze smiled. We can ask. Then, he took out his phone and called Michael. Michael picked up, and his fatigued figure appeared. Thereafter, Michael's mouth twitched. Luze, don't tell me you found another heat-stroked blade demon. Luze smiled. You're kidding, General Michael. How can I be that lucky? The beast tide just passed, where would I find one? Michael rolled his eyes. You know that too? I'm still at the defense line. I'm very busy. If you didn't call me, I definitely wouldn't have picked up. Luze smiled. Thank you, General Michael. I wanted to ask how the defense line is doing. Michael was speechless. That's what you called me for? Our losses are far less than we imagined. We just lost a few warships. There are close to 0 casualties. This is a miracle. Not just us but the other officers don't dare to believe this mortality rate. We were ready for a huge loss. Everyone looked at Ying Ying gently. They knew this was Ying Ying's work. However, they couldn't tell this to Michael. Luze responded, that's great. Michael felt that Luze wasn't surprised enough, but he wasn't dumb enough to think that Luze did something. The defense line stretched a few hundred light years. Even the saints couldn't handle that, let alone Luze. You're not just calling me for this, are you? If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up. Luze asked, do you know the reason for this beast tide? Michael's face became serious. He frowned and stared at Luze. You know. Luze answered, I don't know. Then, why are you asking? Luze provided, I might have some clues here. What? Michael stared at Luze in disbelief. General Cheng Feng has sent elite squads to investigate many times, and they have found nothing. How did you find it? Luze inquired, remember that level 8 planetary state blade demon? Michael nodded. The one that knows darkness god art? Of course. Good, we found something that doesn't belong to the blade demons in his storage ring. It seems to be something from a more advanced race. Luze explained to Michael about the previous 2 black boxes. Now, this box is empty. Michael sunk into contemplation. Luze, you're suspecting that this blade demon did it? Luze nodded. Where is that captive? Can you ask anything from him? Michael frowned. His cultivation level is too high. None of us have god art to control his mind. We've locked him up. The commander was planning to bring him back to Shenyu City, but we haven't gone back yet, and the beast tide appeared. He's still locked in the prison at the stationed grounds. Level 8 of the planetary state was too high. People with mental force god art were extremely rare. Kaiuyuhesha was probably the strongest one with mental control god art in the human race. Kaiuyuhesha frowned. That blade demon is too strong. I can't control him yet. Luze exhaled. Then, we have to think of another way. Michael said, I'll report this to General Cheng Feng and send a notification at the base for them to monitor that blade demon. Luze nodded. Michael cut the call and breathed out. He looked at his second-in-command with a serious face. Notify the stationing grounds to keep a close watch on that blade demon. The man nodded. Michael also started contacting HQ. On an asteroid base inside an office, the bald-headed Cheng Feng looked at the star map and frowned. The beast tide came so suddenly, but they weren't able to locate the source. He rubbed his forehead and sighed. They had searched the surrounding 1,000 light-year region. They didn't find a beast pack this large, meaning this was really over. Time to go back. At this time, the sound of someone knocking on the door could be heard. Come in. The door opened, and a brown-haired man came in. General Cheng Feng, the vice commander of the Shangyang stationing ground, Michael, wants to speak to you. He says it's an emergency report. Michael? Accept it, Cheng Feng replied. The man nodded. Michael's image appeared in the living room. He saluted, General Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng nodded. What is it? Michael took a deep breath. I might have a clue about the beast tide. What? Cheng Feng glared at Michael. You're saying you found clues of the beast tide? Michael shook his head. I didn't, Luze did. Luze. Cheng Feng was confused. Luze was only a mortal evolution state and was inside the controlled region during the beast tide. How could he know? Seeing that even the powerful general was surprised, his heart was comforted. Cheng Feng ordered, explain. Yes. Michael relayed, I'll start from Luze capturing a level 8 planetary state blade demon who knows darkness god art. Wait. Captured a level 8 planetary state blade demon. Michael nodded. Luze said that blade demon had a heat stroke, and Luze found him. Cheng Feng, continue. Then, Michael reported everything Luze told him. Cheng Feng's office fell silent. Moments later, Cheng Feng ordered, disperse the defense line, I'll go to Shangyang stationing ground. I'll bring that blade demon to Shenwu City this time. Michael smiled. Yes, General. At this juncture, Michael's man ran over with a pale face. General, something happened. Chapter 655 His fault for being unlucky. Michael quickly asked, what happened? The young officer gulped his saliva and said drily, that blade demon is dead. Hearing this, Michael's body stiffened. His expression became extremely bad. In some distant asteroid base, Cheng Feng's expression fell. Michael gritted his teeth. Dead? How is he dead? We clearly sealed his power and mental force. There are people watching him too. There should be no possibility for him to commit suicide. The young officer said, the stationing ground was attacked by a legion of void beasts. Vice Commander August, who was responsible for watching him, went out to defend against the void beasts. When he came back, that blade demon's mental force C had been destroyed. Damn it! August, that idiot! Michael cursed. In reality, Michael knew that August couldn't be blamed. When the void beasts attacked, August had to go kill the void beasts. Cheng Feng frowned. Okay, Michael, compared to the safety of the entire base, what August did was reasonable. Notify them to keep watch of the blade demon's body. We'll go back to Shangyang stationing grounds to go see that body. Perhaps we can discover something. Michael breathed easy. Yes, General. I'll notify August now. In the depth of the void universe, a vast cosmic fortress was flying in space exceptionally far from a massive planet. Within one room of the fortress, Luoloxis's purple eyes flashed. Master Momo Wenge is dead. The blade demons in the room were stunned to hear the information. Impossible. Momo Wenge's power is near level 9 of the planetary state. He had darkness god art. He just went to a region located outside the human territory. He finished the mission as well. How did he die? Momo Erdi frowned. Luoloxis, did you sense it incorrectly? Master Momo Wenge is so strong. How could anything happen to him at the human border? Luoloxis smiled bitterly. I hope I was mistaken in sensing it too. Master Momo Wenge activated the means I left behind. He probably committed suicide. All the blade demons were dazed. Duo Lizzie asked with a heavy tone, suicide? Why? Not sure, no message was sent back. Luoloxis shook his head. Since he was forced to commit suicide, this meant that his opponent was unbeatable. It's quite possible that he was up against a star state. He knew he couldn't run away, so he made such a decision. Perhaps he had been caught alive and in the risk of disclosing our information. That's what made him do so. If he was captured alive, Momo Wenj probably wouldn't have the opportunity to commit suicide, right? The person watching over him wouldn't be weak. Duo Lizzie furrowed his brows. Luoloxasi smiled. What if they went to fight those beasts? This is our present for the human race. Looking at the time, that present should have arrived. Duo Lizzie sighed. If that's the case, then Momo Wenj is just unlucky. He went to do a mission and encountered a star state. That's fate. The other blade demons were speechless. It was his fault for being unlucky. Luoloxasi continued, but his space location marker is still usable. This means our business hasn't been discovered. At this moment, the sound of someone knocking on the door could be heard. Duo Lizzie urged, come in. A blade demon warrior entered with excitement. Master Duo Lizzie, masters, the reinforcements have arrived. Master Lala Nisai is here. The other blade demons looked surprised and joyful. Duo Lizzie got up. Let's go greet Master Lala Nisai. Everyone was excited. Her beauty was out of the world among the demons. Which demon didn't want to be her partner? Planets Hiwo. Luze and the others came to the recycling hall. Other than the black metal box, they recycled everything. They got more than 30,000 Shinmu merit points in return. Now, Luze had more than 150,000 Shinmu merit points. This meant that Kaihuyu Hesha, Nangongjing, and Lin Ling's martial god set could be bought. Nangongjing said, let's go back now and buy it right away. Luze smiled and nodded. When they got back to their room, Nangongjing snatched Luze's phone over and went to the page. Kaihuyu Hesha and Lin Ling weren't this excited, but they were still delighted. Lu Li and Alice peeped over curiously. Moments later, Nangongjing and the girls made the order. Nangongjing frowned. It still takes 10 days for the armor to arrive. So slow. Kaihuyu Hesha added, the Shinmu army's efficiency is so low. Lin Ling nodded. I feel so too. They need to make some changes. These sort of deals should be made in 3 days. Lu Li and Alice looked at the three with admiration. Alice said, I really want to buy one too. Lu Li didn't say anything, but one could see her thoughts from her expression. On the first floor of the Shinmu Army Treasure Depot, Old Wang called, there's another martial god set sold out. Everyone looked over again. Suddenly, Old Wang exclaimed, oh shit! Another one is sold. Everyone's eyes bulged. Why were there 2 armors sold in a row? Since when did martial god sets sell so easily? During this time, Old Wang called again, oh shit! Another one is sold. A beautiful woman on the side rolled her eyes. We're not deaf. You said another one was sold twice. Old Wang turned around and clarified, I said 3 were sold. 3 were sold in a row. The beautiful woman's eyes dropped. 3 armors sold in a row? This time it's definitely someone strong buying it. Look at who it is. Everyone looked curiously at Old Wang. Old Wang looked at the order information, and his eyes became dazed once again. The woman asked curiously, who is it this time, Old Wang? Old Wang looked strangely at the woman. It's Luze as well this time. He bought all 3. Everyone looked among themselves. Didn't he buy one already? Why did he buy 3 more? Old Wang answered, this time, he bought a female-styled armor. Everyone immediately understood what was going on. The pretty woman didn't feel too good. Why was it so hard to find a wealthy man suitable for her? Old Wang coughed. I'll go notify the military depot. Chapter 656 looks like me back in the days. Planets Hiwo. Nangongjing and the others just finished buying the martial god armor set when Luze's phone suddenly rang. Nangongjing threw it to Luze. Thereafter, Luze realized it was Michael calling. He accepted and projected Michael's figure in the living room. Luze looked at Michael in surprise. You've found the source of the beast tide? Your efficiency is very high. Michael's face turned awkward after hearing the praise. He laughed drily. Actually, that blade demon died. The atmosphere instantly became uncomfortable. Moments later, Michael couldn't handle it and smiled bitterly. It's our negligence. We didn't expect that blade demon to commit suicide while the void beasts attacked and the guardians went to defend. Luze smiled helplessly in return. This beast tide is indeed unexpected. Michael continued, we actually wanted to ask you where you caught this blade demon. He then expanded some sort of star map in front of the others. We want to see if there are any marks left there. Luze smiled and pointed out the location. Here, it's not far from the border. The beast tide passed through there too. Have a look. Luze felt it was very unlikely they could find clues there. After all, that blade demon came to catch him. Even if he used that advanced creation, it wouldn't be in that region. Michael knew this too, but this was the only clue left right now. They had to go check it first. He nodded to Luze. I understand. It's really our negligence this time. Luze, you won't lose any of your rewards. You will receive it within 2 days. Luze smiled and nodded. All right. The communications were cut. Kaiouhesha frowned. I didn't expect that blade demon to commit suicide. Nangongjing shook her head. Now, the last clue has disappeared. Luze shook his head. The Shinmu army would take care of this. There's nothing we can do. The beast tide has ended. It's not a big problem, just do what we need to do. Everyone nodded. Then, Luze said, there are still 10 days until your martial god armor sets arrive. Let's go see if there are any suitable nearby missions. Once your martial god armor sets arrive, we'll head out of the controlled region. Everyone assented. At this juncture, Lin Ling's phone rang. She checked the message and smiled. It's my brother. He joined the battle, defending against the void beast tide. He's just finished resting up. He heard we're at the stationing grounds, so he contacted me. He said he wants to treat us to Hiwo little restaurant. Luze's eyes lit up. Brother Lin Kuang is treating us? Great! Let's go get free food. Although Lin Kuang and the others didn't have enough money to treat them to good food, free food always felt great. Nangongjing said, it's rare for those guys to treat people. We need to eat well. Kaiouhesha glanced at Nangongjing. T-Rex, don't make people poor. Therefore, the two glared at each other again. Lu Li, Alice, and Lin Ling were speechless. Was their cooking not as good as the restaurant food? They didn't want to cook anymore. The group left the suite and came to the restaurant. As soon as they entered, they felt a lot of gazes upon them. The battle just finished, and several people came to the restaurant now. The place was filled. The kitchen door opened, and Boss Zhu came out with dishes. When he saw Luze's group, he smiled. So it's you guys, you haven't been here for a while. He walked up to Luze and the rest. When he saw Lu Li and Alice, he became dumbfounded, but when he saw Ying Ying in Lu Li's arms, his mouth twitched. He pointed at Ying Ying. Little bastard, you have a baby now? You're still young, take it easy. Luze. The girls. Luze could feel all sorts of glances being thrown at their group. Luze smiled drily. Ying Ying isn't our kid. She's my little sister. Boss Zhu maintained his expression, but he didn't pursue the matter any longer. He patted Luze's shoulder. I heard you slew void beasts non-stop for 4 days. Not bad, just like me back in the days. Some customers talked back. Old Zhu, that's not being honest. You're very strong now, but when you were at Monarch of the New Dawn's age, you probably weren't as strong as they were. A bulky man grinned. "Yeah, you're a bad old man." Boss Zhu glared at the man. "Knife scar, your dishes will be cooked last." "Hey!" The man's smile froze, and his expression fell. Knife scar grinned. "To be honest, I truly admire what Monarch of the New Dawn did during the Beast Tide." Everyone else smiled. Luze felt embarrassed. So he was that excellent? He was going to get cocky. At this moment, Boss Zhu smiled. "Okay, you guys came to find those kids." He pointed at Lin Kuang and the rest in the corner. "Go over first, I'm going to work. I'll cook for you guys first. I'll give you 5% off for this meal." Luze's mouth twitched. "Thank you, Boss Zhu." Then, Boss Zhu went into the kitchen. Lin Kuang and his team looked at Luze's group with complicated expressions. They were respected by the powerful beings here. Although they belonged to the same generation, Lin Kuang and the others were still noobs. Luze saw that Lin Kuang and his team still had pale faces. Their battles were very intense too, and they still haven't completely recovered. During this time, Luo Bingqing said, "Luze, Nangang, Kaihui, are you guys leaving the controlled region afterward?" Luze answered, "We will consider it after a while." Luo Bingqing and the rest stopped breathing. Jack sighed. "What a pity, we probably won't be able to leave the controlled region these few months." Lin Kuang added, "I heard it's very chaotic outside the controlled region. We probably can't this time. Next time, I must go see it." Luo Bingqing smiled. "Count me in." Mo grinned. "Make a breakthrough to the planetary state first. After this meal, I'm going back to solitary cultivation. I won't come out until I reach the planetary state." The others also had determined looks. They had accumulated enough after this life and death battle. Xian Yuji said, "Break through to the planetary state before this trial." Nangang Jing grinned. "Good luck to all of you." Soon, Boss Zhu brought up the dishes. Boss Zhu's spirit chef grade was much higher than Alice's. Lu Li had to admit that the three of them couldn't compare to Boss Zhu right now. Ying Ying had a rather great time eating. Her little face was very satisfied. Soon, everyone was well fed. Luo Bingqing and the others paid, and everyone split off. Kaiuyuhesha smiled. "The next time we see them, they would be planetary states, right?" Luze nodded. Chapter 657 Always Finding Weak Overlords. 2 days later, on the stationing grounds of planets Hiwo, a beautiful woman was busy doing something in an office. During this time, someone knocked on the door. She then spoke with a hoarse voice, "Come in." The door opened, and Vice Commander Isaiah entered with some excitement in his tone. "General Maber, we removed the mental force restriction in those captives, and we have some intel." Maber looked up and stared at Isaiah. "What intel?" Isaiah answered, "We got the location of 6 scouting metal balls. At the same time, their scouting mission was due to the high-level blade demons finding something in the void space. Dark metal demon and black smoke race are involved too." Maber frowned. "What exactly did they find?" Isaiah shook his head. "These blade demons' authority isn't high enough. They don't know the specific situation." Maber fell silent. After a while, she suddenly widened her eyes as though she thought of something. Then, she contacted Shangyang stationing grounds immediately. Michael was bringing Cheng Feng to the prison cells of the captives. There was also another golden-haired bulky man and a feminine-looking brown-haired man. Before them was Momo Wen's body. There was not a trace of any wound on his body. His eyes were tightly shut as though he was just asleep. Cheng Feng frowned. He committed suicide so resolutely. For what? The bulky man shook his head. This captive was too strong. We couldn't get any intel from him. The brown-haired man gritted his teeth. It's my fault for not watching over him this time. I'm willing to accept punishment. Chang Feng waved his hand. The post was surrounded by beasts. You bathed in blood to fight the beast tide. That's contribution. You guys are not to blame. At this moment, the bulky man's phone rang. He looked at Chang Feng. Chang Feng said, "Have a look, you're the commander of the post. There might be something important." The bulky man nodded. Yes. Thereafter, he took out his phone. When he saw the person, he accepted the call. Maber's holographic projection emerged. When she saw Chang Feng, she quickly saluted. "General." Chang Feng waved his hand. "Maber, what is up?" Maber spoke seriously. Monarch of the New Dawn Luze captured a group of blade demons at Zhiwo system. We've been interrogating them, and we have some results. Michael's and Chang Feng's heart ached. It was Luze again. This guy was a professional at picking up blade demons. Chang Feng frowned. "This is your Zhiwo system mission. Why are you contacting Julian?" Maber responded, "We acquired news that the blade demons have found something in the void space. Dark metal demon and black smoke race are involved. I heard a blade demon captive of General Julian's committed suicide. I was wondering if it would be related to this." Everyone felt stunned and contemplated. Chang Feng let out a breath. Something that would make a level 8 planetary state commit suicide without hesitation is definitely not ordinary. I will contact the Shenwu Saint about this. Yes. 10 days later. The delivery man contacted Luze and sent over 3 martial god armor sets. Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha, and Lin Ling were very excited. Luze smiled, seeing how they reacted. "Your martial god armor sets have arrived. Let's head off now." Everyone nodded. Lin Ling asked, "We have 2 treasure coves. Which should we go first?" Kaiyuhesha opened the holographic map. "Both of them are pretty far." Luze smiled. "Let's start with the Terry brothers. Didn't they take an insectoid queen egg from the blade demons? It's along the way to the treasure. Let's go see it." Lu Li asked, "Do you reckon that insectoid egg is related to the void beast tide?" Lin Ling replied, "That really might be possible. Those void beasts looked very similar to the insectoids. This region of void space isn't vast. There shouldn't be a lot of insectoids. Perhaps the queen egg and the void beasts came from the same place." Nangongjing grinned. "In that case, let's go there first." The group left Zhiwo system. From this place to where the Terry brothers encountered the blade demons, 10 days would be spent. Therefore, Luze and the girls returned to their usual training schedule. In the pocket hunting dimension, a silver light flashed, and Luze appeared in the sky. He was covered in wounds. He looked behind with some fear in his eyes. He didn't expect to encounter that pair of black and white anacondas. He almost died. Luze ran fast. When he could no longer sense their chi, he proceeded to land on the ground. He used regeneration god art to recover. Soon, Luze returned to his peak condition. When he didn't have the martial god armor set, his combat power wasn't high among level 3 planetary states. Meanwhile, those top overlords have reached the planetary state, and their combat power was around level 4 planetary state. He just wanted to find a few weak overlords to fight. Other than the range rabbits, Luze hadn't seen such overlords. 2 hours later, Luze looked at a forest not far ahead. He seemed to have seen it somewhere before. At this juncture, he sensed 2 familiar kais. Then, he saw 2 golden beams land from the forest, turning into 2 5-meter-tall golden echidnas. Luze's eyes widened in surprise and joy. He didn't expect to encounter their hive. He then quickly concealed his chi. The big echidna hated him, and if he was caught, it would chase him around. But those 2 small golden echidnas. Luze's eyes turned evil. They were the weak overlords he was looking for. Great! However, Luze became dazed for a moment as the two small echidnas were level 8 mortal evolution states. This progress speed was faster than his. However, in terms of combat power, they were no match for Luze. Luze exhaled and prepared himself. Subsequently, he disappeared from the spot. He appeared again above the two echidnas, flashing with blood lightning which formed into lightning spears. Golden armor formed over his body as his fists glowed with the color of gold. Immediately, the two echidnas' spikes shot out like needles and struck Luze's armor. Die! Luze ignored his armor as he used tens of lightning spear and star crippling punch towards the two small animals. Growl! Dense clusters of golden needles tried to stop the lightning spear and star crippling punch. However, the needles were just level 2 planetary states. They were still much weaker than Luze's attacks. Luze could kill level 8 mortal evolution state range rabbit overlord with earth shield at level 6 mortal evolution state. Now, he was a level 8 mortal evolution state, and his opponent was an echidna who wasn't good at defense. In a short instant, the needles were torn apart by Luze's attacks. The remnant lightning spear and star crippling punch sped up towards the two echidnas. Rumble! Their spirit force defense was torn apart, and the attacks struck them heavily. Their erected spikes were crushed, and their bodies were charred. Thin blood lightning crackled around their body. Growl! Growl! Two furious roars could be heard. Chapter 658 Harvest. Two terrifying chi rapidly neared from the forest. Luze's expression changed. Two bosses. He thought there was only one big echidna here. But there were actually two. Luze didn't have time to think. Blood lightning formed once again and shot at the two small golden echidnas. They were quite injured already and didn't have enough time to dodge. They could only shoot more golden needles towards the lightning spears. Nevertheless, they couldn't even stop Luze at their peak condition, much less when they were injured. Rumble! With a thunderous clash, the lightning spear crushed the golden needles and struck the small golden echidnas. The lightning spear penetrated their bodies, and blood poured out. The two small golden echidnas just growled once again before finally dying. Before Luze could breathe, he sensed the dangerous chi behind him. He used space transmission to leave immediately. When he appeared tens of kilometers away, he saw the place where he stood being penetrated by a golden flow. The overflowing spirit force made it hard to breathe. Luze's face was pale. Before he could move, he saw countless golden needles appear out of nowhere around him. They were all shooting at him. Luze's body was aching a little under its sharp chi. He quickly used space transmission once again, but this time, he felt space was restricted. Screech! Luze used more spirit force and forced his way into the warp dimension. Tens of kilometers away, Luze appeared again covered in blood. Growl! Golden needles once more appeared around and shot at him. He glanced at the bodies of the two small golden echidnas. They had just begun to turn to dust. He gritted his teeth and used space transmission again. As soon as he did, two furious figures charged at him. Luze's face was pale. He didn't have time to recover at all. However, he had no choice. Although he was used to death, he had to stall it until he picked up the orbs. Luze used space transmission again. Two few hundred-meter wide huge spirit claws sliced past where he was previously and landed heavily into the ground. Consequently, the ground cracked up. Simultaneously, countless golden needles penetrated the ground. Luze was just struck by the shockwave, and he couldn't even breathe. Then, he felt another wave of terrifying attacks coming. Damn it! He used space transmission again. The sky was painted golden by all these attacks. Luze jumped a few hundred times in just a few seconds. Every time he appeared, he couldn't even stop, and he had to dodge the next wave of attacks. This was done under constant space restrictions. Luze's face was pale. His body felt drained. Even with his spirit body, he was pretty much at his limit. He didn't have a moment to recover. At this juncture, he glanced at the bodies. They finally turned to orbs. Luze used his remnant spirit force to activate space transmission again. He appeared at the orbs and quickly grabbed them all. Thereafter, countless golden needles pierced him. Co. A wave of pain struck Luze, and his consciousness soon dissipated. Luze woke up in his room. That pain made him sweat cold. He lay on the bed to recover. After an hour, Luze finally recovered. He couldn't wait to check his mental dimension. The two small golden echidnas gave him 26 golden red and purple orbs each. There were 2 strands of white energy and 2 metal god art orbs. Most importantly, Luze saw 2 golden divine art runes. So there could be more than one of the same divine art runes? He studied the runes and found they looked exactly the same. He was planning to wait until his cultivation level was stronger, and he would write his useless divine arts into books and give them to the saints, so the prodigies of the Federation can learn. There were too few divine arts in the Federation, and their quality wasn't high. He didn't expect the divine art runes to be similar. There were still 2 more golden echidnas in the pocket hunting dimension. That would be 4 of the same divine art rune. Luze thought about it and planned to give them to the girls, so they could learn them. Best to give them 1 each, or they would explode. Luze got a headache just thinking about this. Following such, he happily used the divine art rune in a purple orb. The next morning in the living room, Nangongjing and the girls looked at Luze's room. There was no motion. Lu Li asked, "He's not in solitary cultivation again, is he?" Lin Ling's mouth twitched. "I've made breakfast, and he's still not out. He's definitely in solitary cultivation." Moments later, Nangongjing said, "Okay, leave him be. Let's eat breakfast and go cultivate." Luze was immersed in the knowledge of divine art. 4 days later, Luze slowly opened his eyes. Dense clusters of golden needles appeared around and spun around him, forming like a golden flow of water. Luze smiled. This was a beginner mastery of divine art. It wasn't too strong, but if he reached experienced mastery, this divine art would probably surpass the lightning spear. If it reached perfect mastery, then it would have the same power as the lightning cloud. The golden needle divine art had its pros and cons compared to the lightning cloud divine art. The pro was that it was faster to activate and wouldn't be stopped if the lightning cloud was destroyed. Meanwhile, the con was that lightning cloud could suck spirit force from the void to attack while he had to use his own power for the golden needle divine art. Of course, Luze had enough spirit force for recovery now. In most situations, the golden needle divine art would probably be more advantageous. Only when he didn't have enough power of his own would the lightning cloud perform better. Luze got out of bed and went out of his room. Nangongjing and the other girls were having breakfast. They immediately looked over, glaring at Luze. Luze took 2 steps back. "What do you want to do?" Chapter 659. You guys dare to leave the controlled region? Nangongjing exclaimed, "You went into solitary cultivation again?" Luze nodded. "Yes." Kaiuyuhesha narrowed her eyes. "How much did you improve?" "Thinking about." He then smiled. "Not that much actually. After all, he had just learned his golden needle divine art. His combat power didn't improve much at all these 4 days." The others rolled their eyes, clearly not believing him. Luze came to the table. "Let's eat." After breakfast, they began their usual cultivation. 6 days later, Luze felt the power in his body and smiled. Those 2 white strands of energy gave his cultivation level a huge boost. He was at the peak of level 7 mortal evolution state now. In a few days, he would be able to reach level 8 mortal evolution state. It had been 26 days since he reached level 7 mortal evolution state. This speed was rather fast, but time was still tight for Luze. He wanted to reach the planetary state before going back. However, there were still quite some powerful overlords in the pocket hunting dimension. Every overlord would have that white energy. He still had his chances. Luze got out of bed and left his room. In the living room, Nangongjing and the rest just finished their cultivation and were resting on the couch. Luli's and Alice's cultivation levels were at level 3 mortal evolution state now, which was near level 4 mortal evolution state. Linling reached level 5 mortal evolution state too. Only Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha didn't progress, but they were planetary states after all. Luze sat down and heard New Dawn's voice. "We're about to arrive at our location. Leaving the warp tunnel, please get ready." Hearing this, Luze and the others became serious. Nangongjing frowned. "It's said that it's very chaotic outside the controlled region. We need to stay vigilant at all times." Kaiyuhesha glanced at Nangongjing. "It's not credible at all when you're saying this with a wine bottle in your hand." Li, Alice, and Linling laughed. Luze grinned too. Nangongjing glared at Kaiyuhesha. Suddenly, there was a flash of white light in the window. The ship went back into the physical universe. Luze and everyone looked outside the window, wanting to see what was different. There were several space storms surging nearby. Other than that, there didn't seem to be any danger. The cosmos appeared the same as the inner portion of the controlled region. Alice giggled. "It seems that the outer and inner areas of the controlled region are the same. I thought there were a lot of dangers here." Li rolled her eyes. "We just came out, so how can we encounter danger so quickly?" Nangongjing looked outside. "It's said we can encounter all civilizations connected by this region of the Void Sea. There are dark metal demons, black smoke race, blade demons, and other races. The beings we encounter here will be much stronger than the ones we encountered in the controlled region." Luze nodded. "Let's be careful." Linling's eyes glowed. "So this is where the Terry brothers encountered the blade demons?" Luze nodded. "Yes, here, but even with the location marker, this range is quite vast. Let's go out and see if we can find any clues." The group left the ship and went into space to check. This region of space wasn't completely empty. They could occasionally find ruins of ships. A day later, Luze and the girls were sitting in the living room with a frown. Nangongjing asked, "What do we do? We've searched all of the surrounding regions of the marker. We didn't even find a shard of blade demon ship." Kaiyuhesha smiled. "Perhaps it was eaten by some void beast." Linling said, "What do we do now?" Luze smiled. "What else can we do? Of course, we go looking for treasure." Li opened the star map. "There are still 5 days of time from the location of the treasure. Let's head off." Luze nodded. Suddenly, there was a terrifying spirit force wave from the distance. Luze and the rest looked over in surprise. There was golden, blue, white, and all sorts of spirit force flashing. It was like a planet exploding. Clearly, there were intense battles occurring there. Nangongjing looked at Luze and asked, "Should we go over and look?" Luze's mouth twitched. Clearly, Nangongjing wanted to go see the fun, but he was pretty curious too. Luze nodded. "Let's go see it." In the deep space, Yangu, Shatara, Xiaji, and Ji Cheng were floating in space. Behind them was a broken ship. Obviously, it couldn't be used for travel anymore. Their faces were bad. Surrounding them were 6 figures. 2 of them were blade demons while the others were 2 dark metal demons and 2 beings from the black smoke race. Their chi was extremely strong. The leader was a level 5 planetary state dark metal demon. He snarled. "Yangu, last time you guys got away, and yet, you still dare to leave the controlled region? You really think we're going to be unprepared like last time?" He glanced at the 4. "This time, you will all die." A level 5 planetary state black smoke race said, hurry up and finish them. Don't draw others over. A blade demon nodded and looked coldly at Yangu. Yangu, you sliced off my arm last time. I used 5 years to recover. This time, I'm going to slice your head off. Yangu sneered, Aboni, Jijimiya, Yin. Other than Aboni, whose cultivation level is higher than mine, which of you haven't had your ass handed by me? Which of you didn't run? You're all garbage. If you dare, come fight me one-on-one. Aboni grinned. This is the last time you'll be speaking, enjoy it. A huge sword appeared in Aboni's hands as he snarled. Die! His body glowed with metal light as he sliced towards Yangu. The 6 of them were prodigies of their race. Some of their combat power could even reach level 6 planetary state. Yangu frowned. I'll stop them, you guys leave. Shatara's long sword blossomed with ice flowers. The ship is gone. We can't run. And, I'm not much weaker than you. Ji Cheng smiled. Brother Yangu, we're not going to run. Let's kill them. Xiaoji exclaimed, kill as many as we can. Yangu took a deep breath. All right. Chapter 660 Hang this bastard up and beat him. Yangu was a level 5 planetary state. When he used his full power, he could reach level 6 planetary state. But those 6 aliens were also prodigies with god art. The leader Aboni was about to break through level 5 of the planetary state. His combat power was a sliver stronger than Yangu. During this time, Yangu was bathed in golden light. He wore a pair of bronze gauntlets and clashed with Aboni. Rumble. Space was twisted, and the movement was shocking. Their clash faded in an instant. Their figures flashed within a few hundred kilometers range. In a few seconds, they had clashed more than a few hundred times. At this juncture, Jijimiya also joined the battle. He held 2 long swords. Immediately, Yangu was at a disadvantage. Unfortunately, the others didn't have a chance to go and help Yangu. Shatara was stopped by Yin and another black smoke race, Yinduo. Yinduo was only a level 4 planetary state, but he also had god art. The 2 beings from the black smoke race were formed by black smoke. This black smoke was corrosive. Shatara had ice armor around her, which sizzled upon contact with the black smoke. On the other hand, Xiaoji and Ji Cheng fought a blade demon and dark metal demon respectively. The surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers of space were their battlefield. If this battle occurred on the surface of a planet, it was enough to destroy such a planet. Luckily, this was a barren region. Rumble. Another clash and Xiaoji was flung away by a dark metal demon. His face was pale, and blood poured out of his mouth. He was a prodigy but was weaker compared to the dark metal demon who had a dark metal body. Ji Cheng was struck by a sword light. His spirit force barrier crumbled, and his armor cracked. It left a deep mark in his chest, and blood gushed out. Yangu was covered in wounds. He was trying his best. Shatara's pretty face was pale. Her chi was weak. Seeing this, Aboni sneered, Yangu, I said that was the last time you spoke, die. At this point, a golden fist force appeared and struck towards Aboni's back. The terrifying spirit force made Aboni tense up. He didn't expect someone to suddenly appear. He could only give up on Yangu and turned around to block. He blocked it. The fist force was only a level 5 planetary state, but he was forced a few hundred kilometers back. Right at this moment, Jijimiya suddenly roared, Aboni, Yangu. As he exclaimed, he charged at Yangu, but his figure suddenly stopped. He recovered in a brief instant, but Yangu had already disappeared. This made Aboni's face sink. Luze dragged the injured Yangu a few thousand kilometers away. Yangu was dumbfounded when he saw Luze, Nangongjing, and Kaiyuhesha. Luze pressed his hand against his back. Green spirit light flowed into his body. He could feel his injuries rapidly recovering. Junior Luze, Nangong, and Kaihuyu. What are you three doing here? Luze smiled. We came out looking for treasure. Didn't expect to see you guys. Yan Gu's fate was quite tragic. Every time they saw them, they were heavily injured. If they didn't encounter Yan Gu's team this time, they would probably die. Nangongjing warned, Zi, they're here. Nangongjing and Kaihuyu Hesha both grabbed Luze's arm. Without hesitation, Luze used space transmission and disappeared from the spot. A dark red sword ray and a golden sword ray sliced past where they were. Luze appeared a few thousand kilometers away. The green light poured into Yan Gu's body from his hands and rapidly repaired his injuries. Although he couldn't completely repair it within a short time, Luze still needed Yan Gu to regain some combat power first. Aboni spoke in shock, Space God Art. Chijimiya stared at Luze and said, Human with Space God Art. That's Luze. Aboni said, Luze. Chijimiya's eyes contained some greed. Our demon palace has put great attention on this human lately. It's said he's the strongest prodigy in human history. The ransom for him is enough to make a level 7 and level 8 planetary state enticed. Strongest prodigy. Aboni sneered and didn't care. He felt it wasn't important if prodigies were strong. Rather than that, it was more significant whether they were good enough to live. The stronger they were, the easier they were to be targeted. Look at this Luze. Any random blade demon recognized him. How could he come out? He glared at Luze and grinned. Let's not waste time. Work together to bind space. His power is very weak. If we work together, he can't get away. Chijimiya grinned. I thought the same. Best we capture him alive and split the rewards. Ha, you said it. Thereafter, the two chased after Luze and the rest. They suppressed space with all their spirit force. At this juncture, they suddenly felt a ruckus in their mental force C. The spirit force binding immediately dispersed. It was just an instant, but Luze and the others had already disappeared. Aboni's tone was cold. Chijimiya, you didn't say Luze had someone who has a mental force god art with this level. Chijimiya's expression was bad. He was hit before, but now, he still couldn't stop it. He took out a crystal rune. This mental force guard rune can block all planetary state mental force attacks within half an hour of activation. We can't make a mistake this time. Subsequently, he clenched his fist. The rune cracked and light shot into his head. Following such, he bound the space around Luze again. Aboni charged up immediately. Yan Gu suddenly grinned and charged towards Aboni. How is that possible? Aboni became dazed upon seeing how much Yan Gu recovered. Chijimiya didn't feel too good. His mental force guard rune was extremely precious. Now, it was pointless. Yan Gu still had some injuries, but at least, he recovered a lot of combat power. Nangongjing and Kaihuyu Hesha said, Senior Yan Gu, we'll stall this dark metal demon for you. Luze said, I'll go help Senior Xiaozhi and Ji Cheng. Xiaozhi and Ji Cheng were still level 4 planetary states. Their opponents were stronger than they were but were also level 4 planetary states. Luze's combat power was level 4 planetary state when he put on the martial god armor set. Yan Gu nodded and charged at Chijimiya again. This time, he was going to hang this blade demon bastard up and beat him to death. Chapter 661 Luze, how dare you? Chijimiya sneered, you think you're at your prime. He then charged up towards Yan Gu. Today, you must die. The two clashed. It was an intense battle right from the beginning. Aboni was planning to go help, but suddenly, he felt his mind enter into a trance. At the same time, a dominant golden fist force struck towards him. He forcefully removed the negative mental status and hacked with his huge sword, dispersing the golden fist force. He looked coldly at Nangongjing and Kaihuyuhesha. If it weren't for Luze and the girls, Yangu would have been dead already. Yet, these two females dare to pester him. Die! Aboni's body surged with dark red spirit light. His huge body shot towards Kaihuyuhesha like a cannon. He was going to take care of them first. Under Aboni's furious chi, Kaihuyuhesha's face turned pale. She used Wind God Art and sped up. Simultaneously, she still used Seduction God Art to distract Aboni. Aboni's dark metal body didn't bring much improvement to speed. Using Wind God Art and Seduction God Art while Nangongjing kept attacking the side, it wasn't hard for Kaihuyuhesha to dodge. Their target wasn't to kill Aboni. It was just to stall them for as long as possible. Aboni was furious, seeing how Kaihuyuhesha kept dodging his attacks. Every time he wanted to give up chasing the two girls and attack Yangu, these two would attack him with full power. Under such interference, his attacks could no longer pose a threat to Yangu. He became furious. On the other side, Luze suddenly appeared with Ji Cheng and Xiaji. Immediately, a lightning cloud started to form above Luze's head. Rumble! Bolts of blood lightning shot towards the blade demon and dark metal demon. The two alien prodigies tensed up after sensing the power of the lightning. The dark metal demon glowed in dark red as he waved around his huge sword, blocking the lightning. The blade demon sliced his sword intent towards the lightning. While the two were blocking the lightning, Luze flew towards Ji Cheng and Xiaji with Wood God Art. His Wood God Art was much stronger than when he used it on planet Nanlis. Moreover, his cultivation level was stronger too now. He healed the two rapidly. Damn it, this bastard knows Wood God Art. The curative effect is that good. He cured Yangu like that just then, right? They were confused before why Yangu suddenly recovered. Now, they finally understood why. Xiaji and Ji Cheng were stunned. They couldn't believe they just recovered like that. Since when did Junior Luze have such God Art? Wait. They looked at the distance. Luze stopped two aliens stronger than they were with just lightning clouds. Since when was Junior Luze this strong? The last time they met, his combat power was only at the level 2 planetary state. It was only a month, and his power climbed up 2 levels. They couldn't believe this. However, the situation still wasn't too bright now. Ji Cheng grinned. Junior Luze, we'll help you. Then, the two charged towards the two aliens. The blade demons and dark metal demons' faces weren't too good. Even if Ji Cheng and Xiaji recovered, it was no big deal for them, but now, Luze was here. Luze looked towards the two aliens. His body flashed in blood lightning. Spirit force dispersed. He infused all his spirit force into the lightning cloud. A few hundred blood lightning struck towards those two aliens. The terrifying power made their skin crawl. Ji Cheng and Xiaji were shocked. Such a powerful attack would consume a lot of power, even if they were the ones to launch it. Why did Junior have so much power reserve? He was only a mortal evolution state. While the two aliens were blocking the blood lightning, Ji Cheng and Xiaji charged at them. Screech! In an instant, the aliens were struck by a few blood lightning bolts. Rumble! The blood lightning flowed around their body like lightning snakes. Their chi immediately weakened. During this time, there was a hideous howl. The blade demon was attacked by both blood lightning and spirit force sword ray. He blocked the sword ray but was struck by multiple blood lightning bolts. His defenses weren't as strong as the dark metal demon. His body was bloodied and trembling. Luze was merciless. Another set of bolts shot towards the blade demon prodigy. The blade demon wanted to dodge, but Xiaji blocked his exit with tens of white sword light. The blade demon could only unleash blood spirit light that surrounded him like the eye of a storm. There was a huge explosion. When the rebels settled, the blade demon's chi became extremely weak. He finally blocked this attack. Luze gathered more blood lightning. How long could the blade demon stop this for? The blade demon roared, "Help! Chijimiya, save me!" Chijimiya was fighting evenly with Yangu. Hearing this howl, he looked at the terrified blade demon prodigy. It had only been a few seconds and he was already in such a pitiful state. Chijimiya didn't want a prodigy of his own race to die naturally. He glared at Luze. "Luze, how dare you!" He tried to break free from Yangu and go help. Yangu grinned. "Want to leave? Did you ask me? Stay here and don't move." He barraged Chijimiya with punches, leaving him no opportunity to aid his comrade. Chijimiya roared, "Aboni, you can't even deal with 2 level 2 planetary state humans? Yin Duo. Shadara is heavily injured, do you want to see our blade demon prodigy die?" Aboni's mouth twitched. He felt wronged. Although he was furious, there was nothing he could do. When Chijimiya yelled at him, his annoyance erupted. Chapter 662 You will regret it. Roar. His skin flashed with dark red runes, and his chi suddenly skyrocketed. Thereafter, he grabbed his sword and began spinning into a dark red tornado. Sharp sword rays shot in all directions. Most of them shot towards the blood lightning. The blood lightning was torn apart, and the remaining sword rays struck the lightning cloud. The lightning cloud soon dissipated too. The blade demon prodigy felt relieved. Simultaneously, Yanduo gave up on Shadara and charged towards Luze. Meanwhile, Luze disappeared when the lightning cloud dissipated. He appeared behind the blade demon prodigy. Golden spirit force surged, and he punched towards the feeble blade demon. "Luze, you're asking to die." Yanduo's furious voice sounded. A black smoke spear shot out of his arm towards Luze's back. Luze sensed this but grinned. A thick earth shield formed behind him while a golden armor encased his body. At the same time, his golden fist force collided into the blade demon prodigy's back. Argh! The blade demon prodigy roared and gathered his remaining spirit force into a spirit force barrier. Rumble! In a short instant, the fist force tore open the barrier and struck the blade demon prodigy's armor. The armor cracked a little, but the fist force penetrated the armor already. The massive power sent the blade demon flying as he spat out blood. His chi slid down, and his life force became extremely feeble. During this time, the spear also struck the earth shield. Screech! The earth shield was eroded by the smoke and cracked. Then, the spear struck the golden armor, and a deep mark appeared. Just when the armor was about to break, Luze used space transmission and disappeared. Luze emerged once again in front of the blade demon. That spear was very powerful. It had level 5 planetary state power. Luze's face was a little pale, but it was just some light injuries. Luze used super regeneration to recover. Then, he looked down at the blade demon prodigy before him. Without hesitation, he stomped on the blade demon's chest, wiping away his feeble life force. Lollaguli! Yanduo, you're useless. You watched my blade demon prodigy die. Chijimiya's eyes went red and roared. Yanduo looked at Luze with shock. He was just a level 4 planetary state but was stronger than Lollaguli. His combat power was barely reaching level 4 planetary state. Yet, his full-powered attack didn't even work. Luze's defenses were too terrifying, and in addition, he had space transmission. Yanduo's eyes flashed with annoyance. He tried his best already. It wasn't his fault. Still, Chijimiya was stronger than him. There was nothing he could say. However, Yan wasn't having it and spoke with contempt. If Yanduo is useless, then what are you? You can't even handle an injured Yangu. You can't even save your own race and you dare to blame a prodigy of the Black Smoke race. What? Chijimiya's eyes bulged. Shadara is heavily injured, but you couldn't take her either. Seeing how they were about to have internal conflicts, Aboni said, "Stop arguing. Do you want them to get away?" Yan and Jijimiya both stopped talking. Aboni roared, "Shatara and Yangu are already injured. Hold on. We'll win if we stall it out." Yan said, "Yanduo, you and Arlo just need to stop Luze. Don't let him cure Shatara and Yangu." Yanduo nodded. "No problem." Luze frowned. He looked at Yangu and Shatara. He was fine with drawing the battle out but not those two. Thinking about this, Luze looked at Yanduo and the injured dark metal demon prodigy, Arlo. The best method was to kill those two. Yanduo's cultivation level was still level 4 planetary state after all. If he teamed up with Ji Cheng and Xiaji, there was a chance to kill him. As for Arlo, he was already heavily injured. At this juncture, Aboni looked at the new dawn. His eyes bulged. "Is that your ship?" He snarled, "If I destroy your ship, what would you do?" Luze, Nangongjing, and Kaihoyahesha's expressions changed. They weren't worried about the safety of the new dawn. They were worried about Aboni. Ying Ying was there. After Aboni was bashed by Ying Ying, how would they explain things to Yangu and his group? Seeing their faces, Aboni thought he found their weakness. They had no backup spaceship. "Ha ha ha ha. Looks like you only have this ship. Then, you guys can stay here too." Nangongjing warned, "You will regret it." Her spirit force boiled. Kaihoyahesha also wanted to stop Aboni. Aboni laughed hysterically. "I will regret it. You will be the ones regretting it today. If you minded your own business, would this happen? You're all going to die today." Yangu's face changed. He roared, "Luze. Take Shatara, Ji Cheng, and Xiaji. I can stop them for a few seconds." Jijimiya sneered, "You want to leave after killing a blade demon prodigy?" Yanduo and Arlo also sneered at Luze, which prevented him from leaving. Luze's mouth twitched. Ji Cheng and Xiaji said, "Junior Luze, leave with juniors Nangong and Kaihoyu. We already killed a blade demon prodigy. We might be able to kill one more." Luze smiled. "Seniors, we won't give you up." Aboni had already gone near the new dawn. He laughed. "I wonder if your spaceship can withstand my attack." He held his huge sword and was about to attack. At this moment, all his power suddenly disappeared. His spirit force, physical power, and mental force were all gone. Aboni felt extremely weak and couldn't even move. "Aboni! What happened? Where is my power?" Meanwhile, Ying Ying's little face showed a satisfied smile. She ate something tasty. But it wasn't enough. Chapter 663 Didn't expect it, did you? This region of space fell into silence. All the aliens looked at the feeble Aboni in shock. Even Yangu, Shatara, Ji Cheng, and Xiaji were confused. Luze's, Nangongjing's, and Kaihoyahesha's mouth twitched. So this dark metal demon prodigy played himself? They warned him before, but he didn't listen. Jijimiya screamed, "Aboni! What is going on?" The other aliens tensed up too. Yangu and the rest looked at Luze in shock. Luze pointed at himself and spoke innocently, "Why are you all looking at me? Do you think I did it? If I had that power, I would have dropped them all already." They definitely couldn't unveil Ying Ying. Yangu and the others were suspicious, but they said nothing. They didn't feel like it was Luze. However, why did something happen to Aboni when he tried to destroy the new dawn? They suspected that there was some powerful being following Luze, but they had no evidence to back it up. Yangu and the rest looked at the aliens with different expressions. Aboni was their strongest, and he fell for a strange reason. Now, there was only Jijimiya, Yin, Yanduo and Arlo left. The hunters and prey have switched positions. The aliens sensed this too. Yin exclaimed, take Arlo and retreat. He was going to give up Shatara and take back Aboni. At this juncture, he suddenly felt his mind enter into a trance. Shatara's frosty long sword shot at Yin. This was such a good opportunity, how could they let them get away? Meanwhile, Nangongjing charged at Yin Duo and Arlo. She raised a brow, leave these two to me. Luze smiled. Then, I'll go heal Senior Shatara. Shatara had the most serious injury. Luckily, she had Ice God Art and had a defensive Divine Art. That's how she was able to survive Yin's attacks. Luze appeared next to Shatara, and the Greenwood God Art on his hand connected to Shatara as the life force spirit force entered her body. Yin roared, don't even think about it. The smoke around him expanded and loomed towards Luze. Kaiuyuhesha used seduction God Art at full power. Yin ended up dazed and the black smoke thinned a little. Shatara blocked in front of Luze. She weaved out an ice wall in front of them. When the black smoke reached the wall, it started to corrode the wall. As Luze healed her, Shatara's chi started to recover. She finally had some extra power. She then said, Junior Luze, focus on healing. I will stop all the attacks for you. Luze nodded. Yin planned to take Aboni and leave. During this moment, his mind became dazed again. The ice wall shattered and turned into ice spikes shooting at him. Yin roared as he blocked the attack. Retreat! Immediately. Aboni heard this and shook his anger. This bastard was planning to abandon him. Damn it! At this time, another howl sounded. Yin looked in Yin Duo's direction. He saw that Yin Duo flew out. The smoke around him was about to disperse. That golden female had chased after Yin Duo. Yin watched Nangongjing's leg slice down like a battle axe, completely dispersing the smoke around Yin Duo. A small black figure flew out and died. Yin roared, damn it! Just when everyone thought he was going to fight Nangongjing with his life, he suddenly turned and fled. Everyone was dumbfounded for a moment before realizing it. This guy had a future. He ran so fast. Usually, these people would live long. But, this was just usually. Kaiuyuhesha used seduction God Art at full power. Yin stopped for a moment, and during that moment, Shatara's ice spikes surrounded him. Yin could feel that Shatara's chi was getting stronger and stronger. His face looked bad. Jijimiya sweated cold. He could feel Yangu's chi was weakening, but he still couldn't beat Yangu. Yangu just needed to stall him until Shatara recovered. Then, Luze would heal him. If Yangu recovered to his prime, Jijimiya unleashed his full power, trying to break free and run. It was hard for Yangu to stop him. Yin was stopped mainly due to Kaiuyuhesha's God Art. But Jijimiya used that precious mental force guard rune. Kaiuyuhesha's seduction God Art was useless towards him. Jijimiya was confident he could get away. However, a dominant fist force suddenly struck towards him. Nangongjing chose to help stop Jijimiya as soon as she killed Yin Duo. Jijimiya could only stop to take the fist force. Yangu chased after him again. Damned humans! Yangu wiped the blood from his mouth and grinned. You want to run? I'll give what you said back to you. You all have to die today. On the other side, Ji Cheng and Xiaozhi had full advantage fighting the injured dark metal demon Arlo. In a few seconds, the three clashed more than a few hundred times. Blood gushed out, most of it was Arlo's. Then, a few 100-meter white sword rays sliced towards him. While Arlo was blocking this, another beam penetrated his chest. Arlo opened his mouth, but the inside of his body was ground to nothing by the sword intent. He couldn't even speak. Now, only Yin and Jijimiya remained. Their victory was only a matter of time. After healing Shatara, Luze used a space god art to get to Yangu and heal him. Seeing this, Jijimiya's face went green. He roared and charged at Luze, but with Yangu and Nangongjing there, How could Luze get attacked? Luze enjoyed the special treatment of a healer for the first time. Everyone did their best to protect him. A few minutes later, Jijimiya watched Luze cure Yangu. I thought I was dead for sure this time, Jijimiya. Didn't expect it, did you? Yangu charged towards Jijimiya. Rumble. Just one strike and Jijimiya was struck back. Nangongjing chased up and punched heavily. Jijimiya immediately spat out blood and flew back towards Yangu. Then, he was kicked in the stomach. This strike made Jijimiya faint on the spot. At this juncture, Yangu and Nangongjing chased after Yin-en. Yin-en only lasted one bout and was penetrated by Shatara's ice. As the smoke dissipated, that small black body was revealed. After the black smoke was gone, the black smoke race looked like a stick figure that was fat. Chapter 664 Surveillance. To be honest, Luze felt that the black smoke race looked quite cute, but their god art wasn't cute at all. Yangu pressed his hand on Yin-en and sealed his power. Thereafter, everyone proceeded to Aboni's location. Yangu sealed him as well. Now, 3 of the alien prodigies were dead. The rest were captured. They actually won. Yangu's group was in disbelief. They thought they were going to die after their ship was ruined. Yes, with Nangongjing, Kaiyuhesha, and Luze's reinforcements, they killed the aliens instead. Yangu and his team looked seriously at Luze's group. Junior Luze, Nangong, and Kaiyu, thank you so much this time. Shatara, who was always cold-faced, also grinned. If it wasn't for you guys, we would probably be gone. Ji Cheng and Xiaoji nodded. Ji Cheng said, your powers are too strong. Even Junior Luze has surpassed me now. It's so tiring being a senior, Ji Cheng sighed. Luze smiled. You're over-complimenting me, senior. Yangu and the others rolled their eyes. Being too humble was the same as being cocky. They didn't know what to say anymore. Luze then asked, by the way, why are you guys here? Yangu replied, a few days ago, the Shenwu army published a search mission for blade demons, dark metal demons, and black smoke races special activities. The rewards were very high, with more than 20,000 Shenwu merit points. We accepted this mission and came here. Luze was surprised. 20,000 points mission? Just for investigating what the 3 races are doing. Ever since leaving the controlled region, they didn't look for missions. The rewards were a bit too bountiful. Yangu was confused upon seeing how shocked they were. You guys didn't know? I thought you accepted this mission too. Luze and the others laughed. They were here for treasure hunting. But, they didn't know if the treasures of the 2 pirates combined would be worth 20,000. Nangongjing asked, we didn't accept this mission. Can you tell us more about it? Yangu nodded. It's said that they got some secret intel from the Blade Demon captive at planets Hiwo about the 3 races. We don't know the exact details, so this scout mission was released. Shatara said, last time when you saw us, our injuries were due from Aboni's group. We were curious why the prodigies of the 3 races suddenly teamed up. Therefore, we came to see if there was something special in this region. Yet, they haven't even left yet, and the ship was destroyed. Luze and the girls had the look of realization. No wonder Yangu and his team were here. But this was also the region the Terry brothers encountered the Blade Demon's transportation ship. There were also more Blade Demon beings roaming here. Something didn't add up at all. Luze looked at the distant sparks and the broken ship. Senior Yangu, can your ship be repaired? What are you planning to do next? Yangu and the rest looked at their ship and said, the motor system of the ship is broken. We probably need to do extensive repair. We've brought our help device, we just need to wait for the Shenwu army rescue team here. Luze and the girls looked at each other and smiled. In that case, why don't you come on the New Dawn first? We'll leave this battle region and interrogate the 3 alien prodigies while waiting for the Shenwu army rescue. Yan Gu and the rest were dazed. Thereafter, Yan Gu rubbed his head with embarrassment. Is that all right with you? Would it be too troublesome? Ji Chang added, if it weren't for you guys, we would have died already. These captives belong to you. Luze said, we can't deal with them alone. Also, it was you guys who reminded us to go to Shangyang system. You took care of us during the last mission. Yan Gu and the others nodded. Thank you, Junior Luze. Subsequently, they went back to the New Dawn with everyone. Luze brought them to the living room. Lin Ling, Lu Li, and Alice greeted the rest. Yan Gu and the rest knew Lin Ling, but they became stunned when they saw Lu Li and Alice. It was their first time, and their cultivation levels were already at level 3 mortal evolution state. Since when did level 3 mortal evolution state noobs dare to leave the controlled region? They were surprised, but they said nothing. This was Luze's personal matters. They also exclaimed how talented and popular Luze was with girls. When they came to the couch and saw Ying Ying casually watching cartoons, they felt confused. Yan Gu's mouth twitched. He looked strangely at Nangongjing and Kaihuyu Hesha before saying, Junior Luze, Nangong, and Kaihuyu, although it's not too good for me to say this, but it's very dangerous outside the controlled region. Bringing a child here is a bit over the top. Shatara frowned, and her tone became serious. This is bad for both you and the child. Luze and the girls didn't know what to say. This kid was the one who turned Ebony into a weakling. She was the real boss. Luze could only laugh and nod. Okay, we will be careful, senior. However, they all knew that Luze didn't take it in. Nevertheless, they weren't Luze's close friends or family. If they spoke out too much about it, it would just annoy people. Kaihuyu Hesha smiled and changed the topic. Let's see why Ebony and the others would be here. Then, Kaihuyu Hesha looked at the feeble Ebony. His cultivation level was level 5 planetary state. If he was in his prime, Kaihuyu Hesha could only interfere with him lightly. But now that his mental force was devoured by Ying Ying, he couldn't stop Kaihuyu Hesha's seduction god art. Watching Ebony being controlled by Kaihuyu Hesha, Yan Gu and the others exclaimed, Junior Kaihuyu's seduction god art is really powerful and scary. You're probably the only one in the human race with such powerful mental force god art. Kaihuyu Hesha smiled and said nothing. She was also proud of her god art. She then looked at Ebony and smiled. Why are you guys here? Ebony answered, we were ordered to survey this region and stop people from coming in. Everyone was shocked. Why? Chapter 665 Same type of void beast. Why are you surveilling this region? Kaihuyu Hesha asked the question everyone was curious about. Ebony replied, we don't know the exact reasons. It's said an accident occurred to a spaceship here, so we were sent here. Luze and the rest. He was not talking about the Terry brothers, was he? Ever since that accident occurred, were they guarding here? Was this place part of some route that they had to cross? Perhaps this place was near the location which the Blade Demons, Dark Metal Demons, and Black Smoke race discovered? Kaihuyu Hesha frowned. What's special about this region? Ebony answered, for some reason, there would be very strange void beasts appearing here. Those void beasts are very strong and agitated. Even we are no match for some of them. Lin Ling asked, was it those void beasts from before? Yan Gu grinned. We might have found the place. Those types of void beast tides were too special. They were really close to discovering the truth. Kaihuyu Hesha opened the star map and asked, where do those void beasts appear? Are there still any now? Ebony pointed to a region on the map. Those void beasts appeared here. Everyone smiled. With a precise location, things would be much easier. Luze grinned. Let's go verify it first, and then, when the Shenwu army comes, we'll report the situation. Ji Cheng was dazed. Aren't we going to investigate that place? Yan Gu frowned. Cheng. You're being greedy. Since the three races can send three prodigies here, it shows how important the things inside are. Do you have any idea? With our power, can we make it back out if we go deeper? Ji Cheng felt a little awkward. He said, I understand brother Yan Gu. I didn't think too much. I just thought that if we get more intel now, we would get more reward points. Yan Gu nodded. Stay vigilant outside the controlled region. Junior Luze is so young, and he knows what to do. Don't lose face. Ji Cheng felt more awkward and nodded. Luze scratched his head. Nangongjing asked, how long does the Shenwu army need to come over? Yan Gu answered, about 2 days. Hearing this, Kaihu Yahesha smiled. Then, we'll go to the location Aboni said and wait. Let's see if those void beasts are the same as the ones from the beast tide. Everyone nodded in agreement. They weren't going to go deep, but they still needed to verify things. Following such, the new dawn headed off towards the location. They locked up Aboni and the others in the room and then sat on the couch, listening to Yan Gu tell them about the situation outside the controlled region. There were many neutral races and friendly races too, like the barbarian race. Sometimes, they could cooperate with friendly races. Sometimes, they would go to the central position in this region of void space. It was a neutral planet formed by an alliance of neutral races. There you can see blade demons, dark metal demons, black smoke race, as well as barbarian race, tiger tail race, and so forth. There were several powerful beings engaged in trade there. War was not allowed on this planet, particularly within a 20 light-year radius. It was a large exchange platform. Yan Gu and the others had been there a few times. It was still a bit dangerous for them, even if fighting was not allowed there, but that was the best place to get what they wanted. They also recounted the fortunes and dangers they had encountered. They had to admit it was dangerous but exciting. Luze wanted to go see the neutral planet. Time passed quickly. Ying Ying dragged Alice's sleeve. Sister Alice, I'm hungry. Alice smiled. I'll go and cook for you now. Alice, Lu Li and Lin Ling went to the kitchen. Yan Gu and his team were dazed for a moment, not expecting to eat. Luze smiled. Alice's cooking is great. Nangongjing and Kaihu Yahesha nodded. After the meal, they started discussing knowledge about martial arts. Yan Gu's group thought that despite having a lot of god arts, Luze wasn't experienced in all of them. However, they discovered they were wrong. Luze could even give them great inspiration about god art. He was only a level 7 mortal evolution state. They were level 4 and level 5 planetary states. Still, their combat experience was equally useful to Luze and the girls. They had been fighting for decades after all. 13 hours later, the new dawn arrived at the location. It looked like a small mark on the map but was actually huge. This place looked extremely normal. Lin Ling looked around. Are those void beasts really present here? Luze smiled. Aboni just said special void beasts. They're not necessarily the ones we encountered. Yan Gu said, it would be great if they were the same type. Everyone smiled. That would mean a lot of reward points. The group waited. A day later, there was suddenly a roar, and spirit force flowed like the tide. Moments later, grey light flashed in space. As the roars and spirit force traveled, the figure grew bigger. Luze and everyone watched the void beasts appear. A beast with dark grey sleek armor, with sharp teeth and spiked tail, appeared. It really is those void beasts. Luze grinned. Everyone smiled. They didn't exactly know what the clue was, but they wouldn't be able to check it. There would probably be star states involved. Luze was very curious about what these three races were doing too. He felt he could go see when the Shinwu army arrived. The void beasts didn't mind the new dawn and just flew off in a random direction. They didn't go kill those void beasts either. They didn't want to cause any commotion. Chapter 666 broke through again. 6 hours later, Yan Gu's phone rang again. Yan Gu looked at it and smiled. The Shinwu army is here. They have a piece of equipment that can connect to the entire void space. They just need to report the intel here, and there would be powerful beings to back us up. Luze and the rest felt relieved. Soon, a completely black Shinwu army warship appeared behind the New Dawn. New Dawn's voice came out. Shinwu Army, 3rd Platoon 5th Squad Captain Lang Zheng is requesting for communications. Luze said, accept. A short-haired youth appeared in the living room. He looked around. I'm Lang Zheng. Who sent the help signal? Yan Gu answered, it's me. Our squad encountered blade demons, dark metal demons, and black smoke race prodigies. They proceeded to attack us. Our ship was damaged, and we couldn't go back. Lang Zheng's eyes lit up. You were besieged by the prodigies of all 3 races. Yan Gu nodded. Yes, and we have found clues of them working together. Lang Zheng's face contained some excitement now. Our ship will join you guys. Tell me the details once I come over. Yan Gu looked at Luze. What do you think, Junior Luze? Luze answered, I'm fine with it. Thereafter, the ship neared New Dawn and connected. Lang Zheng and a beautiful dark-haired woman came over. It was just those 2 people. Lang Zheng's cultivation level was level 8 planetary state, and the woman was a level 7 planetary state. The reinforcement squad was this strong? He was just a captain and he already had such power. Lang Zheng and the woman also glared at Luze and his friends. When they saw Ying Ying, their hearts shook. Luze felt that the atmosphere was quite awkward. After a while, Lang Zheng questioned, Luze? Why did you leave the controlled region? He was in disbelief. Monarch of the New Dawn Luze, the greatest prodigy in the history of Federation, came outside of the controlled region. What was this guy thinking? He was only a mortal evolution state, and he dared to venture out. Nangongjing and Kaihu Hesha were equally top prodigies, but they also came out too? If any one of them died, it would be a huge loss to the Federation. They didn't even care about the clues before. These few people were the future of the Federation. They must be kept safe. He had to send them back safely. Luze scratched his head. I came out like this. We can go leave the controlled region anytime, right? No one is stopping us. Yan Gu. Lang Zheng. They were speechless. That was true, but did they not know how dangerous it was outside? If they didn't see Luze's combat power before, Yan Gu's group would be reacting the same way as Lang Zheng. Yan Gu knew what Lang Zheng was thinking too. He smiled bitterly. Captain Lang Zheng, it's actually Junior Luze and the girls who saved us this time. Otherwise, we wouldn't even have time to send the distress signal. What? Lang Zheng and the woman looked at Luze and the others in disbelief. Yan Gu had a bit of a reputation in the controlled region. He had never expected that Yan Gu and the others were saved by Luze's group. If that was the case, how strong was Luze's group? Lang Zheng's skin crawled. This was too terrifying. He took a deep breath and said, I'm Lang Zheng, and this is Vice Captain Sang Yuan Kaiame. Let's talk business first. He looked at Yan Gu. Yan Gu recounted what happened before. Lang Zheng listened quietly. Near the end, his breath grew desperate. Power seeped out around him. He spoke with a serious expression, I will notify the HQ immediately. They will send someone strong to back us up. He looked at Sang Yuan Kaiame. She nodded and disappeared from the spot. Seeing this, Luze and the others breathed easy. They just needed to wait for reinforcements now. Soon, Sang Yuan Kayame came back and said, "I've reported the matter. HQ has received it. They told us to retreat and not to startle them. We'll wait until the reinforcements arrive." Luze and the rest nodded. Then, Sang Yuan Kayame said, "Luze, you guys have control of the alien prodigies. How about asking them what we need to be careful of here? It takes 10 days for reinforcements to arrive. Let's not make any mistakes during this time." Luze and everyone felt this was right. Therefore, they brought out the powerless Ebony. Kyoyohesha controlled him and asked, "What do you usually do here while surveilling?" Ebony answered, "This region is very barren, so there are usually no people here. The 6 of us take turns to watch. Usually, even if someone comes, we won't show ourselves and we'll just let them leave. But if there are ships from the 3 races passing here, the high levels will notify us to clear the path. If we're no match for them, we would ask for reinforcements from HQ." Yangu was shocked. Was there a ship passing here last time? Otherwise, Ebony probably wouldn't attack them. Ebony shook his head. "No, it was just that Jijimiya and the others hated you and wanted to kill you." Yangu. Kyoyohesha continued asking, "Usually, how long will it be until a ship passes?" Ebony shook his head. "Not sure, sometimes 3 to 5 days, sometimes more than 10 days. Sometimes a month. These past few days, there have been no ships. If the higher levels notified them, and no one was on the receiving end, the 3 races would be suspicious." Luze said, "We'll stay here for now then. If there are ships passing, we can let Ebony act with them." Everyone agreed to this. Yangu looked at Lang Zheng. "Captain Lang Zheng, our ship's motor systems are damaged. Do you have repairmen here?" Lang Zheng smiled. "Of course, we can repair it. The repair wasn't for free, and the reinforcements would use this to earn some side money." Yangu nodded and smiled at Luze and the others. Then, "Junior Luze, we'll go to Shinwu Army's ship. If there's anything you need, just contact us." Luze nodded. Subsequently, the Shinwu Army and New Dawn found a small asteroid cluster and waited for reinforcements. Luze said, "There are still 10 days remaining, so let's go cultivate." Everyone nodded. Luze couldn't wait to begin. He felt he was about to break through after that intense battle. Chapter 667 I feel like I can have you as my son. A day later, planetary seeds had formed through all of Luze's tendons. Simultaneously, there were also some planetary seeds forming in his flesh and blood. His cultivation level reached level 8 mortal evolution state, and his combat power received a huge boost. Luze smiled upon sensing his current state. If he didn't wear combat armor, his combat power would be as high as a level 3 planetary state. Luze estimated that for every 2 cultivation levels, his combat power would increase by 1 planetary state level. It might be a little less, but the difference was not much. If he wore combat armor, his combat power should be very close to level 5 planetary state or barely there. Luze felt great. It wouldn't take long until he surpassed the female alcoholic and fox demon. After breaking through, Luze planned to learn Earth Shield and Golden Needle Divine Art. If both of these 2 divine arts reached perfect mastery, his combat power would have another huge rise. Luze planned to learn Earth Shield Divine Art first. He wasn't really lacking in offense. Moreover, if his defenses were strong, he would a bit more resistant to the beating, right? His Earth Shield had remained at a familiar mastery for many days. In the following fortnight, he should be able to bring it to experienced mastery. The experienced mastery Earth Shield should be slightly stronger than his perfection mastery Golden Armor. Most importantly, these 2 could be stacked. By then, he should be able to deal with level 5 planetary state attacks easily. Luze used a purple orb and started learning Earth Shield. The following days were very quiet. There were no ships flying by nor anyone contacting Ebony. This was good for Luze and the rest. Luze finally improved the Earth Shield divine art to experienced mastery. Now, his defense was the strongest. Even if he didn't wear the combat armor, he could stop level 4 planetary state attacks with Earth Shield and Golden Armor. This was a huge improvement. His cultivation level had quite some advancements as well. In about 20 or so days, he could break through to level 9 mortal evolution state. This was slightly slower than before since the Overlord level red orbs were used up and so were the purple ones. It was implausible for Luze to take on those powerful Overlord beasts now. The strong Overlords were usually level 4 planetary states. Nangongjing and the girls also progressed quite a bit. Yan Gu's ship was soon fixed. He and Lang Zheng, as well as the others, watched the progress of Luze's group. Everyone was dazed. Who could handle this? Their confidence was beaten down. 14 days later, the reinforcements had arrived. Luze and everyone looked at the ship and asked, why did only one ship arrive? Lang Zheng smiled mysteriously. You'll know soon enough. Moments later, the ships docked, and more than 20 Shenwu army warriors came out. Luze's eyes widened in return. Nangongjing's face was spooked. Mom! There were 3 warriors standing at the front, and one of them was Nangongjing's mother, Zhuoqiu Sun's Huang. Zhuoqiu Sun's Huang smiled and waved her hand at Nangongjing. Jing, is it a surprise seeing me? Luze. Auntie Sun's Huang was a few hundred years old, and she still acted like a young girl. Lang Zheng and Sang Yuan Kaiame saluted, General Carol. General Cheng Feng. General Zhuoqiu. The leading bulky blonde man nodded and smiled at Luze. Luze. Luze quickly saluted back. Hello, General Carol. His chi was so frightening. He was definitely a star state. This time, 3 star states came. The people behind them were all level 8 or level 9 planetary states. Luze was shocked. Carol waved his hand. No need to be nervous, I've heard quite a lot about you lately. I just want to get to know you. He studied Luze, but as he did, his eyes widened more. Cheng Feng and Zhuoqiu Sun's Huang reacted the same way. Luze felt embarrassed being stared at by them like this. Carol said with uncertainty, Mortal Evolution State, Level 8. Zhuoqiu Sun's Huang appeared before Luze and studied him. How can you improve that fast? The last time I saw you, you were just a level 2 Mortal Evolution State. What pills did you eat? Nangongjing pulled Zhuoqiu Sun Shuang's hands away. Mom, what are you doing? Don't get so close. Zhuoqiu Sun's Huang giggled. I feel like I can have a son like you. Everyone was speechless. Veins were popping out of Nangongjing's head. Luze laughed drily. Cheng Feng said, okay, let's talk business. Lang Zheng quickly reported the situation. Carol frowned. It seems they've discovered some fortune that they're going to excavate quietly alone. Zhuoqiu Sun's Huang smiled. However, they were caught by my Jing and Zi. Lu Li and the others were speechless. Since when was Luze yours? Cheng Feng nodded. Then, we shall take over for them. Let's head out now. Everyone agreed and went back to their own ships. Luze and his group returned to the New Dawn. As the discoverer, they had the right to follow and obtain some reward points. In addition, Zhuoqiu Sun's Huang knew about Ying Ying. She went with Nangongjing to the New Dawn. Back in the living room, Zhuoqiu Sun's Huang stared at Luze for a long time and giggled. All of your progress has been big. Jing is already a level 2 planetary state. Luze and the rest smiled awkwardly. Zhuoqiu Sun's Huang added, this time, at the 4-race social gathering, you will bring surprises for us. The people of the other 3 races will see the future of the human race. She looked at Luze. Do what you want to do. The old saints in us will forever be your shield. Luze nodded. Once he returns from the void space, he would pretty much be at the planetary state. By then, he would be able to give those weaker red orbs to old man Nangong. Thereafter, the human young dukes would be able to perfect their foundation more. The human race will have prodigies every generation. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang smiled and patted Luze. By the way, when are you and Jingjing planning to get married? Luze and everyone. The atmosphere became very awkward. Chapter 668. It's a star state being. Luze and the rest didn't expect Zhuoqiu Sunhuang to suddenly ask this question. Nangongjing glanced at Luze and then at Alice. Her mouth twitched. To be honest, she did have a good impression of him. Otherwise, why would she be this close with Luze and drink from the same bottle as him and play around like that with him? However, she knew that Alice liked this guy too. She knew long before this too. How could she fight with Alice? At the same time, there were Lu Li and Lin Ling. She knew how they felt too. As for that fox demon, she didn't care. Now, she didn't know what to do either. Alice looked around and felt complicated. Lu Li and Lin Ling did the same. Even Kaiyuhesha's seductive smile contained some other emotions. If they really competed, could they still cultivate together like this? They liked Luze, but they were also friends. Some things wouldn't be the same once said out loud. Then, all of them looked at Luze while gritting their teeth. It was this bastard's fault. Luze saw their actions, and his mouth twitched as well. He didn't really understand it completely, but he knew a little bit. They all seemed to like him, isn't it? Then, could he have them all? Would he get beaten to death if he said that? Zhuoqiu Sunhuang looked around and rubbed her head. How could she not see what everyone was thinking? She glared at Luze. This kid was good at everything else, however, he was just a bit of a playboy. If it wasn't that his talent was absurd, she would definitely break his leg. The more Zhuoqiu Sunhuang thought about it, the angrier she became. These girls were all so good, but they all liked this kid. She could not help but gnash her teeth until, finally, she said, "All right, while I still have some time, I'll train you in cultivation." No, she had to beat this kid up. When Luze saw Zhuoqiu Sunhuang's eyes, his heart went cold. He felt like he would get beaten up. However, he also thought about how she was a star state. His progress had been immense lately, it would be very beneficial for her to train him. As for getting beaten up, since when did he lack that? He had died countless times. Would he still be scared of getting beaten up? Never. Lu Li smiled gently. Stupid Luze, he deserved a beating. What a pity that she wasn't strong enough. Eventually, Luze and the others followed Zhuoqiu Sunhuang into the virtual reality pods. Two Shenwu army ships and the New Dawn were flying towards the place where void beasts appeared. New Dawn followed at the back. If the Federation mobilized a mass army, it would be noticed by the three races. Therefore, they chose to let 3 star states lead the way and commence a sudden attack. Even the ships they used were very ordinary looking. 2 days later, the 3 ships had gone pretty deep. This region of space was still dead silent, but there would be powerful space storms from time to time. This made piloting very difficult. Carol looked at the countless vacuum storms hidden in the dark and frowned. Why would the environment here be this bad? There are space storms everyone. You can't even see an ordinary planet. It's very dangerous to fly in an environment this bad. Even star states would die if they were caught in a powerful space storm. Cheng Feng frowned. If there aren't those types of void beasts flying out from this direction, I would want to leave. Carol nodded. At this moment, roars sounded in the distance. 3 void beasts flew out and charged at the 3 ships when they saw it. Humph! Spirit force surged around the void beasts and formed 3 huge spirit force hands. The spirit force hand grabbed the void beasts and pinched them. Then, the 3 hands flew towards a huge space vortex and went inside. This was done extremely fluently. Suddenly, there were ear-piercing alarms. 6 gruesome-looking black spaceships appeared. Clearly, they discovered the presence of the 3 ships. There were blood spirit lights flashing on the ships. One worker said, "General, we're locked on. It a ship from the Blade Demon race." Cheng Feng touched his bald head and grinned, "It's not a waste of time, we finally found it." In the distance, a powerful Blade Demon looked at the 3 ships in the screen and frowned. "These are human ships? Why would they appear here?" A Blade Demon on the side said, "Just ordinary warships." "Are they lost?" "General Nyanyo Billy, what do we do?" Nyanyo Billy sneered, "What else? We're discovered, so we need to capture them all. If something happens, Lord Lala Nisai will take our heads." "Yes. Prepare the cannons, annihilate them. Don't let them escape." Just as the ship was charging, a white beam appeared in the space before them and formed a wormhole. A bald man walked out and grinned. The Blade Demons watched this scene and were dumbfounded. Nyanyo Billy roared, "Creating wormhole! It's a star-state being! Quick! Notify the lords!" During this time, the ship shook, and under the chaos of spirit force, white light surrounded the 6 ships. Thereafter, the ships began to twist under the white light. Instantly, the 6 ships became waste metal. There was a powerful blood light exploding from the metal. A figure flew off into the distance. Cheng Feng sneered, "You saw me, and you still want to run? Did you not know I let you live on purpose?" He clenched his hands, and a huge white palm appeared, grasping the Blade Demon tightly. The white palm brought the Blade Demon to Cheng Feng. Cheng Feng grinned at the extremely weakened Blade Demon after using the secret technique. "Don't worry, you won't die now." He waved with his hand, and a wormhole appeared. He then left with the Blade Demon. Subsequently, 6 white palms appeared and carried the 6 piles of metal into a space storm. Inside the ship, Cheng Feng appeared with the Blade Demon. Carol glanced at the Blade Demon and said, "Level 7 planetary state, hee, such a powerful Blade Demon is responsible for patrol? It seems that whatever is in here is quite good." Cheng Feng grinned. "I heard Kaihuyu knows mental force god art? I've left him alive to see if we can get anything out of him." Carol's eyes lit up. "We should ask." Cheng Feng contacted the New Dawn. Inside, Luze was distraught. Ever since 2 days ago, Anta Sun Huang used the excuse of training him to beat him up. However, he also benefited greatly. He couldn't even be angry. Following such, they saw General Cheng Feng's acts of dominance. Luze admired this quite a lot. When would he be able to do that? Kaihuyu Hesha smiled. "Those are Blade Demon ships? It seems we went the right way." Zhuoqiu Sun Huang spoke with a serious face, "It seems not far away." "New Dawn, Master, General Cheng Feng is requesting for communications." "Accept." Cheng Feng appeared and said, "I caught a level 7 planetary state captive. I heard Kaihuyu knows mental force control god art. Can she control a level 7 planetary state?" Chapter 669 I will remember you. Kaihuyu Hesha frowned and said, "I can try, but it might not necessarily succeed." Her cultivation level was too low. Even with the martial god armor set, she can only lightly influence a level 6 planetary state. However, she had zero confidence against a level 7 planetary state. Cheng Feng complimented, "Haha, no wonder you're one of the most talented younger generations. I'll bring him over now." Then, he cut the communications. A white beam flashed, and a wormhole consequently appeared. Cheng Feng and Carol walked in. There was a half-dead Blade Demon in Cheng Feng's hands. Luze's mouth twitched. With just that one strike, the entire fleet was annihilated. This level 7 planetary state was carried like a little chicken. Cheng Feng threw the blade demon on the ground and said, "Kai Huyu, it depends on you now." Kai Huyu Hesha nodded. This blade demon was Nyanyo Billy. He looked at the people in the living room. His eyes were full of despair. Ever since he saw the star state, he knew he was probably done for. Because the star state appeared so suddenly, he didn't even have time to send the news back. After hearing there was a mental force control god art user here, his heart went cold. His status wasn't low in the blade demon race. Like the humans, his race was always the last shelter for him in the universe. Other than a few rare people who betrayed their race, most species would think for their race. Nyanyo Billy was the same. If he could commit suicide right now, he definitely would do so, but it was impractical to attempt dying in front of a star state. He just hoped that mental force god art wouldn't do anything to him. Kai Uyuhesha used all her spirit force which rippled towards Nyanyo Billy. Her eyes flashed with an obscure pink glow. Nyanyo Billy's body shook. He gritted his teeth and resisted the control with everything he had. Kai Uyuhesha's face turned pale. Sweat trickled down her forehead. The two were in a stalemate. During this time, Luze suddenly thought of something. He used the mental force spike into Nyanyo Billy's mental force C. Immediately, this sudden attack created chaos in Nyanyo Billy's mental force C. Kai Uyuhesha's seduction god art successfully went in and controlled Nyanyo Billy. Kai Uyuhesha said desperately, "I can't control him for long. Ask questions now." Carol went straight ahead. "Are the three races teaming up here, and what did you find?" Nyanyo Billy replied, "We found a high-level star state's tomb. The three races are working together to excavate it. We've pretty much cleared the void beasts' packs at the outer skirts. We can almost enter the tomb." The eyes of Carol and the rest lit up. Cheng Feng grinned. "No wonder there are such powerful beings guarding outside. So it's a star state tomb?" Carol asked, "How many powerful beings are there?" Nyanyo Billy answered, "We're scared of being discovered, so every race sent a star state. There are also more than 10 level 8 and level 9 planetary states." Suddenly, his mental force recovered. He looked at the pink-haired woman with despair. He screamed, "Sly humans! Who said there was just one mental force control user? There was another mental force attack user." He thought he could stop it and not end up a sinner for his race. Yet, he was still ambushed. That short-haired man launched a sneak attack on him when he had no other power left. The mental force attack wasn't strong, but it was what broke him. He glared with killing intent at Luze. "Even if I die, even if I'm thrown into the space storm, even if my body and soul are destroyed, I will remember you." Luze smiled. "Different races shouldn't be together, so it's best not to remember me. Everyone." Nyanyo Billy opened his mouth, but before he could swear, Xiuoqiu Sun Shuang's body flashed with silver light, and his life force dissipated. Xiuoqiu Sun Shuang waved her hand, and a wormhole formed. She threw the dead Nyanyo Billy out. Carol and Cheng Feng smiled. "Luckily, Kai Huyu has this god art." Kai Uyuhesha smiled and looked at Luze. "Without little brother Luze's last attack, I might not be able to control him." Cheng Feng laughed. "This kid is indeed not bad. Both of you have made contributions, you will be rewarded." If they didn't know the enemy's power, they would end up besieged in battle, but now, it was different. There were only 3 star states in total. On the other hand, they had 3 star states too. At least, against those with high-level powers, they wouldn't be at a disadvantage. As for those low-leveled ones, they brought near 20 level 8 and level 9 planetary states. Xiuoqiu Sun Shuang smiled. "We came at the perfect timing. They helped us clear the void beasts." Cheng Feng and Carol smiled. This was the perfect time for them to take over. Cheng Feng said, it seems we need to speed up. If we find more patrol, just execute them immediately. We can't be caught. Carol nodded. We'll go back first then. He waved out some purple-red lightning, which then formed a wormhole. The two entered and disappeared. Xiujiu Sunhuang looked at Luze and others, then she frowned. There will be a star-state battle. Take care of yourselves. Luze and everyone nodded. Nangongjing waved her hand. We're not weak. We can kill all those below level 6 planetary state. Xiuoqiu Sunhuang shook her head helplessly, but she looked at Ying Ying, who stared at her curiously, and said, but with Ying Ying here, I don't need to worry. In the next 3 days, the 3 ships resumed flying. They found a few more patrol squads, but they were all annihilated rapidly. It's said this tomb belonged to a level 8 or even level 9 star state, but it also seemed to be related to the insectoids. Hearing this, the 3 star states discussed and decided to ask for more reinforcements from the Shenwu army. Level 8 and level 9 star states were approaching the cosmic system state. The human race only had 4 of those now. If they could get the treasures left in the tomb, it would be very useful to the human race. In the deep space, there was a huge space fortress floating. At this moment, there were alarms blaring inside. All the workers looked at one screen. Report this quickly. 3 ships have entered within a 1 million kilometer radius. Yes. Chapter 670. What are you so worried about? A huge dark grey planet was floating in space. The surface environment was extremely harsh and terrible. Even a low-level planetary state would be in danger. There was nothing but dark grey rocks on there. However, in terms of living beings, there were terrifying void beasts, but that was already the case before. At the surface, there were a few hundred planetary states from the 3 races present there. They all had injuries on them. Nevertheless, they still looked at the ground with crazed joy. There were few kilometers deep craters everywhere. Inside were countless bodies of void beasts. The most terrifying one was completely black and nearly 1,000 meters long. Despite being dead, it still emitted a terrifying chi. Chaotic storms formed around it. It was a star-state void beasts. A 5-meter-tall dark metal demon grinned. Ha! The last star state. It's finally done. Someone from the black smoke race said, this star state void beast is too terrifying. If we didn't send 2 away, at least 1 or 2 of us would die. A ruby-scaled blade demon said, I wonder what surprises those 2 star-state void beasts brought for the humans. 2 free star-state henchmen and a large wave of planetary states. If it wasn't that the blade demons provided the large-scale set location space door, they would definitely release the beasts at the borders of their enemies. However, there was nothing they could say. The beings from the 3 races looked at their star state with awe. The battle when they killed the last star state void beast was too shocking. Star states were too strong. Especially on the blade demon side, all the male blade demons stared at the fiery figure. No wonder she's Lord Lala Nisai. She's so powerful and that beautiful. Yet, look at her pretty edges, that fiery red armor, those sharp fangs. I want to get bitten by her. Even Guguyate, Momo Erdi, and Luoloxasi stared straight at Lala Nisai. They saw some enmity within each other's eyes. Only a powerful being deserved beautiful demons. In the future, they would be the greatest competitors. Lala Nisai didn't care about the discussions behind her. After all, it was natural instinct for beings to search for partners. She never minded powerful beings showing interest in her. She looked at the deep hole and frowned. Do we go in now? The being from the black smoke race shook his head. We just had a huge battle. We're not in our prime condition. Let's rest for a day in the base and go in tomorrow. The dark metal demon star state nodded. I agree with Yin Xian. Although the being died quickly, he still might have left something behind. We should rest until we're in our prime condition. Lala Nisai nodded. Then, Tomorrow it is. At this juncture, a level 9 planetary state dark metal demon flew over. Everyone was confused, seeing how disrupted his chi and expression were. The dark metal demon star state saw this and frowned. Yarick, what are you so anxious about? Watch your composure. He felt dark metal demons were stronger than the black smoke race, much less the blade demon race. It would mean dark metal demons losing their face if his subordinate acted like this. Yarick relayed worriedly, Lord of it, there are 3 ships nearing us. They're less than 1 million kilometers from us. These are human ships, and we can't confirm how strong the people inside are. The scene fell silent. Everyone stared at him in disbelief. Avit clarified, human ship? How can it be here? Yinxian frowned. What happened to the patrol squads? What are they doing? Lala Nisai also stared at this dark metal demon. Sensing the furious chi of 3-star states, the dark metal demon sweated. Even a level 9 planetary state couldn't handle such pressure. He answered, we contacted them, but we couldn't reach them. Avit roared, not good. We're discovered. Go back quickly. Stop them. Lala Nisai looked at her race. The strong ones, follow me. Lualoxasi, return to the base and notify our race that we need backup. Lualoxasi's eyes flashed with some joy. She sent him to do a mission alone. This meant that he was different from others. How could he not be happy? Nevertheless, he quickly controlled his emotions. Guguyate and Momo Erdi glanced at Lualoxasi with envy. At the same time, Avit and Yinxian also sent out the same orders. They were most likely found. In that case, even if they killed the humans, there was no assurance that the news wouldn't spread out. Yinxian said, hopefully, the humans aren't very strong. If we kill them, we still have time to excavate this tomb and leave. Accordingly, the 3 races all headed towards the direction where Yarick pointed it. The 3 ships flew towards the location marker they got from the captives they found later on. However, their ship was only an ordinary ship, and therefore, its scouting ability was weaker than the space fortress. After flying out a while, their alarms blared. The 3-star states looked at the screen. There were a few hundred dots. Cheng Feng frowned. There's quite a lot of them. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang smiled. There's just 3-star states, 6 level 9 planetary states, and 14 level 8 planetary states. The rest are all below level 8 planetary state. We can fight them. Cheng Feng and Carol looked at each other. Carol laughed. In this case, let's fight. Cheng Feng grinned. Win and we have at least 1 week time to explore this tomb. All they've done will have been for our benefit. As they spoke, the blade demons were nearing their ship. Cheng Feng's voice spread through the 3 ships. Those demon bastards are here. Prepare for battle. Win and we get the treasure. Lose and we die here. Hearing this, Luze smiled. General Cheng Feng is really rough, but I like it. Lu Li narrowed her eyes. Luze, you like men now. Luze. Luze then said, we're about to engage in battle, be serious. Chapter 671 The promise won't count if we can't win. Nangongjing suppressed her curiosity, but clearly, she would still ask when they got back. Luze felt a headache. Luze looked at Lu Li and Alice. You two, stay -11. We want to participate in the battle. Lu Li interrupted him before he could finish. Alice looked firmly at Luze. Senior, we have a planetary state combat power too. Their cultivation level reached level 4 mortal evolution state, nearing level 5 mortal evolution state, and they do, indeed, have a level 1 planetary state combat power. Luze smiled helplessly. Okay. With Ying Ying protecting them, he didn't need to worry about their safety. Then, he looked at Ying Ying, who was looking outside the window. Clearly, she sensed those murderous Kais. He smiled and pinched her face. This wasn't a fair battle. With Ying Ying here, this tomb belonged to the Federation already. Ying Ying, take care of your sisters, okay? Ying Ying then asked, Luze, those guys outside are so ferocious, should I eat them? They don't seem very tasty. Luze and the others shook their heads. Ying Ying was addicted to eating. Luze coughed. You don't need to do anything at first. Just protect your sisters. If they can't win, then intervene. They promised to not use Ying Ying at first, but if they couldn't beat the enemy, then this promise didn't count. Ying Ying said regretfully, oh. Luze smiled and took out a red orb. Immediately, Ying Ying's eyes lit up, and she opened her mouth. Luze threw the orb in Ying Ying's mouth. Seeing how satisfied Ying Ying was, everyone smiled and left the new dawn. Everyone had come out already. They all looked at the aliens from the three races. Cheng Feng said, Kid Lu, you guys are going to join the battle too. Luze smiled and nodded. We're humans too, and we're not weak. Carol laughed, ha ha ha. Good. Since you're also humans and outside the controlled region, then participating in the battle is necessary. They looked at Luze and the girls with approval. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang controlled her playful character, and her face became extremely serious. Luze, your opponents are those below level 5 planetary state. Kill them without hesitation. Yes. Luze nodded instinctively. The reinforcements who came had a total number of around tens. The star states and high-level planetary states stood in the middle while Yangu and the others stood on the side. They couldn't join the core battle. Luze and the rest proceeded next to Yangu and the others. Ji Cheng smiled and patted Luze's shoulder. Junior Luze, great. I approve of you. Yangu glanced at Ji Cheng and said seriously, Juniors, don't worry, with us here, we won't let anything happen to you. A level 6 planetary state glanced at them and said, what are you talking about? The Shenwu army is still here. How can anything happen to you guys? He was a level 6 planetary state. He wasn't the weakest of the bunch outside the controlled region, but there were too many powerful beings here. He could only stay at the border. Luze and the others were speechless. Why did it seem like they were all feeble? Luze even suspected that Yangu had memory loss. Did he forget who saved them? They were clearly very strong, okay? At this juncture, the aliens were less than 100,000 kilometers from them. A few hundred powerful Kais surged, and the space storms became more chaotic. Everywhere the three figures at the front passed, space distorted and spirit force went chaotic. They were star states. Luze looked at them with curiosity. Boss. He couldn't beat them yet. However, why did that blade demon's skin look so different from the other blade demons? Luze was curious. Perhaps it was a genetic mutation. As the blade demons approached, the pressure in the atmosphere became intense. The killing intent could make those people below mortal evolution state cry. Carol looked at the distant planetary states. A purple-red light flashed in his eyes as he roared, attack! Tens of humans charged towards those few hundred aliens. The difference in numbers was huge, but the Shenwu army warriors didn't hesitate at all. Yangu, Luze, and the rest didn't hesitate either. Wormholes appeared before Carol, Cheng Feng, and Zhuoqiu Sunhuang. They entered it and appeared tens of thousands of kilometers away. The three-star state aliens also used the same method to appear on the battlefield. Rumble. Cheng Feng fought of it, Carol fought Yin Xian, and Zhuoqiu Sunhuang fought Lala Nisai. The three pairs of star states created a heaven-shocking clash. Space crumbled, revealing the twisting warp dimension. Violent spirit force spread in all directions like a tsunami. Some small universal storms were wiped out. Luze and the others felt that it got a bit difficult to breathe. Alice and Lu Li even got injured. However, they had regeneration god art, so this injury didn't mean anything serious. Luze looked at the sun-like spirit force ripples, and his skin crawled. Despite being this far away, the shockwaves alone gave him such immense pressure. It was all too easy for them to destroy a planet. They could do it with the wave of a hand. But even star states were only considered not too weak in the universe. Luckily, the universe was vast enough, or it wouldn't be enough for these powerful beings to play with. The 6 star states were extremely fast. After the clash began, Luze and the others couldn't even see their figures anymore. As the shockwave spread, this region of space became harsher. The 6 star states quickly shifted away from the battlefield as they knew how damaging their combat power was. Finally, the rest of the people started their confrontation. The level 8 and level 9 planetary states were Shenwu army reinforcements. The level 6 and level 7 planetary states were Lang Zheng's reinforcements. The 3 races had more than a few hundred level 5 planetary states and below. These were left for Luze and the rest, as well as Yan Gu. Yan Gu's expression changed. He was only a level 5 planetary state. He had a level 6 planetary state combat power, but who knew if the opposite party had prodigies too? Even if there wasn't, he couldn't stop this overwhelming number of powerful beings. Despite this, he still charged up. Luze looked at Lin Ling, Lu Li, and Alice. You guys, find some low-level planetary states at the border and leave the rest to us. Chapter 672 Blade Demon Disappearance Art. Luze appeared on the battlefield with Nangongjing and Kaihuyu Hesha. All the enemies surrounding them were level 5 planetary states and below. In estimation, there were tens of them. There were even quite a few level 5 planetary states. Seeing the 3 of them suddenly appear amongst them, the 3 races felt dazed, but when they sensed the trio's cultivation level, they became even more dazed. Level 2 planetary state. Level 2 planetary state. Level 8 mortal evolution state. Where did these idiots come from? During this moment, one blade demon roared, Luze, it's you. Several blade demons' eyes widened. Luze? He's that Luze. He just used space transmission. The only human prodigy that knows it is him. It's probably him. Hehe, the strongest prodigy of the human race appears here? The heavens are really helping our blade demon race. The killing intent of the blade demons intensified. It didn't benefit the blade demon race if the human prodigy matured, so, of course, countless blade demons wanted to kill Luze. The dark metal demons and black smoke race looked among each other. They didn't know Luze well. After all, their borders didn't connect with the human race. But they were still looking at Luze with shock. This level 8 mortal evolution state human is very famous. Why are the blade demons acting like that? They didn't dare to believe that so many blade demons had such intense killing intent for just a level 8 mortal evolution state. Luze looked at the blade demon calling out to him, and he was stunned. Level 8 mortal evolution state? Why were they on the same level? He thought there were only planetary states here. There was even another level 8 mortal evolution state blade demon on the side. Luze was dumbfounded and asked, "Who are you guys? Do we know each other?" He didn't know a single blade demon. The other beings. Everyone was speechless. The dark metal demons and black smoke race looked strangely at Guguyate and Momo Erdi. Of course, they knew that these two were the strongest prodigies in the blade demon race. They weren't much weaker than the strongest prodigies of their races. Yet, Luze didn't even know them. This was a bit awkward. Guguyate's eyes flashed. Thereafter, a 3D object in the depth of his eyes started to spin rapidly. He grinned. "I am one of the blades of dawn of the blade demon race, Guguyate. You will die by my hands today." They had made some progress during this time. The resources given to them by the advanced demon race was sufficient for them to achieve substantial improvement within a short time. Although Luze was very strong, he had the invincible faith in himself that he would win. He would get revenge for Kakoroya and the loss at the northern border. Luze would pay with his blood. Thinking about the previous matters, his killing intent intensified. Luze was stunned. He knew about the Blades of Dawn, of course. They were the three strongest prodigies of the young generation in the Blade Demon race. He didn't expect to encounter them here. However, how did their cultivation level advance so fast? Luze already felt he was fast, but they were the same as he was? And he looked at the other Blade Demon glowing in dreamlike light. This guy was probably another member of the Blades of Dawn. Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha looked strangely at this Blade Demon. He had the same cultivation level as Luze. Where did he get the courage to say such things? Was he dumb? Luze smiled. So it's you. Sorry, I've seen your picture before, but to me you Blade Demons all look the same, so I wasn't able to recognize you. He really didn't recognize them. However, Guguyate didn't think like that. He felt Luze was insulting him. He was one of the top prodigies of the Blade Demon race. How could he be like other ordinary Blade Demons? His fury burned and an intense dark light mixed with runes merged into his body. A terrifying chi surged. Luze looked at Guguyate in shock. This guy's chi was much stronger than his cultivation level. It was at level 2 of the planetary state. Guguyate's information provided that he had a natural demonic body and space field god art. His talent was really not bad. Luze glanced at the complex runes on his black armor. Clearly, this was no ordinary thing and might be even stronger than the martial god armor set. Luze could see that rune multiply many times under the effects of the combat armor. Despite so, it was still just a level 2 planetary state. This guy couldn't even beat Lin Ling, much less Luze. Guguyate unleashed his full power. The Blade Demon on the side stared deadly at Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha, preventing the two from intervening. One Blade Demon even took out a black device and snarled, "If the strongest human prodigy is killed by the strongest prodigy from our race, how devastating to the humans would this be if released?" Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha glanced at each other strangely. Then, they both took out their phones. What a great idea! These Blade Demons were really smart. The battle between races didn't just represent their current combat power but also their future potential as well. The two would send this off. As for being stared at, they never intended to intervene, all right? Guguyate heard the statement earlier and laughed. An invisible field was erected. It seemed to have covered him like a battle armor. Then, he turned into a black stream, rushing over Luze. Luze! Die! The violent power surged, and the other alien's eyes widened. He's probably invincible amongst level 2 planetary states. That's space field god art. At least, no one among level 2 planetary states can break it. This Blade Demon is quite amazing. To be able to have such combat power in level 8 of the mortal evolution state, this was definitely the very best in their races. At this point, Momoerdi suddenly yelled, "Not good! Guguyate, retreat quickly! Quick!" Momoerdi's eyes were glowing with dreamlike light, but his body was stiff, and his face was filled with terror. The other beings were dumbfounded. Momoerdi had a premonition talent, and he could see what would happen a few seconds later. What could make Momoerdi this terrified? Luze smiled. Still want to leave? A golden light surged out of his body and struck a space storm. Looking at this shocking chi, Guguyate quickly stopped and looked at Luze in shock. How is this possible? How could he be this strong? He would die. Just when he decided to retreat, Luze's body had already appeared before him. Luze indifferently stared at the horrified Guguyate and punched. Rumble. The terrifying star-crippling punch was launched, and Gugai-8's prided space field was torn apart. The fist force struck his armor. The armor was very strong. Even though Luze's punch approached level 5 of the planetary state, he couldn't shatter it. However, that terrifying force still managed to enter inside and pulverized Gugai-8's body. Now, only the armor remained. His body had dissipated. Chapter 673. He was a bit scared. The battle was raging elsewhere, but in Luze's region, it was very dead silent. The other races looked at Luze and the floating armor in disbelief. This happened so quickly that they weren't prepared at all, especially the blade demons. Gugu-8 was part of the Blades of Dawn, the top prodigy of the blade demon race. He had great chances of reaching the cosmic system state. Yet, he was killed with one punch from Luze. Luze's space transmission was so fast, and his attack was so fast that they didn't even have time to save him. Nangongjing and Kaihuyuhesha weren't surprised at all. Luze at full power was near level 5 of the planetary state. A mere level 2 planetary state blade demon prodigy really wasn't enough. Luze felt great not about killing Gugu-8, but the things he left behind. Luze saw the combat armor and storage ring floating in the air and happily grabbed it. This armor was better than the martial god set. Although he might not be able to use it, he could exchange it for reward points or give it to someone else. As for that storage ring, there would be quite some nice things in there too, right? When Luze did this, the eyes of the blade demons especially reddened. Gugai-8's storage ring carried a lot of treasures given by the advanced demon race. If this fell into Luze's hands, wouldn't he progress even fast? Plus, he just killed a blade demon prodigy just then. He must not get away no matter what. He dares to kill Gugu-8. Kill this bastard and get revenge for Gugu-8. The blade demon race charged up. At the same time, the dark metal demons and black smoke race also charged up. Kill this human. This talent is too terrifying. We must not let him mature. The dark metal demons and black smoke race originally thought that the blade demons took Luze too seriously. However, they now realized the blade demons were far from taking Luze seriously enough. Such a talent would be ranked ahead even in the elf cosmic realm and the demon realm. If he reached the cosmic system state, then the cosmic system state prodigy ladder would have a spot for him. Those prodigies on the ladder were either race with cosmic realm state or cosmic cloud state. Races like them, who only had a cosmic system state, couldn't provide for such a prodigy. How could they allow such a prodigy to live? If Luze matured, the cosmic system state was definitely fine for him. He even had a great chance of becoming a cosmic cloud state. By then, their territory would probably be reduced by 50%, or they might even have to retreat to their mother planet and seek shelter from the advanced demon race. Who could tolerate this? They wanted to kill Luze right here. If they let him go back to the human territory, it would be too hard to kill him. They rejoiced that this human ran out, or they wouldn't dare to imagine what the future would be like. Sensing tens of planetary states coming at him, with a few of them being level 5 planetary states, Luze raised a brow and felt some pressure. He couldn't beat a level 5 planetary state right now, but he wasn't worried. He wasn't alone after all. Nangongjing roared, "Humph! Want to fight? You're asking to die." She disappeared from the spot as green wind circulated around her body. Kaihuyuhesha grinned as pink light flashed from her eyes. "Don't hurt little brother Luze." The tens of powerful beings ended up dazed. Nangongjing appeared before a level 5 planetary state blade demon and punched. The terrifying power just penetrated the armor in his body. Kaihuyuhesha, who had a level 5 planetary state power, could affect tens of planetary states at once, and that even included those of the same power level as her. She could even influence a level 6 planetary state if they didn't have mental force god art or defense methods. The aliens saw a level 5 planetary state die on the spot, and their eyes bulged. How is that possible? What monsters are these? These two humans were just level 2 planetary states, but one could instant kill a level 5 planetary state wearing combat armor while the other could control tens of planetary states, including a few level 5 planetary state beings. They weren't humans at all. The level 6 and level 7 planetary states noticed the situation here. They were in disbelief. One level 7 planetary state dark metal demon roared, "Surround them and kill. Send all the beings who could free up to kill them." A level 6 planetary state blade demon wanted to go over and kill Luze, but a bulky Shenwu army soldier sliced at him. The soldier grinned. "How is our human prodigy? He hit one of your bullshit blades of dawn to dust with a single punch. Your prodigy isn't good enough. Argh. Damned you, humans. You're asking to die." At this moment, level 7 planetary state Sang Yuan Kayame blocked the dark red beam from one dark metal demon and said, "Shenwu army. Block all level 6 planetary states and above with your life." Lang Zheng was a level 8 planetary state and was in a more distant battlefield. As such, she was in charge of commanding this region. She finally saw Luze's and the others' combat power. Those below level 5 planetary states didn't pose much threat to them. They naturally had to stop level 6 planetary states. Yes. All the Shenwu army soldiers were fervent and had high morale. All those level 6 planetary states were stopped, but not those who were below such level. More than 300 beings charged at Luze's group of 3. There were 40 level 5 planetary states rushing over. Nangongjing grinned and licked her lips. "I can enjoy the slaughter this time." Subsequently, she charged up with golden light. Kaiuyahesha narrowed her eyes. Her expression was seductive as pink light surged all over her. "These aliens are really fierce. They scared me." She could control all the aliens at once, but there were too many, and it would consume too much of her power. She just chose to control those around Nangongjing and Luze. Meanwhile, Luze looked at the other level 8 mortal evolution state blade demons. There was another moving treasure cove. Sensing Luze's eyes, Momo Erdi felt his entire body turn cold. He retreated slowly. He was a bit scared. One blade of dawn was already dead. The remaining 2 must be saved. Chapter 674. We seem to have been surrounded. Looking at the 2 level 5 planetary states, who protected Momo Erdi like a hen protecting its chicks, Luze felt this scene was comical. Luze instantly appeared before Momo Erdi and punched at his chest. In return, Momo Erdi tensed up and used his premonition god art at full power. He wanted to dodge Luze's attack, but soon, his eyes flashed with despair. He could barely predict Luze's attack, but so what if he did? In the end, there was nothing that could be done to make up for the difference in speed. Luze didn't just have one god art. He wasn't just strong in one aspect. He was strong in all aspects. Even in speed, he was far superior to Momo Erdi. Momo Erdi could only watch the attack get closer and closer to his chest. The 2 level 5 planetary states quickly turned around and roared, "Luze, how dare you!" This was Momo Erdi. He must not die here. The blade demons were shocked. There were 2 level 5 planetary states there. How did Luze dare to rush forward like that? The 2 level 5 planetary states growled with fury and formed sharp sword rays that sliced at Luze's back. However, Luze didn't even turn around nor attempt to block his attack. A dense earth shield formed behind him. As a consequence, the sharp sword ray struck the earth shield, creating a deafening sound. The sharp sword ray collided with the earth shield, and the earth-colored light of the barrier flickered. Luze's fist already landed on Momo Erdi's chest. The terrifying power just turned him to dust, leaving only the armor and storage ring. Clearly, the 2 armors were of the same quality. He didn't expect their combat armor's quality to be this high. But now, both were all his. Luze felt great. At this moment, his earth shield started to crack. Then, the cracks grew larger and larger before the shield eventually crumbled. By this time, Luze turned around and used the lightning spear and star crippling punch on the sword ray. Rumble! The sword ray broke Luze's attacks, but it was extremely weakened already. It only left a faint mark on his golden armor in the end. Luze wasn't even injured. The aliens widened their eyes again. He stopped it. That was 2 level 5 planetary state attacks. It was a bit rushed, but it was still unleashed by a level 5 planetary state. Luze wasn't even injured. Just what kind of defenses did he have? A level 8 mortal evolution state could stop a level 5 planetary state attack? Luze happily collected the armor and storage ring. This was a bountiful harvest. The blade demon eyes turned red. Guguyate and Momo Erdi, 2 extremely talented prodigies, just died in Luze's hands like that. This was a huge loss for their race. Momo Erdi's death made them especially furious. Luze was already surrounded by many powerful beings, but he still managed to kill Momo Erdi while being attacked by 2 level 5 planetary states. How could they not feel angry? Kaiuyuhesha smiled. I've recorded everything before. Haha, a blade demon prodigy was easily killed by little brother Luze while being protected by others. 1 level 5 planetary state blade demon roared furiously, we must not let them return alive. We must kill them. The tens of level 5 planetary state blade demons charged towards Nangongjing and Kaiuyuhesha like crazy and launched their attacks. Luze raised a brow. He squeezed away from the restriction on space and easily dodged the attack. The strongest was just a level 5 planetary state. It was all too easy for him to dodge these attacks. Even while he was dodging, Luze would appear before weak planetary states and take away one with each blow. No one could stop him. The aliens wanted to kill Luze fervently, but they couldn't even bind space. How would they be able to stop Luze then? They could only watch their men being slaughtered by Luze one by one. Nangongjing and Kaiuyuhesha worked together rather well too. Although they were besieged by tens of level 5 planetary states, they could carry on with the battle and even suppress them. In just a few seconds, there were several level 5 planetary states heavily injured. If it wasn't that Kaiuyuhesha's seduction god art had to control numerous people, there would be people dead now already. These 3 people's combat powers were too terrifying. They could each fight 100. 1 level 7 planetary state being from the black smoke race shouted, all those who can free themselves go. We must kill these 3. Immediately, tens of those who were ganging up on Yangu and his team left and changed their targets. At this point, the pressure on the Shenyu soldiers was lifted. As such, their defensive and stalling strategy had to change accordingly. Yangu snarled, kill them all. Everyone charged at their opponents, full of killing intent. Lin Ling, Alice, and Lu Li covertly killed a group of level 1 and level 2 planetary states. Lin Ling bit her lips. Ze attracted all of them. Alice and Lu Li couldn't help but bit their lips as well. Soon, all their enemies were dead. Within a short 10 minutes, Luze and the team killed more than 100 aliens. Nangongjing's and Kaiuyuhesha's chi weakened slightly. Fortunately, only a little more than 10 level 5 planetary states remained. The rest had turned to corpses. Luze was still very lively and energetic, but those attacking him were already tired. They could only watch with disbelief as Luze used space transmission to appear next to a level 4 planetary state dark metal demon and then kill him with 2 full-powered punches. Why does he still have that much power? Why can he last this long? Why doesn't he feel fatigued at all? No one could answer their questions. During this point, Luze appeared in front of another level 4 planetary state. Blood lightning surged, and tens of lightning spears pierced the other party. The creature from the black smoke race could only howl once before dying on the spot. Chapter 675 How can you be so timid? At the other battlefield, Zuoqiu Sunsuang was holding a silver long spear. Her entire body was glowing with silver light. With the flick of her wrists, each strike had a terrifying power that was enough to penetrate stars. In front of her was Lala Nisai, who was burning with red flames. The temperature had even distorted space itself. Every time they moved, it spanned a few thousand kilometers. Each clash was like the explosion of planets. Fire and silver light flashed. This entire region was quivering. A star state's combat power was extremely terrifying. Given enough time, they can destroy an entire solar system. After another clash, Zuoqiu Sunsuang glanced in Luze's direction and said, Lala Nisai, your blade demon's blades of dawn aren't good enough. You can switch a few more. Lala Nisai's flames flared even more. She glanced at Luze with killing intent. Your human prodigy is strong, but only ones that are alive could be powerful. Don't let us find the chance. She sneered, how much longer can those old peeps protect you? 1,000 years? 2,000 years? Hopefully, you can get a few more cosmic system states with the resources of your race in 2,000 years. Lala Nisai didn't believe this at all. The Blade Demon race had a much greater foundation than the human race. Even if Luze became a cosmic system state, those old saints would be dead by then. Could he support the entire human race by himself? That was just wishful thinking. Zuoqiu Sunsuang smiled. I don't know about the future, but I know that right now, don't even think about getting the Star State tomb. Lala Nisai's smile froze. Her flames turned into a terrifying infernal beast. Then, try me. In the cosmic fortress, Luoxisi contacted the Blade Demon race as soon as he returned. Thereafter, he saw Luze turn Guguyate into dust with one punch. His purple eyes were extremely shocked. No way! How can Luze be this strong? They received cultivation resources from the advanced demon race. Their spirit force quality and cultivation speed should be far stronger than other prodigies. With their powerful god art and divine art, the human prodigy should have been obliterated. However, why was Luze this strong? Did he receive things from the elf race? The elf race and advanced demon race opposed each other. Then, he saw Luze kill Momo Erdi as well while taking attacks from 2 level 5 planetary states. Luoxisi. His skin crawled. He was no match for Luze. He didn't want to join the battlefield at all now. Luze was too strong in all aspects. At least in the short term, he would be no match for Luze. But if he digested the treasures given to him, he had the chance to suppress Luze. Thinking about this, he regained his confidence. On the battlefield, those few hundred planetary states were scared. Luze was too terrifying, and his power was endless. He was very agile too. This put him in a position of invulnerability. Even a level 5 planetary state couldn't stop him. How could they win? Perhaps they could fight if a level 6 planetary state came and restrict the space. However, this was impracticable. Luze just killed a level 3 planetary state from the Black Smoke race and disappeared from the spot. Everyone else, other than those 5 level 5 planetary states, tensed up. Luze was like the god of death. Wherever he looked, people died. There was no exception. A level 3 planetary state dark metal demon saw Luze appear before him and was scared to death. He roared and turbocharged his dark metal body, hoping that he could defend for an instant and wait for help. Nevertheless, Luze's punch penetrated his defenses. When his life force dissipated, the 2 level 5 planetary state blade demons' attacks finally arrived. Luze disappeared from the spot again. Luze! You coward! Don't run, a level 5 planetary state dark metal demon roared. Luze looked at him as though the other party was an idiot. How old are you? The dark metal demon was more furious, but there was nothing he could do after all. At this juncture, someone from the black smoke race said, "Everyone, get together, we'll hold up a defense together." They came here to surround and kill Luze, but now, they were forced to rely on a level 05 planetary state to survive. Luze was just a level 8 mortal evolution state human. Where was their honor? Luze appeared before another level 4 planetary state being from the black smoke race and buried him with lightning spears and star crippling punch. Seeing this, the aliens finally overcame their pride and herded towards the 5 level 5 planetary states. The 5 level 5 planetary states used all their spirit force to form a shield and enclosed everyone. Luze was dumbfounded by this development. He looked at them and said, "Aren't you all here to kill me? Don't be like this. How can you be so timid? Come attack me." His defenses were strong, but his attacks weren't strong enough to break a level 5 planetary state's barriers. What should he do? There were so many enemies still alive. Those aliens wanted to go out and kill Luze, but they knew that if they did, they would die. Luze gasped. "Pfft, so this is the sort of planetary state you are? I overestimated you." Since he couldn't do anything here, Luze looked at Nangongjing's and Kaiyuhesha's battlefield. They had an easy time against the remaining level 5 planetary states. Their chi was slightly weaker. It should be fine for them to kill these aliens, but they would be injured a little. Luze appeared in their battlefield. A complex blood rune flashed in his eyes as a few hundred kilometers wide lightning cloud formed. Rumble. Spirit force surged and blood lightning swam around the lightning clouds like snakes. Luze inserted his own spirit force into the clouds. Immediately, more than 100 blood lightning bolts shot towards the few over 10 level 5 planetary states. They ended up dazed. Why did Luze appear here? What happened to the people hunting him? Chapter 676. Why didn't he realize his teammates were this dumb? Damn it! Why is Luze here? A level 5 planetary state blade demon roared in fury. All the remaining aliens squeezed out some power to form a shield above their heads. During this time, Kaiyuhesha maxed out her seduction god art, and immediately, their chi weakened. Nangongjing charged forward and appeared before a dark metal demon. Her long leg flashed with golden light and swept towards the dark metal demon's chest. Roar! The dark metal demon gathered all his power and swung his huge hammer towards Nangongjing's legs. Before the two clashed, more than 10 bolts of blood lightning struck the barrier above his head. The lightning swam around the dark metal demon's tall body like snakes. His chi immediately dropped a level. Then, his hammer finally collided with Nangongjing's leg. Previously, he could only barely stop Nangongjing. But now, he was completely crushed. His hammer was flung away by the kick, and the leg proceeded to smash his chest. Immediately, this dark metal demon was thrown back and coughed quite some blood along the way. Nangongjing wasn't going to give up on this opportunity. The wind glided around her, and she disappeared from the spot. She soon appeared before the dark metal demon. Her leg struck his chest again. The dark metal demon couldn't resist at all as the force wiped away his life. Seeing this, the other aliens roared in fury, "Why is Luze here? What are those idiots doing? Why did they let Luze come?" They looked towards the battlefield where Luze was before and saw a few hundred planetary states cowering inside a defense barrier. These level 5 planetary states were shocked. They felt they were dreaming. Why did this illogical scene appear? Didn't they go hunt Luze? Why did it look like they were the ones being hunted? Those few hundred aliens also looked back, and thus, the two sides had an awkward staring session. However, Nangongjing and her group didn't stop at all. Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha always had full trust towards Luze. They never expected anything to happen to Luze despite seeing a few hundred planetary states hunting him. When Luze came over, they worked together perfectly. Now, the three had another opportunity while the enemies were dazed. Luze's spirit force surged as blood lightning poured out. Kyoyohesha used large amounts of stamina, but she still used her seduction god art at full power. Nangongjing appeared before a blade demon. Die! She punched and unleashed her terrifying power. The fist force penetrated the blade demon's chest and killed him instantly. Only now did the level 5 planetary states unleash all their power and block Luze's lightning suppression. Arg! Idiots! Why do we have such dumb teammates? Useless garbage! They were cursing while blocking Luze's attack. With such retarded teammates, even gods can't win. They were in despair. Hearing these curses, those aliens were burning with fury. One level 5 planetary state dark metal demon roared, "Let's go over too. Luze has space transmission god art, and we can't do anything about it, but we can go kill those 2 females." Everyone else nodded. Yes, we must kill them. They didn't believe that they couldn't kill even one. Therefore, a few hundred of them flew towards Luze's group. Nevertheless, even if they decided to come over, they still maintained the shield, just in case Luze would suddenly appear and kill someone. Luze killed 100 like that. They were truly traumatized. The other level 5 planetary states saw their teammates cower in the shield while charging over slowly and didn't even want to say anything. Why didn't they realize earlier their teammates were this stupid? Nangongjing and Kyoyohesha were panting. Their faces were slightly pale. They used too much power. Although they weren't injured, they were quite exhausted. Luze looked at the two. "Are you two fine?" Nangongjing grinned. "I'm fine. There's no problem in killing them all." Kyoyohesha watched the group of aliens come over in a shield and grinned. "Why didn't I realize they were this interesting?" Luze's mouth twitched. "I'm rather disappointed in them. They're too timid." Thereafter, he drew another wave of blood lightning. Nangongjing and Kyoyohesha needed to recover some energy, but he didn't. His recovery rate was so fast that he had no pressure facing those few hundred aliens. While Nangongjing and Kyoyohesha recovered, he couldn't let those level 5 planetary states recover too. He would suppress them with his attacks. Lightning scattered out, and those level 5 planetary states roared, but they couldn't do anything to Luze in the end. They consumed too much power. They were already trying their best just to stop the blood lightning. In a few seconds, those few hundred planetary states finally joined this battlefield. At the same time, Nangongjing and Kyoyohesha recovered some power as well. Kyoyohesha grinned. "Little brother Luze, I'll break that shield." Following such, she used the seduction god art again. This time, it was aimed towards those level 5 planetary states holding up the barrier. The spirit force barrier couldn't stop Kyoyohesha's seduction god art. With the targets being only 5 level 5 planetary states, the seduction god art was more effective. In an instant, those 5 planetary states' mental forces were stunned. They were almost straight up controlled. Their barrier broke like a bottle. Seeing this, Luze smiled. He didn't even use space transmission and just inserted more power into the lightning cloud. A few hundred blood lightning bolts shot towards that group. Nangongjing grinned and punched. The violent golden fist force struck towards that same area with terrifying power too. All those people, who just came, ended up dazed and freaked out. "Arg! Block it! We must block it!" A level 4 planetary state dark metal demon gathered all his power and cut towards the lightning above his head. The others just recovered from their terror and used full force to defend. A huge clash could be heard. Nangongjing's attack was very strong among level 5 planetary states. In addition, there were a few hundred level 4 planetary state blood lightning at peak power. How could a level 4 planetary state and below stop it? In a short instant, the power pierced through their formation. When the explosion calmed, only 5 level 5 planetary states and 3 level 4 planetary state dark metal demons were alive. The rest of them turned to corpses. The weaker ones didn't even have a body left. Meanwhile, the surviving 3 dark metal demons were heavily injured and bloodied. Chapter 677, 1000 Mile of Dam Ruined by Ants' Nests. The region, where Luze and the girls were, was deadly silent. The surviving level 4 planetary state dark metal demons and the other 5 level 5 planetary states, who just regained consciousness, looked at each other in a daze. So, why did they come over? To contribute to the number of kills? Meanwhile, the other level 5 planetary states were suppressed by Luze's blood lightning. By the time they reacted, their retarded teammates were pretty much wiped out. Their mind went blank. They were still their teammates after all, despite being retarded. It was such a shock to them that a few hundred of them died when their opponent was just 2 level 2 planetary state and 1 level 8 mortal evolution state humans. The huge loss even made the level 8 and level 9 planetary states, including the star states, stop fighting. Avit looked at the floating dark metal demon bodies. How can he be this strong? Chang Feng also gawked at the situation with widened eyes. He never expected Luze and his team to accomplish this in such a short while. But soon, his eyes flashed with surprise and joy. Luze's group of 3 was much stronger than he imagined. He laughed hysterically at Avit. Ha ha ha, he's indeed a prodigy of the human race. The people from your race has no right to be his opponent. Avit's killing intent surged. This was the same for Yinxian and Lala Nisai. These 3 were too talented, especially Luze. If they missed this opportunity, they would probably never get the chance to take care of these 3 people. Earlier, their purpose in the battle was for the Star State Tomb, but now, it was for Luze's group of 3. Even the Star State Tomb was far less important than they were. Everyone knew that their future would definitely not just be Star State. Especially Luze, he might even break through the cosmic system state in the coming years and reach the cosmic cloud state. Thinking about this possibility, the 3 pairs of star states clashed together even more intensely than before. Avit roared, "Dark metal demons, listen! Kill those 3 human prodigies at all costs." Lala Nisai and Yinxian made the same orders. They must not let Luze live. Carol grinned. "Shenwu army, listen! Stop your opponents! They must not attack Luze's group of 3. Yes. Luze and the other 2 girls heard the roar too. They didn't expect the 3 races to take them this seriously. Nanggong Jing grinned. We seem to have played too much. Those level 5 planetary states heard their commander and charged towards the 3 humans again. Luze said, "Let's deal with them first." The 3 launched another wave of attack. Kaiuyuhesha used seduction god art at full power. Luze's blood lightning hummed non-stop. Nanggong Jing flew towards the aliens. The battlefield was so intense that even a distant huge planet was affected to the point of shaking. Nanggong Jing and Kaiuyuhesha did use the red orbs to cultivate after all. Their recovery speed was far superior to the aliens. As for Luze, he just needed to take an instant break to recover his power. The battle continued on for a few minutes longer. The aliens used up more power and felt the battle slipping away from them. They started getting killed one by one. A few minutes later. Rumble. A level 5 planetary state dark metal demon paused under Kaiuyuhesha's seduction. Nanggong Jing appeared before him and punched out with her star crippling punch, heavily injuring him, and then killing him with the subsequent strike. Now, only 2 level 5 planetary state blade demons remained. They looked around at the bodies in terror. Tens of level 5 planetary states. A few hundred planetary states couldn't even heavily injure the trio. How could they not be terrified of the tremendous difference? Luze smiled at the trembling blade demons. He was finally about to be done. When they saw his smile, they finally couldn't hold it anymore and ran towards the fortress while screaming. But as Kaiuyuhesha's eyes glowed with pink light, those 2 blade demons halted in their tracks. Then, their life force just dissipated like that. Kaiuyuhesha and Nangongjing panted. Their faces were pale. Even they felt the difficulty of fighting that many at once, but Luze looked like he was completely fine. Luze asked, "Are you guys okay?" Kaiuyuhesha rolled her eyes and spoke seductively, "Little brother Luze is too amazing, you last so long." Luze's heart skipped. Nangongjing glanced strangely at Kaiuyuhesha. She felt this was dirty talk, but she had no evidence. She then drank a bottle of alcohol. "It's fine, we recover really fast. We can go help others." Luze nodded. They turned to Yangu's group, including the level 4 and level 5 planetary station Wu army soldiers. Sensing this, the aliens on that side began to worry while Yangu and the rest got a boost in morale. "Brothers! Kill them all!" A level 5 planetary station Wu army warrior roared. The aliens were terrified, but they weren't ordered to retreat, so they couldn't. With the addition of Luze, Nangongjing, and Kaiuyuhesha, those aliens were soon all killed. Thereafter, Yangu and the rest were freed to help others. This was the crumbling of a 1,000-meter dam by ants' nests. As long as one weakness appeared, this weakness would be the breakthrough point that would continually get enlarged. Soon, all those level 5 planetary states and below were killed. Yangu and the Shenwu army glared at Luze and the girls. Luze smiled. "What's wrong?" Yangu sighed. "You guys are too strong. That was 3 against 300. Luze rolled his eyes. "The battle isn't over yet. Don't compliment me now." He saw that they received several injuries. Luze smiled. "I'll heal you guys first, and then, we'll go help the commanders. Monarch of the New Dawn, you can heal too." Just what didn't this Monarch of the New Dawn know? Ji Cheng said proudly, "My junior can do everything and is good at everything." Shatara nodded. She approved of Luze's healing abilities. Chapter 678 Elf Realm Prodigy Ranking. One heavily injured level 5 planetary station Wu army soldier nodded at Luze. "In that case, thank you, Monarch of the New Dawn." Luze shook his head. "Let us begin." Subsequently, a green light circulated around his body. These green lines connected with the injured, managing to cover even Yangu and Shatara. Upon recovering, they could join the level 6 planetary state battlefield. By then, it would be a huge help to level 6 planetary state battles. Not everyone was Luze. Luze had space transmission and could easily avoid the stalling of equal-powered people, but the aliens of the other 3 races couldn't do this. To them, a few extra level 5 planetary states, especially those like Yangu and Shatara, would be lethal. Luze easily healed the others. In a few short minutes, a few rather heavily injured level 5 planetary states were cured by Luze. They nodded at Luze and then went to help the level 6 planetary states. Luze healed all the injured in waves, and they all rejoined the battlefield. By now, Nangongjing and Kaiuyuhesha had recovered too and thus also joined the battlefield. Kaiuyuhesha's seduction god art could even affect level 6 planetary states for an instant. This single instance greatly influenced the level 6 planetary state battle. The level 6 planetary state beings of the 3 races were constantly injured and killed. Seeing this, the 3-star state aliens' expressions changed. For civilizations whose strongest power was the cosmic system state, level 6 planetary states were considered the middle power in the hierarchy. Watching the level 6 planetary states die, their hearts were bleeding. Each death meant the weakening of the race. As more beings died, the level 6 planetary states started to join level 7 planetary state battles, and those level 7 planetary state aliens started to have a difficult time. Seeing this, the 3-star states glanced at each other. Avit roared, "Retreat!" If they didn't retreat now, all their subordinates would die. The difference between planetary states and star states was too huge. They didn't need to worry about being besieged by planetary states. After him, Yin Xian ordered retreat too. Lala Nice's eyes flashed with fury. This time, the blade demons lost the most. They had two prodigies, who had cosmic system state potential, die here, but she couldn't get revenge. How could she be satisfied? However, when she saw another level 6 planetary state blade demon getting killed, she gritted her teeth and roared, "Blade demons! Retreat!" Hearing this, the aliens felt relieved. No one wanted to die meaninglessly. They defended against the attacks while retreating towards the space fortress. The space fortress started to use spirit force cannons to suppress the fire. At the same time, an extremely powerful barrier was formed. With the 3 star states also helping in the defense, they barely held up to the human side's attack. After retreating to the space fortress, they activated warp travel and disappeared. Seeing this, Cheng Feng and the rest of the humans breathed easy. Cheng Feng turned around to the vigilant Chenyu army soldiers and grinned. "We won." Hearing this, all the planetary states smiled. They won. This meant that they had quite a few days to explore that star state tomb. During this time, Lin Ling, Lu Li, and Alice proceeded to Luze's side. They had been fighting level 1 and level 2 planetary states on the side. After all, the rest were killed by Luze, they could only watch the show. Lu Li smiled. "Is it over?" Luze nodded. General Cheng Feng and the others said so. They probably truly left. This battle was easier than we imagined. To be honest, Luze wasn't even injured in this battle. Lin Ling rolled her eyes. "Judging from your tone, you are still not satisfied? Is it not good to have it easy?" She felt this foodie might have a BDSM fetish. Luze's mouth twitched. "I didn't say it wasn't good to have it easy." At this moment, Cheng Feng and the rest flew to Luze's side. They all glared at Luze, Nangang Jing, and Kaihuya Hesha. Their contribution in this battle was the greatest. Luze was embarrassed being stared at like that by everyone. Cheng Feng laughed and patted Luze's shoulder. "Not bad, not bad. You're about as strong as I am when I was young." Everyone looked at Cheng Feng in disbelief. How shameless did he have to be to say this? Carol was speechless. "Old Cheng, your ability to spout bullshit has improved." Luze's mouth twitched. They had always thought Cheng Feng was a serious person. But they knew that this depended on the other person as well. For an ordinary person, Cheng Feng wouldn't joke around like this. Zhuoqiu Sunzhuang smiled. "This time, the contribution of the 3 of you is very big, especially Luze." She looked at Luze with amazement. "I didn't expect you to get those 2 blade demons with cosmic system state seed killed. This is a massive gain." Carol nodded. "Although the star state tomb is very valuable, those 2 cosmic system state seeds aren't worth less. The loss this time will make the blade demons bleed." Everyone laughed. The blade demons were their most direct enemy. Cheng Feng grinned. "After this is over, Luze, you and your group can come to my army after graduation. How about it? The incentives are definitely good." Carol was immediately annoyed. "With their talent, it's definitely better for them to join my reinforcement army." "That's not too nice, old Cheng." Zhuoqiu Sunzhuang rolled her eyes. "Are you two still asleep? With their talent, their future stage would be the entire elf cosmic realm. What a joke! Nangang Jing was her daughter. If they really had to go, it would be her army. However, the waters were too shallow for them in the human race. RN. They shouldn't be guarding a small corner like the Milky Way galaxy." Cheng Feng said excitedly, "With Lu's talent, he should be able to get a place on the Elf Realm Prodigy ranking." Carol nodded. "Yes. He has a very high chance actually. Nangang and Kaihuya have a small chance too." Luze asked, "Elf Cosmic Realm Prodigy ranking?" He wasn't too familiar with this name. The others were also confused. Lin Ling, Lu Li, and Alice were annoyed. They wouldn't even be ranked. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang explained further, it's a ranking set up by the elf race. All those who were on there are the prodigies of the elf race and their subject races. She smiled. There is 1 year remaining until the East Region's social gathering. There should be people from the prodigy ranking going. You guys can go and see. Luze and the others' eyes lit up. Chapter 679 Broken Crystal Race Ship. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang and the others didn't stay on the topic of prodigy ranking for too long. This matter was out of their grasp at this moment. Cheng Feng said, "Okay, we don't have much time now. We need to hurry and check that Star State tomb." The 3 races had left, but, of course, they weren't going to give up just like that. Once their reinforcements arrive, they would definitely return. The human race called for backup, but they wouldn't go that hard and fight 3 races head-on. The best course of action was to take the things away before the reinforcements of the 3 races arrive. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang said, "I'll guard here. Cheng and Carol, lead some people in to check it out." Cheng Feng nodded. "We don't know the situation inside. Level 9 planetary state, follow me inside." Luze and the rest were dazed. They thought they would be able to enter this archaeological expedition, but instead, the 2 states were only bringing a few level 9 planetary states. However, this was normal. This was a star state tomb after all. If you were too weak, it was dangerous to go inside. Plus, people needed to guard outside because who knew if those 3 races would retaliate soon? As though noticing Luze's eyes, Zhuoqiu Sunhuang said, "Don't think about going. It's a high-level star state tomb. If something happens, they might not be able to protect you." Luze laughed drily. "On to Sunhuang, you think too much. I'm not the type to get myself killed." Lu Li and the others didn't believe this at all. He was the type of person who dared to fight level 1 planetary state void beasts when he was only an aperture opening state. He even dared to leave the human-controlled region. Not long after Cheng Feng and Carol went in, there was a rumbling sound from the distant dark grey planet. Subsequently, an extremely terrifying spirit force wave spread across all directions. Luze and the others looked at the planet. Then, Luze's eyes widened. The planet was covered in cracks that spread across the entirety of it. Rumble! The planet exploded. Huge rocks and dust flew everywhere. The terrifying force of the explosion brought a powerful spirit force wave sweeping across the space. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang raised a brow and formed a silver barrier, protecting everyone. When the shockwave was gone, that huge planet had disappeared. Only a broken crystal ship remained. The ship was glowing white. It was broken but still looked very luxurious. It floated in the air, emitting gentle energy in all directions. On the side of the ship, Cheng Feng and Carol were holding up a defense barrier. Inside were the level 9 planetary station Wu army soldiers. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang raised a brow. "I didn't expect the ship to have such a powerful defense mechanism." Luze's sweat trickled down. A huge planet disappeared like that. Luckily, he didn't go in before. However, the Shenwu army seemed very excited. Luze and the others were confused. Why were they this happy? Even Zhuoqiu Sunhuang smiled. The power of the defense mechanism was star state. This means that the ship can release star state attacks. This was much more advanced technology than what the human race had. The civilization level of this star state being shouldn't be low. Moreover, Luze thought of the pyramid-shaped spirit force cannon at Shenwu City. That was star state spirit force cannon. The human race didn't have such technology, but the ship could unleash such a powerful attack. No wonder everyone was so happy. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang smiled. "Let's go over and see." Everyone flew towards the ship. When they were near, Cheng Feng and Carol put down the defense barrier. The level 9 planetary state soldiers inside had pale faces. Clearly, they were injured during that ripple. Cheng Feng grinned. This is a huge urn. This should be a crystal race ship. Everyone was shocked, and they rejoiced even more. It's crystal race ship? We're so lucky this time. Crystal race? This is a massive gain. Ha ha ha. The blade demons would be spitting blood. Luze had heard of them before. In the first semester, they were learning the environment and races in the elf cosmic realm. This included a simple introduction to the crystal race. The crystal race's power was extremely strong. It could be ranked among the top 3. They had cosmic cloud state super bosses. Their cultivation and technology power far exceeded the human races. It was said that they had existed for a few 100 million years. Compared to them, the human race's 2000 galactic age was like an infant. However, that was only the simplest introduction in the course. Usually, there would be no contact between the two races as the difference was too great. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang frowned. Indeed, it's a crystal race ship, but why would it appear here? Cheng Feng shook his head. I don't know, but they're also in the east region. Perhaps an adventurer encountered danger. Half the ship was gone, and the remaining half was still 300 meters long. The entire ship was made of some unknown crystal. There were complex runes inscribed in the crystal. Carol and Cheng Feng flew towards the inside. That was probably the ship's last defense mechanism. It's very terrifying that it could unleash such an attack, despite being this broken. They easily went in through the crack. Moments later, Cheng Feng's voice sounded. There's no danger, come in. Everyone flew inside, including Luze and his group. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang followed them. Nangongjing asked, Mom, why are you following us? Zhuoqiu Sunhuang replied, Girl, I'm scared something would happen to you guys. It's a star state ship after all, who knows what dangers are lurking inside. Nangongjing was a little annoyed. They weren't kids after all. Luze felt this scene was very satisfying. For the first time, he found out that the alcoholic was scared of her mother. Seeing this, Nangongjing was more annoyed and glared at Luze. Luze stopped smiling and looked away. The internal space of the ship was vast. It was made of unknown crystals. Each room was completely empty and had nothing inside. Chapter 680 I don't know where I died to. Everyone checked and found with disappointment that the rooms had nothing in them. They spent a considerable amount of time driving away the other 3 races. If there was only this broken ship, wouldn't it be a loss? Ela 2 was. Soon, they arrived at the head of the ship. There was one last room there. Everyone walked in, and when they saw what was inside, their eyes became dazed. The room wasn't big. It was about 100 square meters. In the center, there were a few faint white crystal pillars. The pillars had intricate silver runes. Right now, the runes seemed very dim. Everyone was shocked that on the side of the pillar, there was a unique body. It was different from the human body. It was a half-transparent crystal humanoid body. The crystal was very dim. It looked like a lifeless rock, but it was still emitting weak pressure. Cheng Feng's eyes widened. A body of a being from the crystal race. Simultaneously, Carol saw there was a crystal storage ring on the body's hand. He spoke excitedly, storage ring. Everyone got thrilled. There should be treasures inside. At this moment, the pillar suddenly lit up with yellow light. Everyone tensed up, especially Zhuoqiu Sunhuang, Cheng Feng, and Carol. They immediately stood in front of Luze and the others. If any accidents occurred, they had to ensure Luze and the rest were fine. The pillar flashed for a few seconds before a white light formed a figure. It was a crystal person about 2 meters tall. The body was made of orderly crystals. There were no facial features on the head, but there were 2 deep blue lights. Luze looked at the holographic projection and the body. The two looked very similar. At this moment, the figure spoke. Hello, he spoke using the common universal language. By the time you enter here, I believe I'm already dead. Luze didn't know if he sensed wrong, but he seemed to hear some joy from this figure's tone. The others were confused too. I'll introduce myself. I'm Yilei of the Crystal Race. I'm 353 years old today, a level 9 star state, single, looking for a partner. Everyone. This guy didn't seem reliable at all. He was dead and still said he was single. The being continued, I died about 100 years ago. It's because I encountered a level 5 cosmic system state advanced insectoid. He sighed. I didn't expect my luck would be this bad as the top prodigy of the crystal race. The insectoid was not only a level 5 cosmic system state but also a prodigy. I used all means possible to run away, but my injuries were still too heavy to change anything. Everyone's expressions changed. Cheng Feng said in shock, a level 9 star state can escape from a level 5 cosmic system state prodigy insectoid. Carol's mouth twitched. He's indeed the top prodigy of a great race. As a star state themselves, they knew the difference between star states and cosmic system states the most. Even an ordinary cosmic system state was extremely terrifying, much less a prodigy insectoid. Yet, this Yilei still got away. Despite dying in the end, this was still extremely shocking. Even Luze was curious. Would he be able to do this when he was a level 9 star state? Right at this time, Yilei's projection rejoiced. But that's fine, so what if I die? Every time I reincarnate, I can become stronger. By then, I will enter the top 100 of the prodigy ranking. Everyone. Ji Cheng gulped some saliva. So he means that he can be revived after dying. Everyone fell silent. The human race had never thought about reviving the dead. Cheng Feng then said, this is probably the power of a few 100 million years of foundation. Carol and Zhuoqiu Sunhuang nodded. If the human race had such means, they would definitely prepare it for Luze and the others. Every race would do everything they could to prepare such means for its most talented members. However, the human race didn't have such means. Carol continued, by the looks of it, he couldn't even reach the top 100 of the prodigy ranking. This meant that the top 100 were only stronger. They were all a bunch of monsters. Yilei added, hee, I didn't leave anything good behind. Since you found my ship, then you can have it. Of course, I have a mission. I hope you can send my body back to me. There will be rewards. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang frowned. Why doesn't he come to take it himself? As though guessing what they thought, Yilei laughed. I'm at the border of the eastern region, right? I really came to a barren place. You guys must be confused why I've spoken so much with you and why I'm not getting my body by myself, right? My reincarnation means will cause me to lose the memory of the period prior to my death. So once revived, I won't know where I died to. His voice was a little awkward. Yilei soon hid his awkwardness and made his tone authoritative. Of course, if you're scared of me not honoring my word, you don't have to bring it here. However, if I find out that you are using my body to forge artifacts, I will annihilate your entire race. They never intended to do anything with the body. After all, it wasn't too nice to take his belongings and still forge artifacts with his body. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang said, we were planning to leave the body here, but now, it seems best to take both the ship and the body. Cheng Feng nodded. This Yilei might not be trustworthy. We won't send the body to him. We'll take the ship and the body back, then erase the evidence. They were concerned that Yilei was tricking them to bring back his belongings. Cheng Feng turned to the Shenwu warriors. We only found the tomb of an ordinary star state today. Yes. After making up their mind, they didn't stay here for long. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang took Yilei's storage ring and everyone left the ship. Then, Zuoki Usunshuang put the ship and body into her storage ring. Zuoki Usunshuang pointed at the storage ring. We'll hand this to old man Chen Yu. Cheng Feng and Carol nodded. Subsequently, they cleared all the evidence here before returning to their ships to leave. Chapter 681. She was clearly first. Although they found the tomb of a crystal race's prodigy, the exploration process was much smoother than imagined. This was mainly because the ship was already broken and didn't have many defensive capabilities. They didn't even use a few hours for the entire duration. When everyone got on their respective ships, they flew towards the controlled region. The reinforcements of the three races probably just left recently. They had no chance of stopping them. In Warp Dimension, New Dawn. Ying Ying never left the ship and was still watching cartoons on the couch now. If he let Ying Ying do something, she could have kept those 3 star states and all the aliens, but Luze didn't resort to this method. It was better for the human race to conceal itself and grow. When he was stronger and the human foundation was improved, that would be the time when the human race would unleash its power. If they just relied on Ying Ying, the human race would have no foundation. The previous battle was fine for Luze but still rather tiring for Nangongjing and the others. Ying Ying blinked her eyes and spoke with some worry. Are the sisters very tired? Kaiuyuhesha grabbed Ying Ying over and caressed her. Hehe, I won't be tired after I hug Ying Ying. Nangongjing exclaimed, Fox Demon, let me hug her too. Then, she jumped over and stroked Ying Ying from the other side. Ying Ying was squeezed in the middle by the two. Her face was rubbed on both sides. She was very regretful right now. She shouldn't have said those words. Lin Ling, Lu Li, and Alice all rushed over. I wanted to. Hehe, Ying Ying's face is so soft. I want to touch it too. Wait. Alice, you're touching the wrong place. Luze. Ying Ying's small body was already covered by them. Luze could only see her reach out her 2 hands from Alice's side, waving helplessly in the air. Luze's mouth twitched. These women were too terrifying. He felt deep sympathy for Ying Ying. At the same time, he also felt a little glad as he could never win a food war on the table with her. Despite this, Luze still decided to save Ying. Ying. He coughed. Okay, stop bullying Ying Ying. Let's have a look at the treasures we got from those 2 blades of dawn. The girls were stunned. They moved away curiously and sat down nicely. Ying Ying immediately jumped to Luze's side in terror. Her deep blue eyes still contained some dread and despair. These sisters were too terrifying. Luze rubbed her little head and rolled his eyes. Just look at how you've scared Ying Ying. Alice rubbed her head and laughed. Hehe, Ying Ying is too cute. I didn't notice. Then, she said to Ying Ying, sorry, Ying Ying, I'll cook good food for you in a moment. Ying Ying's eyes lit up. Really? Monday? Really? Alice nodded. Ying Ying was so cute. She wanted to hug her more but it didn't seem feasible for a while. Seeing the vigilance in Ying Ying's eyes, she was disappointed. Lu Li grinned. Sister will cook food for you too. Lin Ling smiled. Me too. Ying Ying nodded. In reality, Sister Li's and Ling's cooking was far inferior to Sister Alice's cooking. However, as a good child, she didn't say it aloud. They were all better than Luze. Nangongjing and Kaiuyuhesha felt awkward. What could they do? They didn't know how to cook. Nangongjing laughed drily. Then, I can treat you to alcohol. Luze and the others. Kaiuyuhesha looked at Nangongjing in contempt. What are you saying? Nangongjing scratched her head. I'm just joking. Look at you all. Luze changed the subject. Okay, let's see what treasures those 2 blade demons have. Everyone watched with excitement as Luze took out the 2 sets of armor and storage rings. Nangongjing took an armor and looked carefully before frowning. This armor's size is different from ours. It's probably custom made. Alice was dejected. It seems Lee and I can't use this. They didn't have armors yet and were the weakest. Luze rubbed Alice's head and consoled, we've made quite some contribution this time. It should be enough to buy you 2 martial god armor sets. We'll buy it as soon as we get back. Alice Senior rubbed her head. She didn't anticipate this. Her body stiffened, and her face turned red. Her mind became blank. Luze's actions made the others stunned too. Lu Li watched this with a smile on her face, but no joy in her eyes. She should have been first. The stupid Luze never touched her head like this. Why? She was angry. Lin Ling's eyes also revealed some annoyance. She was the one who had spent the longest time with Luze. Nangongjing looked at Luze and Alice. Her face was very complicated. She thought she could look away from it. She set her goal to be the guardian warrior goddess of the human race. But now, she realized she couldn't look away. She was the only person who indirectly kissed Luze twice, right? She was the closest to Luze. Kai Uyuhesha just smiled seductively at Luze. Luze was just comforting Alice, but he saw her face turn red, and the atmosphere didn't feel too right. He looked around. When he saw the gazes he received, his mouth twitched. Luze realized they might be jealous. Before, when Zuoki Sunshuang was here, Luze felt that they probably all had some feelings for him. If Luze could choose, he would take everything, of course. He didn't want to lie to himself nor them. If he had to give up everyone else and choose one, he couldn't make the decision. In that case, he needed to walk the first step of building his harem. He waved his hand to them. How about I pat you too? Everyone looked at Luze in a daze. What was he saying? Immediately, they were angrier. Nangongjing grinned and charged over, putting Luze in a headlock. Thereafter, Luze felt severe pain on his forehead. It was over. Lu Li and Lin Ling came over too. Alice was still blushing and didn't know what to do. Chapter 682 Heritage Crystal. Oh. I'm sorry. Stop. Pfft, you want to pat all of our heads. You think too much. Keep being naughty. Of course, they knew what Luze's words meant. Other than being angry, they also felt embarrassed. At the same time, their hearts were also beating faster. Just how big did this guy dream? How dare he have such thoughts? He needed a beating to wake him up. Luze was now doubting life. He thought they would blush and let him pat their heads. Yet, all he received was a swollen head. After a while, the girls stopped and went back to their seats, glaring at Luze. I just thought you guys wanted to be patted. Pfft. 4 sneers could be heard. The girls looked at Luze and felt he was itching for another beating. In that case, they had to satisfy him. Thus, Luze howled again. Alice poked her tongue and hugged Ying Ying while sitting in one corner. Senior, it's not that I don't want to help you, but saying such suicidal words was out of my hands. Ying Ying twisted around. Alice's arms weren't as soft as the other sisters. It didn't feel that comfortable at all. Simultaneously, she looked at Luze with pity. Previously, it was her. Now, it was Luze. They were the 2 greatest victims. Stop. I'm sorry. I just wanted to pat you. Hearing this, the girls returned to their seats. Luze rubbed his bigger swollen head and grinned. They didn't really use force, and with Luze's body, he wouldn't really get badly injured. He used the regeneration god art right away, and the swelling disappeared soon. At this juncture, Luze felt that it was best to act timidly, or they might beat him up again. As for the path to building a harem, he would take it slowly. After all, if possible, who would want to share love with others? Luze couldn't even do this himself. However, their relationship had pretty much reached its critical point. Everyone knew it well. They were all a bit scared. If they brought things to the surface, no one knew what would happen in the future. The more they cared, the more scared they became. However, someone had to make that step. He was the man, so he should be the one to do it. He coughed and spoke seriously, "All right, let's look at what else is inside the storage ring." Lu Li and the others felt that Luze was really shameless. He acted like nothing happened. However, this made them breathe easy. Their awkward feelings finally settled down, and they could feel at ease. Thereafter, they all pretended nothing happened before. Everyone sent their mental force into the storage ring. Then, their eyes bulged. Alice exclaimed, "There are so many treasures." There were all sorts of spirit fruits, medicines, and equipment. Many of these spirit fruits are planetary state. Where did this guy get all of these? Nangongjing said with disbelief. Those two blades of dawn were just mortal evolution states. Kai Uyahesha raised a brow. These resources are enough for an ordinary planetary state to reach a higher level in the planetary state. Lin Ling took out a long black sword. Are these their loots or their original weapon? She inserted spirit force into the sword, and a sharp chi surged out. Lu Li frowned. This weapon is probably a planetary state too. Luze said, although it can't compare with our number one planetary state weapon, Black Cleaver, it's not a bad weapon. They didn't really know any sword god arts or divine arts, so it was useless to them. Lin Kuang had one, but with his pride, he wouldn't take this sword. Kai Uyahesha smiled. We can recycle it then. She glanced at Alice. Alice's and Lu Li's martial god armor set is pretty much completed. They completely didn't expect the overwhelming number of treasures inside. It would definitely be worth more than 100,000 Shenyu merit points. Right at this moment, Luze asked, "What is this?" He took out a black crystal. Everyone could not help but look over. None of the girls had seen this before. At this time, Ying Ying said, "This is a heritage crystal." Heritage crystal. Everyone looked at Ying Ying with surprise. Luze questioned, "How do you know this?" Ying Ying answered, "After I sleep, things would appear in my head." Everyone realized that Ying Ying had her own heritage. Each time she went to sleep, she would be digesting her heritage. Lin Ling said, "Ying Ying, you hadn't slept for a long time." They had been at the void space for 5 months, but she hadn't even slept once. Ying Ying spoke with pride, "Because I learn fast. I'm the fastest in the entire history of the star spirit race." Everyone was shocked. This little girl meant that she was the most talented one in the entire history of the star spirit race? Then, she said, "But the orbs Luze gave me is beneficial." Just a little bit. Lin Ling said, "Although we knew before that Ze's orbs can speed up Ying Ying's awakening, we didn't expect it to be able to hasten Ying Ying's learning rate. This was very good for them. After all, they would be safer if Ying Ying was stronger." Ying Ying rubbed her little face. "But soon I might fall asleep again." She started getting a sense of timing for her heritage as she digested more. Luze rubbed her little head. "I'll feed you orbs then." Ying Ying immediately started drooling. Seeing this, everyone laughed. Lu Li looked curiously at Ying Ying. "Ying Ying, what is a heritage crystal?" "Knowledge." It can be anything, god art, divine art, technology, and even spirit chef knowledge. The knowledge can be directly transferred to your mind. Everyone stared at the crystal in shock. This was like his god art orb and divine art runes. Nangongjing asked, "There might be divine art inside?" The human race's divine arts are recorded by words. For instance, 2.1 billion words for the star crippling punch. Ying Ying nodded. She looked at the crystal and said, "There's a divine art inside, a very low-grade one." It really is divine art. Everyone was excited. This was probably the biggest loot this time. After all, the human race had very few divine arts, and the quality was even low. Chapter 683 Low-Grade Divine Art. Luze and the others looked at the dark crystal with some excitement. Then, Luze asked curiously, Ying Ying, how do I use this? Ying Ying answered, just touch it with your mental force. Luze smiled. I'll try that. Nangongjing and the rest nodded. They were curious about what this divine art was as well. Luze used his mental force and entered the crystal. At this moment, information about the divine art started to appear in his mind. Compared to a divine art that was recorded with text, this information contained some knowledge that was inexplicable. Soon, these pieces of information flowed into Luze's mind. He could feel his head swell. The immense flow of information gave him some pressure. Of course, this type of pain was nothing to Luze. He felt that the information was different from the information flow from the divine art rune. Soon, Luze found that there was much more convoluted information compared to the divine art runes. They were far from as concise as the divine art rune. A few minutes later, Luze finished digesting the information in the crystal and opened his eyes. Nangongjing asked curiously, how is it? Luze grinned. After I used my mental force, this stream of knowledge was transmitted to my brain. It's much easier to learn than words. However, it still couldn't compare to the divine art runes of the pocket hunting dimension, which were comparably easier to comprehend. Luze looked at the crystal and had a bold idea. Lin Ling asked, what divine art is it? Can we learn it? Luze's combat power was so much stronger than hers. It was partially due to his divine art being too strong. It would take too much time for Luze to teach them, as there were too many things involved when it came to divine art. Now, there was this heritage crystal. This was very good for them. Luze organized the information he had received in his head and said, this is a divine art about the demon race's demon body. It's called demonic transformation. It is amplifying your power in a short time using the demonic body. Its level is about the same as my lightning cloud divine art. Luze's head was full of question marks. Didn't Ying Ying say this was a very low-grade divine art? So the lightning cloud divine art he took so much pride in was actually a low-leveled one? For some reason, he wanted to cry. Nangongjing and the group were dazed. Lu Li was in disbelief. Similar to your lightning cloud divine art. They all knew how strong it was. At the very least, the star crippling punch was far from it. The Shenwu Treasure Depot might have divine art that was on par with the lightning cloud divine art, but they couldn't afford the strongest divine art in there at all. Yet, the strongest divine art in the human race was only considered a low-grade divine art in Ying Ying's eyes. Everyone looked at Ying Ying. Ying Ying looked up innocently. What's wrong, sisters? Kaihuya Hesha rubbed Ying Ying's head. Ying Ying was probably still traumatized from being surrounded by them before, and her body trembled. After seeing that Kaihuya didn't do anything else, she then relaxed. Nangongjing sighed. The human race is still too weak indeed. Luze soon recovered. Based on what he had gotten in the pocket hunting dimension, the lightning cloud divine art, golden needle divine art, and earth shield divine art were also of the same level. They were all divine arts of the mortal evolution state overlords. If Luze entered the next map, there should be planetary state overlords, right? Then, those divine arts would definitely be stronger than these ones. The pocket hunting dimension didn't just have planetary states. Those super bosses were at least cosmic system states. If he beat those bosses, then he would have divine arts that were at least cosmic system state, wouldn't he? That level shouldn't be low, right? Who knew if there were stronger bosses after that? This wasn't only the case for divine arts but also god arts. At this point, Luze realized that his pocket hunting dimension was really strong. The orbs were useful, even for Ying Ying who was a cosmic realm state. His divine art and god art would always be stronger than his cultivation level. Luze smiled. The human race might still be weak now, but as long as we are here, it will definitely become stronger. Nangongjing and the others were stunned. They felt Luze seemed very handsome at this moment. Of course, they would never say this aloud. Kai Uyuhesha's eyes flashed with gentleness, and then, she leaned on Luze's shoulder. I'm already your sugar baby anyways. You decide. Kai Uyuhesha smiled as she slid her fingers across Luze's face. Hearing this, Luze's mouth twitched. He would never believe her words again. Previously, he merely wanted to pat their heads, but in the end, he got beaten up. Nangongjing frowned. But this divine art is used in conjunction with a demonic body. We don't have a demonic body. We can't use it. Hearing this, everyone was disappointed. Luze shook his head. Then, we'll recycle it at the Shinwu army. It should be worth a lot. Thereafter, they kept looking through the storage ring. There were high-tech items, but they didn't dare to use them. Luze said, we can leave these planetary state spirit fruits for teacher Nangong and Kai Uyu. The spirit items that can be used for spirit cooking, we'll also keep them. As for the rest, we should recycle them, shouldn't we? Everyone was fine with this decision. After this, the group looked at the other storage ring. There were also many resources and high-tech items, but there was no heritage crystal. Nangongjing frowned. Why is there only one heritage crystal? Lin Ling remarked, the two prodigies Ze killed was Gugu Yate, who had space field god art, and Momo Erdi, who had prediction god art. There should be very few divine arts for those two god arts. Kai Uyuhesha nodded. Lin Ling is right. Luze grinned. Our loot this time is already bountiful. We can buy quite a lot when we get back. Everyone couldn't resist smiling. By the way, didn't we come out for those two pirates' treasures? With what they had now, not even tens of those pirates' treasures could compare, right? Luze asked. Are we still going to look for it? No matter how small the meat was, it was still meat after all. Nangongjing scratched her head. My mom probably wouldn't let us go again, would she? Most likely, they were on the wanted list of the other three races. If they went out, there would be a huge bunch of bosses chasing them. Thinking about this, everyone fell silent. Luze then said, never mind, let's return first. No one objected. Chapter 684 What feud is this? After dealing with the treasures of the two blade demons, Luze and his team loosened themselves up. Several people leaned on the sofa without any desire to move. After a moment of complete silence, Luze turned his head and looked at Alice. He then said, Alice, I'm hungry. Ying Ying also looked up at Alice. Alice smiled and got up. Then, I'll go cook for your senior. Alice is the best. She was indeed an angel. Everyone looked over immediately. Lu Li and Lin Ling also got up and went into the kitchen. Luze, Nangongjing, and Kai Uyuhesha squirmed next to Ying Ying and watched cartoons with her. An hour later, the dinner was ready. Thereafter, everyone went into their rooms. Luze looked at this mental force dimension. He had used up the red and purple orbs from the two golden echidnas. At the same time, the speed at which he learned the earth shield slowed down. Originally, he would need a month to achieve perfection for such divine arts, but now, that would be multiplied. His cultivation level had reached level 8 mortal evolution state for more than 20 days. Currently, it would take another 20 or so to reach level 9 mortal evolution state. He only had a month until he returned. This speed was a bit sluggish. After all, Luze's target was to reach the planetary state during his first year at the university. As of this moment, it seemed as though the pressure was immense. He had to see if there were overlords he could hunt then. No. In the pocket hunting dimension, his combat power would be level 3 planetary state, nearing level 4 planetary state. His earth shield had reached experienced mastery, so his defenses should be able to reach level 4 planetary state. Luze closed his eyes and entered the pocket hunting dimension. It was still the familiar barren lands. Luze took a deep breath. This felt like he was going home. The beasts here were great. They cultivated with him and gave him treasures. Shurs. Roar. A heavy growl sounded behind Luze, and a scorching temperature shot at him. Luze dashed a few hundred meters to the side and left an afterimage. A huge fireball penetrated Luze's afterimage and turned into a red beam that disappeared into the horizon. Luze looked in the direction of the fireball. There were 5 huge, red-armored wolves. The leading one was a level 8 mortal evolution state, and there were still strands of flame seeping out of his mouth. Luze smiled vibrantly. An opportunity to harvest for him as soon as he arrived. Great! His figure disappeared from the spot. He appeared before the leading wolf and pressed on the wolf's head. Golden light flashed in his hand as he pressed down hard. Rumble! The red wolf knelt down as its head was deeply rooted into the ground. The ground was torn apart by this violent power as web-like cracks spread in all directions. The wolf's ligaments convulsed, and its life force instantly ceased. The other 4 red wolves were ranged from level 4 mortal evolution state to level 6 mortal evolution state. They couldn't even react in time upon seeing their boss was so easily killed. During this time, Luze looked up at them. His body flashed, and in a short instant, 4 heavy thuds could be heard. The earth was shaking as the cracks expanded. The remaining 4 wolves' heads were also buried into the ground, and they died on the spot. This happened so fast that the first wolf didn't even have time to turn to dust yet. Luze looked up into the sky with some morose expression. Too weak, these guys are too weak. They're not a challenge at all. A few months ago, level 7 mortal evolution state beasts chased him everywhere, but now, he casually sent them off. These guys couldn't keep up with his progress. Invincibility was so lonely. Moments later, the 5 red wolves turned to dust, leaving behind a ground full of orbs. Luze picked them up and disappeared from the spot. With Luze's speed, it wasn't hard to run through the entire third map now. He had even been to the border of the map and saw the familiar green grass plain. That was the scene on the second map. Seeing the 2 lightning horses playing happily on the grassland, Luze felt joyful. Accordingly, he sent out 2 lightning spears as a gift to them. Luze also went to the border of the 4th map. It was on the other side of the forest. Luze saw endless mountain ranges. He couldn't even tell how tall they were. The clouds were only at the waist of the mountain. The valleys and ravines were filled with forests. The trees were also much taller than the ones on the third map. They were at least a few kilometers tall. Luze didn't know what beasts were there, but he saw a grey-furred mammoth. It was about 500 meters tall. It was passing by a ravine, and the shocking chi it emitted made Luze freeze. It was so strong. Even the fox demon and alcoholic were a far cry from it. Luckily, he didn't need to go to the 4th map yet. When he killed all the overlords on the 3rd map, his cultivation level would pretty much be at the planetary state. 3 days later, Luze got a lot of level 9 mortal evolution state god art orbs and ordinary orbs. He got even more orbs below level 9 mortal evolution state. At this state, he could pretty much do what he wanted on this map. Luze was picking up some orbs. Just when he was planning to leave, he felt some kind of immense pressure crushing him. Roar! A huge red dragon appeared. It was burning with terrifying flames. The nearby grass and trees burned. The barren lands were being roasted. This was a boss. A red beam of flame shot out of its mouth. It felt like the flames could melt anything. Luze used earth shield and golden armor without hesitation. The red flames instantly vaporized the earth shield. Eventually, Luze finally tore open the space restriction and disappeared from the spot. A few thousand kilometers away, Luze was already charred. His armor long melted earlier on. So strong. This guy's combat power was at the top of level 4 planetary states. It was on par with the black and white snakes. He used space transmission once more. Roar! Before he entered warp dimension, the terrifying pillar of flames shot at him again in the form of a flame dragon. Space was crumbling around it. Luze disappeared and reappeared more than 10,000 kilometers away. He had no time to rest. After running hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, he quickly used Chi stealth god art to hide his Chi and run in other directions. The fire dragon roared in the distance. Luckily, his defenses were strong, or he would have turned to dust immediately. Luze kept running while recovering his power. He used regeneration god art to recover his carbonized body. Simultaneously, he relied on his flame god art to clear the searing fire on his body. More than 10 hours later, Luze finally returned to his peak condition. Another day later, Luze looked at a distant plain. There were fat possums eating the grass there. There was a forest in the middle of the plains. Luze's eyes lit up. He had praise to hunt now. Chapter 685 Overlord with Dual Divine Art. The current area before Luze was the base of the fat possums. Luze had come here a few times before, but at the time, he wasn't strong enough, so he didn't even enter that forest. Now, it was different. Luze's current strength would allow him to escape even in the face of the highest level overlords. Naturally, he wasn't worried about the fat possums at all. He wondered whether the fat possums had overlords. Not every race had an overlord. Regardless, Luze was going to enter the area and check it out. He proceeded to conceal his Chi as he went inside. Luze entered the small forest. The canopy was thick, and it blocked out most of the sunlight. The place appeared to be dark. There were numerous possums both on trees and the ground. There were pine cone-like fruits on the trees. Luze picked one and found out he couldn't eat it. It was different from the golden fruits. The huge tree trunks had holes dug in them. There would be possums flying out from time to time. Their cultivation levels varied. There were ones from level 1 mortal evolution state to level 7, and as he reached the deeper portion of the forest, the possums became much stronger. There was even one nearing level 8 mortal evolution state. Luze was surprised upon seeing a level 8 mortal evolution state happily eating a huge pine cone. Did this mean the overlord of the range rabbits is only a level 8 mortal evolution state? Observing the entire surroundings, there were quite a few level 8 mortal evolution state possums around. Clearly, they weren't the overlords. As Luze went deeper, he soon reached the center of the forest. There was an empty space, which had a 3-kilometer radius, in the center of the forest. In the middle, an enormous tree was present. This tree was over 1 kilometer tall and had a diameter of over 200 meters. It was like a huge tree that covered this empty space. There were purple lightning runes on the branches, which the other trees didn't have. There was a huge hole in the tree that was 100 meters in diameter. In addition, there were subtle purple and red lights flickering in the tree hole. Powerful chi surged out of the hole. Seeing this, Luze's eyes flashed with joy. Clearly, the possum living here wouldn't be ordinary. It was definitely an overlord level. Thinking about this, Luze unleashed all his chi. Violent power spread in all directions, which then formed an airwave that swept across the forest. The chi in the hole erupted. Q. A purple-yellow figure flew out of the hole and appeared in the air. Luze saw that it was a massive possum. It was 100 meters long and had yellow fur. There were purple lightning runes around it. Its appearance was a bit dashing. The possum's dark eyes flashed with lightning. It was furious as it was challenged in its base. Luze was surprised. This guy was a level 9 mortal evolution state with a cultivation level nearing the planetary state. It was much stronger than the rabbit overlord. But a level 9 mortal evolution state overlord pretty much posed no threat to Luze. Rumble. The possum sensed Luze's powerful chi and became serious. It disappeared from the spot. Luze's eyes widened when he sensed the possum's speed. Oh shit! It was this fast. Its speed reached level 3 planetary state. To be honest, speed was his weaker aspect. His wind god art wasn't sufficiently strong, and his corresponding divine art was only the blue bird 1 divine art. Previously, Luze used space transmission to fight, but after encountering that fire dragon, he realized those bosses could disrupt space. It was too dangerous for him to move in chaotic space now. As his cultivation level grew stronger, his space transmission could only be used for travel if it didn't improve. This possum seemed to have a speed god art, right? This was good news for him. The possum soon appeared before Luze. The huge claws contained earth and lightning god art. The terrifying spirit claw caused the air to distort everywhere it passed. In turn, an earth shield formed before Luze. Rumble. There was a deafening sound. The earth shield crumbled, and the spirit claw disappeared. Although it had dual god art and could even fuse them together, it didn't have an attack-type divine art. It wasn't too strong after all. If it did, its offense power might be on par with that level 1 planetary state fire dragon. If that was the case, Luze would have to start running. Rumble. Lightning clouds formed above Luze's head. Tens of purple-red lightning struck towards the possum. Consequently, earth shields were formed before the possum. The blood lightning broke through a few earth shields and also fell apart. Luze was shocked. 2 divine arts. This guy didn't have a dual god art divine art but one earth divine art and another lightning divine art. These divine arts made its speed and defense terrifying. The possum looked up at the lightning cloud thereafter. Earth spears shot up into the sky. Purple lightning circulated the spears. The two fused and their chi multiplied instantly, penetrating the lightning cloud and dispersing it. At the same time, Luze formed blood lightning spears while his golden fist force surged out. He used space transmission and disappeared from the spot, appearing instantly before the possum. The tens of lightning spears shot at the possum. The possum growled furiously and formed earth shields again. The lightning spear struck the earth shields, and the earth shields shattered. At this moment, Luze launched 2 golden fist force towards the possum. Purple lightning flashed around it, and it disappeared from the spot. The fist force only penetrated its afterimage and struck the ground instead. Rumble. 2 huge cracks expanded in all directions. Before Luze could take back his fist, spirit force gathered behind him. Luze disappeared from the spot, and a purple-yellow beam penetrated the place where he stood. The broken ground exploded once again. The forest wobbled, but the tree in the center seemed to be protected by some unseen force. Q. 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 As the forest was destroyed, large possums shot into the air and attacked Luze. Luze could completely ignore them. The difference was too huge. He reappeared next to the possum overlord. Rumble. The star crippling punch broke the earth shield, and the lightning spears kept assaulting the possum. However, the possum overlord was too fast. It disappeared before the lightning spear could even get close. Luze followed and used space transmission. In a few minutes, the surrounding few thousand kilometers of the forest was riddled with craters. All the other trees had turned to ashes except for the tree at the center. The possums nearby were also affected. Large amounts of orbs appeared on the ground. The surviving possums ran far away due to the fear of experiencing the same fate. Chapter 686 Can't feel any warmth anymore. Rumble. 10 minutes later, another collision could be heard. The possum's earth shield cracked. This time, it didn't have time to dodge. As such, Luze's punch landed on its side heavily. Thud. The golden fist force flashed. Immense power brought the possum's huge body flying out, thrusting its body into the damaged grounds. Goo goo. The possum recovered its stance and flew up again. A huge wound appeared on its side. Consequently, its blood dripped from above the air, and its fur was shedding. Evidently, its chi was no longer in its prime state. Luze had a spirit body and recovered extremely fast. He could still maintain a rather good state even in the middle of such an intense battle. In contrast, the possum overlord was different. It had exhausted large amounts of power. The possum stared at Luze with some intention to retreat. This was his home, but if he couldn't win, he had to flee. The possum didn't charge up like before. Instead, it flew off. Luze grinned. He instantly appeared before the possum. Without the space restrictions and distortions, his space transmission could easily catch up to the possum. Moreover, the possum was far slower than before. Tens of lightning spear formed around Luze. Die! Rumble! The lightning spears shot at the possum overlord, creating overwhelming chi waves. Subsequently, the possum overlord sensed Luze's killing intent and roared furiously. At the same time, it formed the earth shield again and tried to run in a different direction with the lightning divine art. At this moment, Luze appeared on the side of the possum. He directed his golden star crippling fist force towards the wound. Goo-goo-goo. The fist force penetrated the possum's body. Blood poured out and covered the skies. The possum was sent flying, and its chi further weakened a lot. Luze didn't stop there. He chased after the possum and punched heavily again. The possum's body wasn't strong. With the third punch, the possum was pierced through, and its life force perished. The body was flung a few kilometers away and shot into the ground. Luze used space transmission again to approach the body and watch it turn to dust. He then grinned. This was easier than he imagined. Their powers were quite similar. Luze's defense and attack were stronger, but the possum's speed was stronger. That's why the battle lasted more than 10 minutes. Nevertheless, Luze had more stamina. 10 minutes was nothing to him, but it was lethal to the possum. In the end, Luze was only slightly injured, and he quickly recovered using the regeneration god art. The possum posed no threat to him in the end. He also realized that against those with similar power levels, he wasn't afraid of anyone since he could last for an extremely long time. Thereafter, the body turned to dust, leaving behind orbs. There were 15 overlord red and purple orbs, one strand of white energy that was thicker than the ones the golden echidnas gave him, a lightning god art orb, an earth god art orb, an earth shield divine art, and a lightning divine art rune. Luze quickly picked them all up. This was a bountiful harvest. The orbs were also bigger than the previous ones. Now, he didn't have to worry about his cultivation resources. He even had hopes of breaking through to the level 9 mortal evolution state. During this time, Luze frowned. He realized he had 3 new divine arts now, and he used 3 level 8 mortal evolution state overlord purple orbs, but he couldn't learn the first divine art to perfection mastery. If this continued, he wouldn't have enough overlord purple orbs. Luze shook his head. There was nothing he could do about this. The Earth Shield was considered the strongest grade of divine art in the Federation. Yet, he only took 2 months to reach experienced mastery. This was beyond shocking already. Even young Duke-level prodigies would need decades or even a few hundred years to reach experienced mastery for this. His speed could be ranked even in the elf cosmic realm. Luze felt great. He was indeed a prodigy. He put away his treasure and flew into the sky. The forest had been wiped, and only the huge tree in the center remained. The possums living here had fled. This place would soon recover, and those beasts he killed would be revived, except the overlords. Luze flew towards that big tree. There should be treasures there. Soon, he arrived inside the tree hole. It was very spacious inside. There was a pine cone floating at the top. The pine cones outside were brown and larger than Luze, but the pine cone here was the size of Luze's fist. It was purple and crystal-like. It seemed more like a work of art. Luze flew up and grabbed the purple pine cone. He then felt his hands go numb. It was electrifying. Subsequently, he enclosed the pine with his mental force and put it in his mental dimension. It was a treasure. Luze looked around in the tree hole. He flew out after not finding anything else there. He earned so much this time that it didn't matter if he died, but if he could still extend his stay, he would rather not die. Luze flew out in a random direction. 5 minutes later, Luze saw some stone-armored boars and wanted to go and hunt them. Suddenly, a white beam swiped past and froze everything in its path. Luze's consciousness was instantly wiped away. Later on, he slowly opened his eyes and shivered. The soul-freezing coldness made him shiver non-stop. He quickly wrapped himself up in his blanket. Chapter 687. The more and more worried Nangongjing. After resting for a moment, the coldness in Luze's soul slowly receded. He then panted and threw the blanket on the side. He thought he was going to freeze to death. He couldn't even use fire god art on himself to warm his body up. Luze closed his eyes and went into the mental force dimension. He surveyed the loot from the possum overlord and decided on the crystal pine cone. He didn't know what it did, but since it was flickering with lightning, it was probably related to the lightning god art. Luze took it out. He gulped some saliva and wondered whether it was tasty. Right after, he attempted to bite it. The pine cone was very crisp. It melted in his mouth and turned into a gust of energy. At the same time, lightning explosions sounded in his mind. He found that he could sense the arcanum of lightning god art in the universe. His lightning god art started to grow stronger under its influence. This. Luze's eyes widened. He quickly ate the entire pine cone. Before he could have enough time to enjoy the taste, he quickly used an overlord purple orb. Immediately, Luze's mind cleared up. The lightning god art arcanum, which he could subtly sense, became comprehensible too. Simultaneously, he drew in that lightning divine art rune. It was like the heritage crystal but was much more effective. This lightning divine art rune was of the same caliber as the earth shield and golden needle divine art. Before, he used a few days to learn the earth shield and golden needle with the level 8 mortal evolution state overlord purple orb. But now, after using the purple pine cone, the secrets of the divine art became very discernible. Luze constantly devoured the knowledge from the rune. 2 hours later, he reached beginner mastery. 6 hours later, he reached familiar mastery. 20 hours later, he reached experienced mastery. Despite this, the effects of the pine cone still hadn't disappeared. Luze was still immersed in the secrets of the lightning divine art. In the living room, Nangongjing and the others were sitting on the couch while looking at Luze's door. Li remarked, "That guy is immersed in solitary cultivation again. He didn't leave his room the entire day." Nangongjing commented, "Hey, this guy is probably progressing again. Who can stand up to this speed? I feel like I won't be able to suppress him for long." She was sipping wine leisurely, but she was actually distraught inside. Lin Ling asked, "Do I have no hopes of surpassing this guy?" Li questioned as well, "Who gave you the confidence of thinking you can surpass Luze?" Sister Lin Ling was probably still dreaming. Lin Ling smiled. "People need a dream." Kai Oyuhesha looked at Lin Ling and Li. Her eyes seemed like she wanted to start trouble. "By the way, you guys all know what little brother Luze meant before, right? What do you think?" Everyone stopped breathing. The atmosphere tensed up. Alice looked around and squirmed into a ball. She started the situation before. She didn't want the others to gang up on her. Lu Li bit her lips. She was clearly the first, but now, she had to compete with 4 other girls. Luze, that bastard, dares to covet them all. She would tell her parents when she got back. Nangongjing almost spat her wine out. Lin Ling didn't know what she was feeling. Angry? Feeling bad? Annoyed? All of it. Kai Huyuhesha narrowed her eyes and said nothing. Ying Ying sensed this change in atmosphere and looked around. She was confused, but she went back to watching her screen. She didn't know what was going on. She didn't dare to ask either. 3 days later, Luze slowly opened his eyes. Blood lightning crackled around him. Soon, the lightning receded, and his eyes flashed with excitement. The lightning divine art was at perfection mastery. It was just 1 crystal pine cone, and with only 4 days, his lightning divine art reached perfection mastery from beginner mastery. Now, his speed should be able to reach level 4 planetary state. During the battle, the lightning divine art would be more effective if space was restricted. This joy came so quickly that Luze ended up dazed. Now, his weakest aspect, speed, became his strongest one. Luze toned down his excitement. He was a prodigy. How could he be so agitated? Luze coughed and suppressed his joy. He got off the bed and stretched out. He had sat for 5 days. Luze felt his body was stiff. Unlike other mortal evolution states, Luze rarely went into solitary cultivation. It was very normal for mortal evolution states to go into solitary cultivation for a few months, but Luze had only spent 1 month in solitary cultivation at the Dao Enlightenment Room. Luze subsequently came out of his room. He hadn't eaten for a few days. He needed to get Alice to cook some good food. As soon as he came out of the room, he was stared at by everyone on the couch. Luze asked in confusion, "What happened?" Nangongjing got up and dragged Luze towards the virtual reality room. "You spent 5 days in solitary cultivation. Let me see what progress you've made." Everyone looked at Luze with anticipation. This guy was Luze after all. They knew Luze too well. This guy had gone into solitary cultivation for this long. He definitely must have made some decent improvement. Seeing how desperate Nangongjing was, Luze stopped her and rolled his eyes. "I haven't eaten for 5 days. You want to spar with me as soon as I come out?" Everyone laughed drily. Nangongjing said with embarrassment, "I was too curious just then. I forgot you haven't eaten yet." Then, she suddenly paused. She felt something wasn't right. The other people looked among each other. They felt they forgot something. Kai Huyuhesha smiled. "We're all above mortal evolution state. Even if we don't eat anything, it's fine." Lin Ling was speechless. "So it's fine if we don't eat every day?" Lu Li's mouth twitched. "It's all Luze's fault for cultivating this habit in everyone." Luze rebutted, "Is Alice's food not good? Aren't you guys very happy every time you're eating?" Alice felt great. The senior was complimenting her again. She poked out her tongue. "Senior, I'll go cook for you." Then, she rushed towards the kitchen. Lu Li and Lin Ling looked at Luze and then at the kitchen. Eventually, they followed after Alice. Chapter 688. After I surpass you, you understand what happens, right? Luze wasn't very happy with the breakfast before him. Nangongjing and the rest rushed him to eat faster. They even wanted to spoon-feed him. He finished the last dumpling and put down his chopsticks speechlessly. Were they still proper foodies? Luze felt he hadn't given them enough influence. He needed to work harder. Nangongjing immediately dragged him towards the virtual reality pod. "Hurry up and spar with me. Let's see how much stronger you have gotten." She felt she needed to give herself some mental preparation. Luze's mouth twitched, but he didn't object. His speed had improved quite a bit. He wanted to test it out too. By the way, he just realized he hadn't given this lightning divine art a cool name yet. He frowned and contemplated. It was a lightning divine art and a speed type. He would call it lightning travel. Lightning travel divine art. Luze was happy with this name. It was simple yet elegant. Thereafter, everyone went into the virtual reality pod. They were all curious about Luze's progress. Within the 100-kilometer radius of the stage composed of a vast stone, everyone had switched into loose martial arts robes. Luze was wearing black while the girls were wearing white. Nangongjing and Luze were standing, facing each other. They would cultivate every morning before. His power didn't match Nangongjing's yet, but if he tried his best, he would get the most out of it. Of course, Luze didn't want to lose, but his current power didn't allow it. Start? Luze smiled. Nangongjing's eyes narrowed. Her body flashed with golden light. The ground already started to crack as Nangongjing disappeared from the spot. This type of movement technique divine art was good for bursts of speed but not much for long distances. Screech. Rumble. Luze grinned, and his eyes flashed with purple runes. Lightning travel divine art. Bzzz. Blood lightning swam around Luze across all directions. Luze's body turned into a bolt of blood lightning and dodged Nangongjing's fist. Then, he appeared on her side. Blood lightning gathered, forming tens of lightning spears, while he let out a punch. The star-crippling punch was being prepared too. As for the lightning cloud, it was useless against Nangongjing. She could destroy it before it formed, and he would have wasted spirit force. A heavy explosion sounded in the sky. Space was distorted. The spirit force spread in every direction possible until it was blocked by an invisible wall at the border of the stage. Nangongjing was scared by Luze's speed. During the previous fights, Luze used space transmission to barely dodge her attacks. Then, as her cultivation level improved, she could use her god arts to suppress space. Luze was chased around every fight. But now, Luze used this speed divine art. This was a divine art he had never used before. She wasn't shocked about him gaining a new one, but she was shocked about how fast this divine art was. Speed wasn't her specialty, but hers had reached a medium level in the level 4 planetary state. Yet, this guy still managed to maneuver through her attacks. Although there was a bit of reluctance on her part, this speed was definitely on par with the primary stage of level 4 planetary state. He was a level 8 mortal evolution state, and yet, his speed reached this level. Just up to what degree did he learn this divine art? There was no way this guy used 5 days to learn a clearly high-level divine art to perfection, right? Even this guy couldn't be that absurd. This speed was almost catching up to her. How far were his other aspects from her? She was going to be over soon at this rate. She had enjoyed the past, and now, karma was coming quick. Nangongjing was scared by Luze's speed. Only when the lightning spear came near did she wake up. She raised her brow and went all out with her power. Rumble. The golden light burst again. Nangongjing broke free from the attack of the lightning spears and flew to the side. As soon as she did, Luze did the same. His golden fist force created a tidal wave that struck towards Nangongjing's chest. Seeing Luze keep up with her rhythm, Nangongjing became more worried. However, she also greeted Luze's fist with the star-crippling punch. Nangongjing was a level 2 planetary state, and her body god art was extremely strong. Luze gave her first body god art and golden body god art. Her body god art was even stronger than Luze's. This punch's power approached level 5 planetary state. Luze was instantly flung away, and his right hand was fractured a bit. When he landed, there was severe pain coming from his right hand. Nangongjing looked worriedly at Luze's hand. "Are you okay? I took back quite some power." This was a virtual reality, but she was still worried. Luze looked strangely at her. When they just met, she would never ask about this. He waved his noodle-like right hand. Does this look fine? Before she could say anything, his right hand flashed with grey light, and the hand started to recover. Seeing this, Nangongjing was furious. This bastard dared to play with her? Meanwhile, those who were off the stage realized that Luze became stronger indeed. Alice said with admiration, "Senior is so fast." Kyoyuhesha narrowed her eyes. Little brother Luze would be able to catch up to us soon. His speed was very fast, and his defenses weren't weak. He just needed to improve his attack, and then, he would really be able to challenge them. When his hand completely recovered, Luze saw that Nangongjing maintained her position. He was touched. Since when was she this gentle and caring? He grinned. How is it? Nangongjing said, "It's okay." Luze prodded further, "Are you worried? Remember how great you felt beating me up every day. When I surpass you, you understand what's going to happen, right?" His long-time wish was about to be fulfilled. Nangongjing's heart skipped. This bastard was vengeful. She suddenly smiled. "Well, you haven't reached it yet." Then, she charged up again. "Hey! What are you doing? We fought already." "Wait!" Luze howled in pain. Moments later, Nangongjing walked off the stage with a satisfied expression while Luze rubbed the bumps on his head. Chapter 689 Level 9 Mortal Evolution State. In the endless cosmos, a space fortress floated. Inside a spacious meeting room, the high levels of the three races, including Lala Nisai, Yingxian, and Avit, were gathered. All the blade demons had a bad expression on their faces. They looked at the dark metal demons and black smoke race with strong dissatisfaction. Lala Nisai's face was cold. "Why didn't you think of a way to kill Luze first before retreating? If he matures, it won't benefit any of our races." Yingxian replied, "The loss would be too great. 3 of our level 6 planetary states died, and more of those who were below that state did too. Who would compensate for such a huge loss? If the stalemate continued, the losses would increase further." The dark metal demon of it, who was a star state, also reasoned, "Luze has space transmission god art, and Cheng Feng and the rest are watching, so how do we kill him?" The dark metal demons also lost 2 level 6 planetary states. "We can't afford it." Lala Nisai's face looked worse. Who didn't suffer losses? They lost 5 level 6 planetary states and 1 level 7 planetary state almost died. Most importantly, they lost Guguyate and Momo Erdi, 2 seeds who had cosmic system state potential. This loss made their hearts ache. Pfft, short-sightedness. If Luze matures and reaches the cosmic cloud state, will it be good for your 2 races? Lala Nisai sneered. Yingxian smiled. Luze's talent is indeed shocking, but if he were to become a cosmic cloud state, the human race wouldn't have enough resources to support him. If he goes out to search for resources, there are endless dangers in the universe. Who would know about the future? Even if he could really become a cosmic cloud state, the fastest it would take would be a few thousand years or even 10,000 years. It's not like we won't have many opportunities in the future as well. Why the rush? Avit sneered, even if Luze truly matures, it would be the blade demon race's loss. Our territories are far away. Even if Luze reaches the cosmic cloud state, he's not going to bring the human race across endless space to come and take over us. At most, he would protect the human race. If the people below him aren't good enough, it would be a dream to come conquer us. Our territories are vast. Even if the human race comes over, what would they take if they don't split up? If they split off, we can avoid Luze and use guerrilla warfare. They might lose more. Perhaps the loot they would get won't even be enough to pay for the cost of the travel. These words were harsh, but they were right. By then, the Blade Demon race would be in the worst position. Ying Xian spoke again, "All right, we weren't prepared this time. Luze is only a mortal evolution state now. He's not even a planetary state. He will definitely leave the human race to seek more fortunes. We would have plenty of opportunities. I'll report this back to the race. We won't let him go." Avid nodded. "I agree. The dark metal demons will act too." Lala Nisai nodded. Her face looked slightly better. Avid continued, "Would our reinforcements be able to stop the Shenwu army?" The Shenwu army ships had entered warp dimension. They couldn't monitor them at all. Lala Nisai shook her head. "Too late. They won't stay outside. They would have asked for reinforcements too, and they would only arrive earlier than us." Hearing this, Ying Xian and Avid were annoyed, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't just send a mass army to the human-controlled region. The humans had their allies in this region of void space too. The meeting ended, and the three races split off. Lala Nisai looked at Luoloxasi. "Momo Erdi and Gugu Yate are dead. You're the most talented prodigy of our race. I'll report this to the race and ask them to give all the resources to you. Don't disappoint me." Luoloxasi's eyes flashed with immense joy. The advanced demon race gave them bountiful resources. He only carried a portion he needed now. The rest were kept inside the race. Now, these resources would all belong to him. He quickly said, "Thank you, Master Lala Nisai. Luze is just a stepping stone. Soon, I will kill him personally." Lala Nisai nodded. New dawn. Everyone began their usual cultivation routine. After lunch, everyone rested for a moment and went into their own rooms. Luze sat on the bed and looked at the mental dimension. He drew in the white strand of energy. His body, cultivation, and mental force rapidly grew stronger. The white energy was better than the overlord level red and purple orbs. After he finished digesting this, it would be a huge progress for him. It would take 15 days to return to the controlled region. He spent 5 days learning the lightning travel divine art. As such, there were 10 days left. He was confident he would be able to reach level 9 mortal evolution state in the following 10 days. 10 days later, Luze's room. Luze was glowing with white light. His entire body was flashing with starlight. All the parts were filled with planetary seeds perfectly. This was extremely rare in the entire history of the human race. Among this generation of young dukes, only Nangongjing reached this level. Even Kaihu Yahesha failed. However, after she used the red orbs, she managed to make up for this aspect. A few hours later, Luze clutched his fists and smiled. Level 9 mortal evolution state. Now, the only part of his body without planetary seeds fully formed was his skin. If he finished that area, his entire body would be perfected. Chapter 690. You have a fever? Luze planned to rest for a while after reaching level 9 mortal evolution state. One had to have a balanced cultivation life. After getting out of bed, Luze stretched and walked out. He walked to the living room and saw Nangongjing drinking while watching her phone. Ying Ying was watching cartoons on the side. Meanwhile, Kaihu Yahesha, Lin Ling, Lu Li, and Alice weren't there. They were still probably cultivating. Nangongjing looked at Luze. "Ze, it's not the time for dinner yet. You came out this early." Thereafter, she planned to keep looking at the phone when she suddenly sensed something and looked up with disbelief. "Wow! You didn't even tell me. You reached level 9 mortal evolution state. Luze. Why should I notify you when I make a breakthrough?" Subsequently, Luze sat down next to Nangongjing. Nangongjing stared at Luze. "Let me get prepared mentally." Luze's cultivation level reached level 9 mortal evolution state. His combat power would definitely reach level 4 planetary state. Soon, this guy was really going to surpass her. Nangongjing suddenly had the urge to not rest and go cultivate. Luze said, I'm no match for you now, what are you worried about? Her combat power was near level 5 planetary state. He was still quite far from it. Nangongjing rolled her eyes. She didn't know what to say. If her cultivation speed had the speed of a plane, then Luze's was at the rate of a warp travel speed. Luze ignored her and looked at her phone curiously. Following such, she ended up dazed. The screen of the phone was playing a beautiful girl who was dancing and singing. Oh shit! She watched the Fox Demon's concert. What was this? He looked strangely at Nangongjing and then put his hand on her forehead. Are you having a fever? Nangongjing stiffened and then slapped Luze's hand away. You're the one having a fever. Luze pointed at her phone. Then, why are you suddenly interested in teacher Kaiyu's concert video? Nangongjing just realized that she was caught. She quickly turned off her phone and forced herself to stay calm. Nothing, I have nothing to do. Luze. He didn't believe this at all. Nangongjing glared at Luze. Her eyes even turned golden as though she was going to explode. I can't even casually watch something. Luze said seriously, of course, you can. I agree wholeheartedly. Nangongjing rolled her eyes. Pfft. She couldn't say that she and the Fox Demon were equally good-looking and talented, but the Fox Demon was more popular. She couldn't say that she felt she didn't have the charm of a girl and wanted to learn from the Fox Demon's video to be more feminine. She glanced at Luze. Do you think her dances are good? Luze nodded. Yeah. Hearing this, Nangongjing was furious. Pfft, guys. She glared at Luze. Luze. But if it's teacher Nangong, you don't need to do anything to be extremely pretty. Nangongjing rolled her eyes and gave her bottle to Luze. Here, you can drink it. I'm going to go and cultivate. It was almost dinner, but she didn't feel comfortable sitting here. Luze looked at the half-full bottle, and his mouth twitched. Was she too angry or shy? He looked at the crisp green wine and frowned. This wine was good but not as good as his golden fruit wine. Nangongjing went back to her room and watched Kaiyuhesha's dance videos. She frowned. What's so good about twisting around? She couldn't resist getting up and attempting the same thing. She was a planetary state and had great control over her body. She could learn easily just by watching. She then looked at herself in the mirror and froze in awkwardness. She stood straight and threw her phone on the bed. Afterward, she dropped onto her bed as well. This doesn't even look like me. Why should I change? Plus, that guy said she looked great this way. Thinking about this, Nangongjing felt great and began cultivating on her bed. Luze finished the wine in a few gulps and casually threw the bottle in a corner. That was where she kept her bottles. It was filled to almost his height. All of them came from these few days of drinking, as every time they left warp travel, she would pulverize the bottle and throw it out. Luze went to Ying Ying and carried her in his arms and watched cartoons with her. Ying Ying then looked up. Luze, what happened to Sister Jing just then? Luze shook his head. I don't know, maybe it's just a girl thing. Ying Ying blinked her eyes and nodded. Moments later, Kaiyuhesha came out. She smiled and sat next to Luze. Little brother Luze finished cultivation so early today. She suddenly stopped and became dazed like Nangongjing. Little brother Luze is so fast. You're already a level 9 mortal evolution state. Luze smiled. Yeah, I'm almost catching up to you. Kaiyuhesha blinked her eyes and smiled. What are you planning to do after you catch up to me? You need to be gentle with me. Luze. He spoke seriously, don't worry, I definitely won't be gentle. Although he didn't fight her as much, she gave him quite some trouble and made Lu and the other girls look at him with contempt. Kaiyuhesha immediately pleaded, little brother Luze is so cruel, you want to treat me rough. Luze. At this moment, Lu Li, Lin Ling, and Alice all walked out. When they only saw Kaiyu Hesha, Luze, and Ying Ying in the living room, Lu Li immediately became vigilant. Luze, Sister Hesha, what are you guys doing? Kaiyu Hesha replied, you might not believe it, but little brother Luze said he would treat me roughly when he catches up to me. Lu Li. Lin Ling. Pound, H. Alice, 3°. Seeing the three girls' eyes gradually change, Luze's mouth twitched. He quickly explained things. Lu Li said, so, you've reached level 9 mortal evolution state. They couldn't see Luze's cultivation level at all. Luze affirmed, yet. Lu Li and Lin Ling wanted to go back to their rooms immediately. Luze couldn't bear it and grabbed one with each hand. What are you guys doing? Cultivation. Luze said, don't go too hard. We're about to have dinner. I'm waiting for you to cook. Chapter 691 He can protect the human race for 1,000,000 years. Eventually, Lu Li and Lin Ling went into the kitchen with Alice. Luze glared at Kaiyu Hesha who was acting innocent. How could she do this? He almost got beaten up. After a while, Nanggong Jing came out. Luze looked calmly at Nanggong Jing. She only went inside for half an hour. What did she even cultivate? He said nothing in the end. Nanggong Jing and Kaiyu Hesha started arguing as usual. It was as though she didn't watch her videos. After dinner, everyone rested on the couch. Luze looked out at the warp tunnel. We're almost there, right? Lin Ling nodded. We've been inside for 15 days. It shouldn't be far. At this moment, a white light flashed outside. After it disappeared, the warp tunnel turned into a cosmos. Alice said, Sister Lin Ling's mouth is really blessed. Everyone else smiled. During this moment, Lu Li pointed ahead. Is that the Federal Fleet? Everyone looked over. There were tens of large warships parked there. They were of the Shenwu army style. The main ship was extremely large. It was a cosmic mothership. Nanggong Jing smiled. These are the reinforcements, right? Luze nodded. We've contacted the reinforcements before. It's to prevent the aliens from attacking us. New Dawn's voice sounded, Master, General Zhuokyu is requesting for communications. Luze accepted. Zhuokyu Sunzhuang appeared and said, the reinforcements are here. We just need to follow the Shenwu army. We're going to board the mother ship. You guys want to follow too? Luze and the team looked among each other and nodded. It would be rude to stay in their ships as there would be commanders in the mothership. Zhuokyu Sunzhuang smiled and nodded. Then, she asked, did something happen between you guys? Luze. Everyone. Nanggong Jing rolled her eyes. Mom, stop. Watch your image. You're a commander of the Shenwu army. Zhuokyu Sunzhuang protested, I'm your mother too. Thereafter, she felt quite disappointed. Okay, let's go over. Zhuokyu Sunzhuang disappeared, and Luze and the others felt quite awkward. Soon, the ship flew inside the mothership. Everyone then came out. There were already soldiers waiting there. Luze saw that the three leading warriors had extremely strong qi, it was on the same level as Zhuokyu Sunzhuang. Another 3 star states. Luze was surprised. Star states were rare in the entire Federation, and they each had their missions. Yet, another 3 were sent to pick them up. Clearly, the Shenwu army took this seriously. Cheng Feng laughed. Old Li, didn't expect you guys to be picking us up. A dark-haired youth smiled and tapped Cheng Feng's chest. I heard you guys did something big. If we didn't come over quickly, who knows if you would get killed. Carol wasn't too happy. Let me tell you, that's not it. We killed more than a few hundred of the planetary states of the three races. A few hundred. The Shinwu army was shocked. Another star state was in disbelief. You're joking, right, Carol? He glanced behind Carol. How can you guys kill a few hundred planetary states? Then, why did you call for reinforcements? Another green-haired woman said, yeah, it was amazing that you could bring back the treasure. You're bluffing too much. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang remarked, you guys don't believe us? There are also two cosmic system state blade demon prodigies. Old Li's mouth twitched. They would have guardians, right? Kaiyuhesha smiled. I happened to record it. Hearing this, the star states, as well as everyone, looked over. Old Li studied Kaiyuhesha and smiled gently. This is Kaiyuhesha, right? You're quite famous during this time in the controlled region. It's an honor for the human race to have a prodigy like you. The others were also amazed, partly due to her appearance and partly due to her cultivation level at this age. She was a prodigy who was never seen before in the Federation's history. He looked around at Luze's friends. You're all amazing. Their cultivation level was no secret to star states. Luze was the most terrifying. Level 9 mortal evolution state. They didn't even dare to believe this. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang asked, Zi, you reached level 9 mortal evolution state without a commotion. Luze. Yangu and those other seniors felt heartbroken. Back when they saw Luze a few months ago until now, this junior's cultivation level skyrocketed, and he couldn't stop at all. Luze smiled. I just cultivated as usual and I broke through. One star state exclaimed, in less than 10,000 years, the human race will arise. The star state looked at each other with amazement. A few thousand years later, Ze might really surpass the saints. 10,000 years later, he might go above the cosmic system state. Cheng Feng rubbed his bald head. Those old grandpas really do have foresight. Everyone nodded. As long as Luze matured, the human race would prosper for the next hundreds of thousands of years to million years. This was a crucial period for the build-up of the foundation for a new race. The 12 saints protected the root of the human race. Luze could bring the human race to prosperity. Luze was embarrassed. These sorts of compliments would make him cocky. Lu Li and the rest looked at Luze with pride and gentleness. At this moment, Old Li looked at Kaiyuhesha. By the way, what was recorded? Chapter 692 I'll talk to the old man once I return. Kaiyuhesha smiled and opened the recording. It was the clip of Luze killing Guguyate. After watching it, those people at the battle still felt shocked, much less Old Li and the others. They doubted their eyes. A mortal evolution state killed a blade demon prodigy who was protected by 5 level 5 planetary states. This wasn't logical. They knew Luze was very strong but didn't expect him to be this strong. This was too absurd. Old Li and the rest opened their mouths and were stunned. Zhuoqiu Sunhuang smiled. Now, do you believe me? All those below level 5 planetary states are dead. They were killed by Zi, Jingjing, and Hesha and the others. The Shinwu army, who came to greet them, felt this was too scary. Were they really cultivating the same thing? Looking at how they were doubting life, Cheng Feng waved his hand. Okay, let's not talk about this. Let's go back. This was not far from the controlled region, but it was still better to go back inside. Old Li nodded. I'll take you guys to rest first. The Shinwu army soldiers looked at them strangely. Luze and the team felt quite embarrassed, but they said nothing. Luze and the others were given rooms to rest while Cheng Feng and the rest of the high levels left together. They were in no rush to start cultivating, so they began chatting instead. Yangu looked at Luze. Junior Luze, it's almost time for the 4-race social gathering. There is 1 month remaining until you guys go back, right? Luze nodded. we have been training in the controlled region for 6 months. Yan Gu and the others had nostalgic expressions, as though they were reminiscing something. For race social. Ji Cheng said, we've been there before too, but at that time, we mostly lost. Shatara added, this time with Junior Luze and the group, the human race will get first for sure. Xiaoji smiled. I don't think anyone can beat Junior at the same cultivation level. Ji Cheng looked strangely at Luze. A monster like Junior Luze would probably be considered a super prodigy in the entire elf cosmic realm, right? Yan Gu said, we'll be watching your competition in the controlled region. Other than the collaboration between high levels at the 4-race social, there would be sparring between the younger generation. This would, of course, be broadcasted through the entire federation. Even the barbarian race, winged race, and round race would receive the broadcasts. They came to the void space to train, just so they could win. This was for the honor of the human race. The old man said, the collaboration between races was based on power. They chatted for a few hours. Yan Gu and the others soon left. Only Luze and the team remained in the room. After a while, Luze smiled. I plan to give some low-level red and purple orbs to the old man and let him give them to young dukes as rewards. Nangongjing and the group were shocked. Nangong's face was red. You're not going to wait for a while. If the old man knew of Luze's god art, would he tell her to get married to him and have a baby? Seeing how embarrassed Nangongjing was, Luze felt dazed. Weren't you the one who told me to tell the old man? Nangongjing rolled her eyes and forced that thought out of her mind. Do what you want. Lu Li said, regardless of what you do, I will support you. Luze's god art mattered too much. It would give the human race much more prodigies. Kaiuyuhesha touched her face. Of course, I support little brother Luze. Lin Ling thought the same thing as Nangongjing. Would her father tie her up to have a child with Luze? However, she still nodded in the end. Alice giggled. I support senior too. Luze nodded. Okay, once we return, we'll get some time to consolidate our power. If I give orbs to some young dukes, their power would experience some improvement too. Luze wouldn't give out too much in one go, but even that would improve the combat power and talent of other young dukes. The other 3 races would be shocked at the social gathering then. Thereafter, Nangongjing and the group went back to their rooms to cultivate. In the pocket hunting dimension, Luze appeared. This was his first time coming in after reaching level 9 mortal evolution state. His defenses reached the middle stage of level 4 planetary state. His speed could reach near the tertiary stage of level 4 planetary state. The only weakness was the power of his attack. After all, his lightning cloud divine art was limited. While fighting those of the same level, the only thing he could use was the star crippling punch and lightning spear. They were just at the primary stage of level 4 planetary state. Luze felt he could fight some bosses, those level 1 planetary state bosses. Thus, Luze began searching in the wilderness. He set his target as that level 1 planetary state Fire Wolf Overlord or the Golden Echidna. The Fire Dragon, Golden Ape, and the Black and White Anaconda were still too strong. They were at the peak of the level 4 planetary state. Luze wasn't confident in beating them. 3 days later, Luze saw the resting 100-meter tall Fire Wolf and smiled. Found it. At the same time, the Overlord Wolf also looked up. When he saw Luze, he was stunned. It's the 2-legged animal who stole the treasure. How could he resist? It roared, and the temperature around it drastically rose. The ground turned to lava, and the air was distorted. Vibrant red runes flashed and went inside its body. Its chi became even stronger after this. Roar! The wolf stepped out. Every place it passed turned to lava, and its body instantly disappeared from the spot. So strong! Luze's hair stood up after sensing its power. It wasn't as strong as the Red Dragon Overlord, but its power also reached the tertiary stage of level 4 planetary state. This was a difference not in cultivation level but the race. If Luze ran, he could get away easily, but there was still some gap if he fought head-on. But blood lightning surged around Luze as he charged up. This difference wasn't enough to make Luze back off. The two beams clashed. Heaven and earth stood still for a moment, and then, the thunderous sounds erupted. The surrounding few thousand kilometers sunk. Cracks quickly appeared. The clash just lasted an instant, and Luze flew out. Blood came out of his mouth with searing temperature. He was very shocked. This wolf's speed, power, and defenses were well balanced. It had no weaknesses. What divine art was it? Chapter 693. Even the heavenly monarch can't protect it. Luze felt like his entire body was burned with fire. It was extremely painful. That red wolf's fire god art was far above his. Its combat power was stronger than his too, so Luze received some injuries with just one clash. Seeing the red wolf charge over again, Luze's eyes flashed with runes. Grey light flashed around him while blood lightning circulated his body. He used lightning travel divine art and super regeneration at the same time. Rumble! Rumble! The figures of human and wolf flashed non-stop. Their speed was so fast that they couldn't be seen with naked eyes. The earth had completely turned to lava while blood lightning flickered on it. The air was distorted and space was torn. It was like doomsday. The lightning sound traveled out tens of thousands of kilometers. The beasts that sensed this battle fled in a hurry. Even high-level mortal evolution states with god art began fleeing. Roar! A huge fireball shot out of the enemy's mouth. Every area the fireball passed, space was twisted. Luze dodged the fireball, but that temperature still made him feel like he was burning in a furnace. A red beam flashed and the huge red wolf appeared before Luze. It swiped its paws down. Luze formed the earth shield before him. The fire claw instantly destroyed the shield and collided with a thud on Luze's golden armor. Luze's body was rammed into the lava. Rumble! A huge lava wave was created. A moment later, a golden light flashed. Luze rose up from the lava and appeared on the red wolf's side. Lightning spears formed around his body while the star-crippling fist force spun around his fist. Rumble! Tens of lightning spears shot towards the red wolf while the star-crippling punch was heading towards its waist. Fire swept from the wolf and clashed with the lightning spear. Luze's star-crippling punch hit the wolf's paw, and then, two split off again. The shockwave spread around in all directions. Huge lava waves erupted from the ocean. Luze panted, and grey light formed around him again. Super regeneration was used again. It was a bit strong. Luze felt he couldn't beat it head-on, but he had his advantage. He had super recovery ability after all. Spirit force from the void went into his body non-stop. Luze felt he could attempt a prolonged battle. If he couldn't win, he could still run too. Thinking about this, Luze disappeared from the spot. The red wolf charged up again without hesitation. Rumble! Waves of clashes sounded. Their battle grew more and more intense. The battle region spread to over 10,000 kilometers. The ground in the pocket hunting dimension was rather sturdy. If it was on an ordinary planet outside, the battle was enough to destroy any civilization that hadn't ventured into space and would even have a huge effect on the planet itself. Planetary state battle was truly doomsday for any ordinary life. The battle lasted a few hours. After one clash, the two sides didn't charge at each other again. Luze was covered in wounds as his body continuously dripped with blood. The red wolf's scales cracked up quite a bit. Luze seemed much more injured. The red wolf was rapidly sucking spirit force from the void. It looked at Luze with disbelief. This two-legged animal was clearly weaker, but why could it fight for this long? This animal's recovery speed was too quick. Meanwhile, it could feel itself weaken. How could this be? At this moment, the wolf saw that strange grey light flash around Luze. It was due to this light that the two-legged animal could recover. The red wolf howled and bared its fangs. However, it didn't rush forward. Suddenly, the red wolf flew off into the distance. This made Luze dumbfounded. This guy was going to run? The wolf should still have quite some reserve power remaining. Why was the wolf this scared? Without hesitation, Luze chased after it. What a joke! He had spent a few hours on this. How could he let the overlord escape? No way! The red wolf felt insulted once it sensed Luze's chi. Roar! If Luze kept chasing it, it wasn't going to be pretty. Flames around the wolf shot towards Luze. Simultaneously, the lava from the ground shot up at Luze. The wolf kept flying. Seeing this, Luze flashed with silver light. Space transmission. He instantly appeared before the red wolf while his golden fist force struck towards a cracked piece of armor. Roar! It sensed Luze's fist force and tried to twist away while reaching out its claw. Its claw clashed with Luze's fist. Rumble! The wolf claw was bigger than Luze, but the clash lasted a few seconds. Thereafter, Luze flew back again. He spat out more blood. But at the same time, the red wolf also flew back. It still won in that exchange, but the difference wasn't as big as when they started. Sensing its own weakened power, the red wolf was more adamant on its belief that there was something wrong with this two-legged animal. It kept flying away using the momentum of the clash, but how could Luze let it flee like that? Luze gritted his teeth and let the spirit force flow faster. Grey light spun around its body, and then, a green light flashed. Only resorting to super regeneration alone wasn't enough. Luze chose to use wood god art as well. With this, Luze's wounds visibly recovered. His chi stabilized and became strong. Luze pursued the wolf. Another clash sounded. Luze was injured, and the red wolf kept fleeing. Therefore, the level 1 planetary state was being chased around by Luze. They moved rapidly, and their battle made the beasts in their path shiver on the ground. 10 minutes later, the overlord's chi grew even weaker while Luze's grew stronger. Luze had completely recovered his injuries and even recovered some power while the red wolf couldn't even use its full power while fleeing. Roar! The red wolf sensed a lethal threat and suddenly changed directions. Luze followed after it without hesitation. This red wolf was going to die for sure today. Even the heavenly monarch wasn't going to save it. Chapter 694 I was very cool. The clashes rang throughout the wilderness. As time progressed, the red wolf overlord was no longer a match for Luze. After every collision, it ended up injured. The red wolf had changed directions for over 10 minutes. Its chi weakened as blood gushed out from the gap of its armor. Luze was excited. Soon, this red wolf would be dead. This was a level 1 planetary state boss. Roar! At this moment, another roar sounded from the distance. Fire waves hotter than the red wolf's approached. Immediately, the red wolf's eyes burned with excitement. Luze's mouth twitched. No wonder this wolf kept shifting directions. It was asking for help. A red beam came close rapidly. That familiar massive body made Luze's skin crawl. It was the huge fire dragon. A chi stronger than the red wolf at its prime condition originated from it. Luze just escaped with his life a few days ago from the fire dragon. Luze didn't believe he was a match for this guy now. He didn't expect the red wolf and fire dragon were allies. Was it because they had affinities with the fire element, so they were close? The fire dragon was stunned when it saw Luze, but soon, it charged towards the latter. This two-legged animal was their enemy for stealing away the treasure last time. But his power was still depleted. The red wolf looked pitiful, but it still had remaining combat power. Moreover, it had the help of the red dragon. Luze didn't know if he could win. However, he only hesitated for an instant and charged towards the red wolf again. Hesitation would lead to defeat. There was nothing to be scared of. He could escape from this red dragon when he was just a level 8 mortal evolution state. Now that he was stronger, he could run if he couldn't beat it. The red dragon also flickered with fire runes. Clearly, the wolf and the dragon had the same divine art. Aim! It opened its huge mouth, and a searing shot of dragon breath proceeded towards Luze. Luze's body was aching from the explosive flames, and this was already under the protection of the golden armor defenses. Otherwise, he would have been injured already. He used lightning travel divine art and dodged the dragon's breath. During this time, the fire dragon's wings flapped, and it appeared before Luze, swiping him with its claws. Luze formed the earth shield and quickly used space transmission. Crack! The earth shield was instantly broken while Luze disappeared from the spot. The fire dragon roared, and its flames spread in all directions. This damned space transmission! Luze appeared not far away. His face was a little pale. With the growth of his power, his level of mastery over the space transmission god art wasn't good enough. Unleashed lightning spear and star crippling punch with full force. The red wolf roared. Its body flowed with flames while its sharp claws stopped most of the star crippling punch and lightning spears. Despite so, a few spears still struck its armor and sent it flying away. The wolf howled, and its chi grew weaker again. Just when Luze was planning to chase after the wolf, he sensed a terrifying power behind him. Oh shit! Luze didn't even have time to break the space restriction and use space transmission. He could only form an earth shield behind him. Rumble! The flames shattered the earth shield and struck Luze. The violent dragon breath sent him into the rolling lava. The flames ravaged Luze's life force. He used super regeneration and wood god art at full force while using fire god art to remove the remaining flames. He stabilized his injury in an instant. At this juncture, Luze sensed an extreme danger and quickly used space transmission to disappear from the spot. As soon as he did, a huge claw went into the lava. In the air, the red wolf was trying to remove the blood lightning in its body. Right at this time, Luze appeared next to him while forming a star crippling punch and lightning spear once again. The red wolf didn't know what enmity this two-legged animal had with him. Why did Luze focus on him like that? The wolf could only try its best to defend. However, it could barely stop a portion of the attacks. Its armor was damaged heavily, and blood flowed out like a fountain. Heavily injured, the dragon appeared before Luze again and smacked down with its claw. That terrifying power once again sent Luze into the lava. Ja-on! Luze's body was fractured, and even his mind ended up dazed. Even if he were to trade his life, he would finish the Red Wolf Overlord. Luze only had a little time to recover and had to use space transmission right away. Meanwhile, the Red Wolf's life force became extremely weak. Luze suddenly appeared next to it again. Damn it! The Red Wolf was so weak, it couldn't even reform its defenses. The lightning spear easily tore open the flames around the wolf while the star crippling punch struck its wounds. The Red Wolf's huge body flew out while its life force slowly faded. Luze sensed that his body and mental force were completely drained. His vision soon blurred. Roar! A furious roar sounded behind him. He used the earth shield to block for a moment and was flung once again. His injuries grew worse while blood poured out of him like crazy. Luze felt the calling of death. He used all his remaining power to heal himself. Thereafter, he used lightning travel divine art to move a few hundred meters. As soon as he did, an attack struck where he was previously. The shockwave made his injuries worse. Oh shit! Luze felt he was about to die at any time. But if he died now, he would be furious. He hadn't picked up the orbs. Those few seconds felt like an eternity. Finally, the red wolf turned to dust. Luze didn't have much time to think and used space transmission to appear next to the orbs. He picked up everything without looking. Then, Luze forced himself to focus. I'm not only going to kill your pal, but I'm also going to escape. He used up all the spirit force he had left and moved 1,000 kilometers away with space transmission. The dragon was furious upon seeing this. What did Luze think of it? It was one of the strongest in the barren lands. Luze grinned and recovered some spirit force as he moved away once more. Slowly, the distance between the two grew. Luze had more spirit force to recover his injuries. He felt he was very cool. Suddenly, a white and black flow appeared. Luze's smile stiffened. Black and white spirit force covered the skies. It was even harder to use space transmission. Roar! The red dragon also followed too. Luze! Why were these two guys here? Luze's consciousness slowly dwindled. Consequently, he woke up in his room. Why did this happen? He almost escaped but still ended up getting besieged. Chapter 695 Who can withstand this? Luze felt regretful, but he was more excited. After all, he killed his first level 1 planetary state overlord beast. Those orbs would definitely allow his power to improve rapidly. After reaching level 9 mortal evolution state, Luze would need half a year up to an entire year to reach perfection and then make a breakthrough. But with these red orbs, Luze believed he could rapidly raise his cultivation level. Moreover, that red wolf's divine art seemed rather good. It improved one's combat power in all aspects. Luze rested for a moment to ease up his pain. Then, he sat down and checked his mental force dimension. Compared to the mortal evolution state overlord orbs, the planetary state ones were many times larger. There seemed to be more liquid inside too. The white strand of energy was also several times thicker. Subsequently, there was a burning red orb and a red rune. Luze thought about things and chose to use the white strand of energy first. It entered his body and that gentle yet powerful force flowed inside him. It was like he was in a hot spring. There was no pain, only comfort. Luze's body grew stronger, and his mental force improved too. Even his spirit body talent was improving. Luze didn't know what this energy was, but every time he used it, his talent would get better. 8 hours later, Luze opened his eyes. His eyes flashed with white light. He sensed his cultivation level and grinned. Just this white energy helped Luze form nearly 10% of the planetary seeds on his skin. If he had 10 strands, he would be able to form all the planetary seeds, and his mortal evolution state would reach the perfect state. Thereafter, he would be able to break through to the planetary state. Luze knew there were a few more planetary state overlords in the pocket hunting dimension. That way, his progress would greatly speed up. Luze touched his chin. He felt that perhaps he could go back and fight another wave of top overlords. At this moment, Luze smelled some kind of aroma coming from outside. His eyes lit up, and he immediately ran out of his room. Alice, Lu Li, and Lin Ling were preparing breakfast while Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha were sitting on the couch, playing with their phones. Ying Ying was sitting in Nangongjing's lap watching cartoons while looking at the table from time to time. Everyone looked up when Luze came out. Nangongjing frowned. Why did she feel this guy got even stronger? It must be an illusion. Nangongjing didn't believe it. Kaiyuhesha was surprised too. She had the same thoughts. But this wasn't a breakthrough in cultivation level, so it was more obscure. Luze happily ran to the table and wanted to grab a glowing white cake. Before he could reach it, his hands were slapped away by Lu Li. Lu Li reprimanded, "Are you a kid? Use chopsticks." Luze grabbed a pair of chopsticks on the side and planned to start eating. However, Ying Ying suddenly appeared at the table and grabbed the cake that Luze was aiming for. Luze looked at this in disbelief. Hey, Ying Ying, are you a kid? Use chopsticks. Suddenly, he became dumbfounded. After all, Ying Ying was actually a little kid. He couldn't beat her. Even if he could, those girls on the side would protect her. What could he do then? In the end, Luze could only change targets. After breakfast, everyone returned to their usual cultivation. During the night time, the fleet had entered the border of the controlled region. Luze and the team didn't alight the ship. There were 20 days until they return. When their mission rewards arrived, it would be enough, so they didn't need to do more missions. Everyone planned to go into solitary cultivation for a period of time in Shenmue City. The fleet went straight to Shenmue City. The treasures, which were found this time, were very important. They wouldn't be placed in other bases. Yangu and the rest planned to do the same. At night, Luze entered the pocket hunting dimension. He planned to go and fight the top overlords and see if he could beat them. Yet, as soon as he appeared, he saw the white and black anaconda, fire dragon, golden ape, golden needle tiger, a green deer, and 2 golden echidnas. These overlords were gathered for some reason. When they saw Luze suddenly appear, the atmosphere became silent. He looked at the group of overlords and was bewildered. Who am I? Where am I? Why did I appear here? In an instant, the overlords reacted. Their eyes went red as they roared. Luze felt multiple forces locking the space completely, and a large wave of divine arts flashed. Then, there was nothing. Luze woke up back in his room. He almost cried. He jumped into the pile of bosses right at the beginning. Luze exhaled and closed his eyes. This time, Luze used the Fire Divine Art rune. He drew it with his mental force, and the rune flowed into his body. Violent flames started to burn inside him. Even though his organs were full of planetary seeds, they still burned. The severe pain made Luze's body shiver. Simultaneously, that familiar arcanum went into his brain. The extremely complex knowledge filled up Luze's brain, making him feel like his brain was about to explode. Luze quickly used a level 1 planetary state overlord purple orb. His mind immediately cleared up and attained an enlightened state. The pain was becoming more apparent, but it was nothing to Luze anymore. He started to study the knowledge. As time went on, he turned the knowledge into his own. Luze's body glowed red. There seemed to be runes appearing from time to time. In the beginning, there was only one rune. Gradually, more appeared, and Luze's chi grew stronger. 6 days later, the runes slowly went into his body and that powerful chi receded. Luze opened his eyes. There were complex fire runes glowing inside. He had successfully learned the Fire Divine Art. Chapter 696. She thinks there's still hope for her? The Red Wolf Overlord's Fire Divine Art was rather powerful. Other than his mental force, it improved all areas. The degree of improvement was rather significant. It was sort of like the body of darkness. However, the body of darkness could only be used in the dark, while this divine art could be used anywhere. Luze used this divine art. Dim fire runes appeared on him. Luze felt his power increase greatly. This was quite powerful. If he used this divine art with the star crippling punch, his offensive power would greatly increase. If he used lightning travel divine art, his speed would considerably improve too. Luze felt his speed could reach the peak of the level 4 planetary state. Coupled with his recovery ability, Luze was confident he could fight those top overlords. The only drawback was that if he used lightning travel divine art, star crippling punch, lightning spear, golden armor, earth shield, super regeneration, and wood god art, he might not have enough power. That was 8 god arts and divine arts after all. An ordinary level 9 mortal evolution state could barely use one divine art. Despite his recovery and quality of spirit force being far superior to those of the same level, he didn't know how long he could last. He should think about something happy right now. In particular, naming this divine art. It was a fire divine art and a buff type divine art. So, he would call it fire buff. Simple and nice. Great. Luze was very happy with this name. He stretched out and planned to take a break after being in solitary cultivation for 6 days in a row. Luze got out of his room. Almost everyone was there, and they looked at him as though trying to gauge if this guy improved again. Alice was fine, but Lu Li and Lin Ling wanted to catch up to him. As for Nangongjing and Kaihu Hesha, they were scared of being surpassed by Luze. They stared for a while but couldn't see anything, so they gave up. Lin Ling smiled. Ze, you came out at the perfect time. We're almost at planet Shenwu. Luze felt dazed and looked outside. The massive planet Shenwu was already visible. He felt that a lifetime had passed since he came here. He spent the first half-month here and never came back. Now, his mind relaxed quite a bit. Kaihu Hesha stretched out. After going back, I must have a good hot bath and sleep. Martial artists didn't really need sleep. They usually cultivated at night, but after having such tense times, some relaxation was necessary. Even Lu Li and Lin Ling nodded. At this moment, the sound of someone knocking on the door could be heard. It was a female's voice. Monarch of the New Dawn, young dukes, is it convenient right now? Luze went to open the door. A Shenwu army soldier stood at the door. She looked at Luze and peeked inside. Her heart skipped fast, but she didn't show it. She saluted and said, Monarch of the New Dawn, we're about to arrive at Shenwu City. General Zuoqiu told me to call you guys over. Luze smiled and nodded. Okay, thank you. Luze's smile made her heart beat even faster. Handsome, good smile, and gentle voice. At this moment, Nangongjing and the team came over. Alice grabbed Luze's arm. What's wrong, senior? Luze said, Auntie Sun Huang told us to go over. Oh. Luze smiled at the soldier. Please lead the way. The soldier looked at the other girls. They were all good-looking and talented. Her mouth twitched, but she still smiled. Please follow me. The group came to the space station. Inside were the star states and some level 8 and level 9 planetary states. Yangu and the others were there too. Zuoqiu Sun Huang smiled. We're about to arrive. We'll ride our own ships back from here. Luze and the group nodded. The star states were very busy. Therefore, everyone returned to their own ships and left the mothership. The 2 Shenwu army warships, New Dawn and Yangu's ship all flew towards Shenwu City. As soon as they went in the ship, Zuoqiu Sun Huang contacted them. We'll go straight to the Shenwu army headquarters. You guys can go rest in Shenwu City. Your rewards will be given to you these few days. Luze and the group nodded. Luze leaned on the couch. Our rewards should be quite abundant this time. Lu Li and Alice were hopeful. Their martial god armor sets would finally come. They were the only ones who didn't have it. Nangongjing said, if there are extra rewards, let's go exchange them for a few powerful divine arts. The divine art with the highest caliber inside the Federation was the Star Crippling Punch. Back at Shenwu City, there were stronger ones. Nangongjing's and Kaihu Hesha's divine art had reached perfection with the use of purple orbs. If they wanted to improve their combat power, they would need stronger divine arts. Luze was dazed. When he broke through to the planetary state, he planned to give them divine art runes, but the 2 wanted them now. Seeing this, Kaihu Hesha asked, What's wrong, little brother Luze? Luze answered, Don't get divine arts, get something else. After seeing the heritage crystal, I have the feeling that when I reach the planetary state, my divine art would progress, and perhaps, I can turn my current divine arts into heritage. Hearing this, Nangongjing and the others were stunned. Their eyes widened, and their breathing quickened. Nangongjing grabbed Luze's shoulder. Really? Luze's combat power was so strong, mainly because of divine arts. If they had the same divine arts as Luze, perhaps she can stay a bit longer? Great! Originally, Nangongjing wanted to improve as quickly as possible in order to avoid Luze's vengeance. Now, perhaps she can still be saved? Luze could feel the heat of Nangongjing's breath. He pressed her forehead and pushed her back to the couch. He rolled his eyes. You're too hopeful. I just said there's a chance. It's not certain. Alice looked at Luze with admiration. Senior can definitely do it. You're the best. Luze nodded happily. Alice was the best. Chapter 697 What did you say, brother? We should save our points, and if I can't get my divine art heritage out, then we'll buy divine art. If I do get it out, then we can use the points to buy other things. Nangongjing and the group nodded. Soon, the ship entered planet Shenwu. The two Shenwu army ships split off from them. The New Dawn and Yangu's ship proceeded to the space station. Luze put away the New Dawn while Yangu and the others walked over. Yangu smiled. Junior Luze, what are you guys planning to do now? Luze answered, we'll rest for a day and go into solitary cultivation. Yangu then said, we're going to exchange our points with cultivation resources and then go into solitary cultivation for a while too. We have our own house in Shenwu City. If there's anything, just contact us. Luze nodded. For sure. Yangu looked at Luze and his girls, and he smirked. We won't disturb you then. Rest well. The others smirked too and left the space station. Alice asked, why do I feel their smiles were strange? Everyone, Luze said, okay, let's find a place to rest too. While walking on the streets, Luze and the group noticed quite some people glancing at them. The group didn't care. Their names had pretty much spread through the entire controlled region. All those who went on forums would recognize them. After they left, the adventurers started discussing. That's Monarch of the New Dawn Luze's group, right? Weren't they at Shangyang system? Why did they come back? I heard there was a large-scale beast tide there. They didn't even rest and fought until the beast tide ended. I heard this too, but Luze only seems to be a mortal evolution state, right? This is too terrifying. Otherwise, how can he be the number one prodigy of the Federation? They all say that if Luze doesn't die, he will definitely become a cosmic system state. That's the same level as the Four Saints. Young Duke Nangong and Kaihuyu seem very strong too. Not just them, all the girls around Luze are prodigies. At other eras, they would be considered the best. This coming four-race social will bring the human race honor. That's true. Luze and the girls went to a hotel. The hotel owner seems to know Luze and the rest and was very nice but didn't let them stay for free. They booked a suite and went up. Inside the suite, the group finally completely relaxed. The girls stretched out and took Ying Ying to bath while Luze sat alone on the couch. He was speechless upon hearing the giggling in the bathroom. Why wasn't he allowed to go as well? Only after they finished was Luze allowed to go in. Then, Alice and the others took out the precious ingredients from the Blades of Dawn and prepared a good meal. After finishing the food, no one went to cultivate. They played games together. At night, Luze didn't go into the pocket hunting dimension nor cultivate. He had a good night's sleep. The next morning, Luze woke up feeling refreshed. He looked at the time and realized it was the morning of the third day. Did he sleep for an entire day and night? Was he the laziest? He got out of his room. In the living room, Lin Ling was drinking water on the couch in loose pajamas. As for Ying Ying, she was playing on the couch. No one else was there. Luze came and sat next to Lin Ling. Lin Ling leaned on him and giggled. You just woke up. Luze felt Lin Ling's body heat and felt dazed. He didn't expect her to learn over like this. He smiled and rubbed his face against her head. He could smell the scent of her shampoo. Yes, what about you? Lin Ling also used her head to rub against Luze. Me too. I thought I was the laziest, but I asked Ying Ying and realized none of you had gotten up. I'm the earliest. Luze said, the earliest worm gets eaten. Ying Ying interrupted, Luze, you're a bird. Are you going to eat Sister Lin Ling? Luze. Lin Ling blushed. Suddenly, she realized that now was a good opportunity. The others were sleeping. Perhaps they could go a step further. At this moment, the sound of the door opening could be heard. Luze sat up quickly. The two looked at each other, and Lin Ling smiled cheekily. That was quite thrilling. Luze's confused voice sounded, Luze, Sister Lin Ling, why is it just you two? Luze was looking between the two as if trying to catch something. Lin Ling said, they haven't gotten up. Inze just woke up. Oh. Luze couldn't tell anything and just sat next to Luze. She took out a brush and handed it to Luze. Brother, brush my hair. Luze replied, your hair looks so smooth, do you still need to brush it? Luze smiled, and her voice turned softer. What did you say, brother? I didn't hear it. Luze. He took the brush and said seriously, I said it's my honor to brush Li's hair. Lin Ling. Luze turned around. Thank you, brother. You're the best. Luze brushed her hair softly. He had to admit her hair felt great. Seeing this, Lin Ling was furious. She touched her short hair and wondered whether she should have long hair. Li definitely did this on purpose. At this moment, another door opened. Alice came out. Luze smiled. Morning, Alice. Her tone was very prideful. Luze also smiled. Morning, Alice. Alice. After some silence, she giggled. Morning, Senior, Li, and Sister Lin Ling. Are you hungry? I'll go and cook. Li, come help. Lin Ling's eyes immediately lit up. Indeed, it's time to cook. Li, come help us. Thereafter, she and Alice grabbed Luze from the side. Luze. Wait. I'm not done yet. Luze's eyes lit up. Don't worry, Li, your hair is very soft. It's definitely fine. Luze. She wanted to beat him up. Okay, stop pulling me, I can walk. Brother, I'll leave the brush with you. Brush my hair next time. Luze nodded. Alice also said, Senior, I wanted to next time. Chapter 698. Don't tell me it's Monarch of the New Dawn again. Luze watched cartoons with Ying Ying. Soon, Nangongjing and Kaiyuhesha exited their rooms. They were the strongest, but they were the latest to wake up. They just sat down on the couch and waited for food. Soon, breakfast was ready, and the group finished it and returned to the couch. Moments later, Lin Ling asked, Zi, are the rewards here? Everyone looked over curiously. Let me see. Luze took out his phone and read the message. Seeing the rewards, Luze rejoiced. Nangongjing came over and asked, how is it? Luze projected the information in the air. The rewards were rather plenty. They provided the clue to the Star State tomb. That alone gave them 150,000 merit points, definitely more than the Beast Tide. After all, this was a high-level Star State's heritage, and the being was the top prodigy of the crystal race. Other than that, they also killed a few hundred planetary states and 2 cosmic system state blade demon prodigies with potential. The Blade Demon prodigies were equivalent to 30,000 merit points each, and the other planetary states gave a total of 100,000 merit points. Summing up everything, they received 310,000 merit points. Everyone looked among each other. They didn't expect the reward to be this good. They had done so many things before and didn't even get 300,000. Yet, the awards they had earned this time was more than their combined total for the past 5 months. Everyone was excited. This amount of points was enough to buy a lot of resources. Nangongjing remarked, "Perhaps many high planetary states won't be as wealthy as us." That was 310,000. They could even buy 6 more martial god armor sets. Even the strongest planetary state weapon, the Black Cleaver, was only 55,000. Luze smiled. "Okay, let's buy. Buy whatever you want. We have so many points." The girl's eyes lit up. Buying was tempting to them. Lu said, "I and Alice want the armor sets." Alice nodded. Luze then agreed. Nangongjing said, "I want a set of fighting gloves." "Buy." Kaiuyuhesha exclaimed, "I want equipment to amplify mental force god art." "Buy." Linling expressed, "I want a new spear then." "Buy." The girls got together and looked at their phones as though they wanted to spend all the points. Luze let them look through. Soon, Lu and Alice bought their armor sets totaling 100,000 merit points. Thereafter, Alice bought a planetary state sword to amplify fire god art which cost 40,000 merit points. As for Lu, she could use the sword that buffed darkness god art, which they got from the level 8 planetary state blade demon. Nangongjing bought a set of golden fist gloves which was worth 45,000 merit points. On the other hand, Kaiuyuhesha bought a necklace to buff mental force. This type of equipment was rare and cost 80,000 merit points. Originally, Kaiuyuhesha didn't want to buy it because it was too expensive, but everyone agreed to let her buy it. Her seduction god art was too powerful. With a piece of new equipment, their collective combat power would increase. Thus, Kaiuyuhesha bought it. Linling bought a spear that buffed metal god art. She could see weaknesses with her spirit eye. Attacking that spot with metal god art would allow her to be too powerful. That spear cost 45,000 merit points. Just like that, the entire 310,000 was spent. The group wasn't even done yet. Alice was disappointed. 310,000 was gone like that. Nangongjing was helpless. Didn't have enough reward points. Kaiuyuhesha said, "My necklace was too expensive. That was 8 billion federal contribution points." Luze comforted, "That necklace is definitely worth it for you." Kaiuyuhesha smiled. "Hopefully." Lu pointed out, "Brother hasn't bought anything yet. We'll go recycle the Blade Demon prodigy's belongings and then buy something for him." The girls nodded. "The treasures in the storage rings are very valuable. We should be able to get a lot of reward points from it." Alice added, "Yes, and there is the heritage crystal too." Luze smiled. "Let's keep the points from the heritage crystal. If I can't give out divine art heritage when I reach the planetary state, then we'll use it to buy divine art." Everyone agreed. Subsequently, Alice jumped and grabbed Luze's hand. "Then, let's go to the resource hall and recycle those things." The group was excited. After recycling, they could buy resources again. Therefore, the group went out. In the small building not far from the treasure depot, Old Wang suddenly screamed. "Oh shit! Oh shit! Oh shit!" He looked at the transaction record with disbelief. Everyone in the office stared at him. The beautiful lady said, "Old Wang, what happened this time? Don't tell me there's another large order." Old Wang didn't answer and just stared at the screen. Everyone was more confused. They all came up to Old Wang. "This transaction? Holy shit! Am I seeing it right? Multiple 5-digit transactions." It's a total of 310,000? All bought by the same person. So, this is the joy of being wealthy. They were planetary states too, but they hadn't even spent 10,000 in one transaction. How long would it take to accumulate 310,000 for planetary states? How many missions were that? The beautiful woman's heart was shaking. Who bought it? Why is there another 2 martial god armor sets? Don't tell me it's Monarch of the New Dawn again. No way. He already bought 4. Yes, how could that guy get 310,000 so quickly? Everyone didn't know what to say. They didn't want to believe it was Luze. Why did this guy get another 310,000? It had only been 2 months since the beast tied. But who else, other than that guy, would buy this much equipments? Old Wang was curious too. Let me see. He opened the transaction information. It was indeed Luze. Everyone. Oh shit. It was this guy again. Everyone silently went back to their seats. They were very envious. However, Old Wang still got up and went to notify the treasure depot. Chapter 699. Just this sort of minor thing? In an individual room in the resource hall, a middle-aged man looked at the black crystal in his hands. His hands were trembling. The other workers, who were present there, were also dumbfounded. The middle-aged man was the appraiser of the resource hall. He would appraise the value of the items being recycled. His cultivation level was level 7 planetary state. The atmosphere remained silent. Luze and the others felt this was hard to bear. Nangongjing was impatient and spoke first. Mr. Wang, how many points is this crystal worth? The others also looked impatiently at Wang. After they got their points, they were going to return and buy more. Wang finally replied, sorry, young Duke Nangong. This item is worth too much. I have no right to recycle it. I think, you best contact General Zhuokyu. If you want to recycle it here, I'll notify the manager here, General Beria. Just the heritage crystal itself was worth a lot, much less the powerful divine art inside. There were no more than 5 divine arts of this caliber in the human race. The other workers were used to seeing all sorts of treasure. They weren't this shocked even when they saw Star State treasure. However, this was the extremely precious heritage crystal. It was over the line to bring it over like this to recycle. Luze and the girls were dazed. They didn't expect the crystal to be this troublesome at recycling. Nangongjing smiled bitterly. I should have told my mother before, if I knew earlier. I forgot about it. Alice said, after all, this isn't a divine art we can use. Luze remarked, I forgot about it too. From his perspective, he already had quite a few divine arts of this grade. He didn't care much about it. Even the girls didn't pay attention to this divine art too much. Who knew things would turn out like this? The workers. They didn't know what to say anymore. Nangongjing said, then, wait a moment. I'll contact my mom now. I don't know if she's busy or not. Zhuokyu Sun's-Huang was a star state, and she just finished a mission. Who knew if she had the time to come over again? Wang smiled politely. Do as you please. Her entire family was very powerful. Her parents were star states, and her grandpa was one of the 4 saints. She herself was a super prodigy. If it was someone else, they would protect this crystal like a treasure, in fear of getting robbed. Although the Shenwu army wouldn't do this, the adventurers were different. A treasure like this may lead some adventurers to take some risk. However, Luze and the team didn't mind. Even if someone came to rob them, there was still Ying Ying here. Soon, Zhuokyu Sun-Shuang's image appeared in the room. She smiled. Jing Jing, you miss mommy already? Nangongjing rolled her eyes and said, we got a heritage crystal with a divine art from the battle last time. I want to ask you how to deal with it. Zhuokyu Sun-Huang was stunned. What? Heritage crystal. She felt she heard it incorrectly. Didn't they go to the battle last time together? How come she didn't know about it? Luze explained, after I killed Guguyate, I found it in his storage ring. But we couldn't cultivate that divine art, so we forgot about it. Zhuoqiu Sun Shuang's mouth twitched. Why didn't you forget to eat every day? The group looked down with embarrassment. They didn't dare to talk, seeing that Zhuoqiu Sun Shuang was a little angry. Yet, Zhuoqiu Sun Shuang found their reactions funny and laughed instead. She looked at the group helplessly and said, I'm busy right now, and I can't leave. I'll tell Beria later. He will deal with this. Luze and the group smiled. Nangongjing said, Thank you, Mom. Zhuoqiu Sun Shuang rolled her eyes. I thought you missed me. So, it's for this. Nangongjing said, It's also because I miss you. Zhuoqiu Sun Shuang sneered in disbelief. Then, she said, Okay, I still have things to do. Cultivate well. Okay, goodbye, Mom. Goodbye, Auntie Sun Shuang. When Zhuoqiu Sun Shuang disappeared, the workers finally dared to breathe easy. Zhuoqiu Sun Shuang was a star state after all. Her temperament was too powerful. Ho Wang said, Since General Zhuoqiu is contacting General Beria, then please wait for a moment. The general will be here soon. Luze and the girls nodded and waited. A few minutes later, a door opened, and a grey-haired, middle-aged man came out. His face looked a little desperate. As the human race's door to the void space border, Shenwu City had multiple star states. Beria was one of them. He rushed over quickly when Zhuoqiu Sun Shuang told him there was a heritage crystal to be recycled. Ho Wang and the rest saluted, General Beria. Beria nodded in return. He looked at the workers and said, You guys may leave first. Ho Wang and the others left. Luze and the group looked at Beria and saluted too, General Beria. They weren't of the Shenwu army, but they belonged to the army too and had honorary positions. This guy looked too serious. Luze and the group felt it was best not to be cheeky. Beria smiled and waved his hand. No need to be too polite. Zhuoqiu said you guys were rather cheeky, but it seems you're quite mature. Luze and the group laughed awkwardly. Ha ha ha, yes. How could Auntie Sun Shuang say that? They were always very mature. Beria said, I've been hearing about you guys during this period. Didn't expect you guys to give me such a huge surprise upon my first time seeing you. That's the heritage crystal. The human race only has 4 heritage crystal divine arts. You brought back the 5th. Theoretically, it should be the marshal dealing with you guys personally, but he's busy, so I hope you guys can understand. Beria's attitude was very nice. Luze smiled. Saint Shenwu needs to guard the entire void border, he doesn't need to come for a minor thing like this. Hearing this, Beria's mouth twitched. Minor thing? Is heritage crystal considered a minor thing? He didn't know how to answer. He smiled. Ahaha, let's talk business. Show me the heritage crystal. Luze handed over the black crystal. Beria smiled. Did you know that words are limited? There is much information that can't be described in words. This is, even more, the case for divine art knowledge. The higher the level of the divine art, the harder it is to describe with words. And, it's much easier to learn divine art through heritage crystal than words. However, the human race doesn't have a way to create heritage crystal. We don't have extra resources to buy them. Luze sighed. If they had more heritage crystals, it would be much easier for human prodigies to learn divine arts. Chapter 700 Other people would be hurt by such words. Beria smiled. By the way, there are actually 2 heritage crystals in the belongings of the crystal race, but the knowledge there has been erased. The marshal is guessing that the knowledge inside is probably a divine art. Someone probably wiped out the content inside to prevent the knowledge from leaking out. Luze and the group felt stunned. They felt this was quite a pity. The divine art that the top prodigy of the crystal race would erase definitely wasn't simple. This was a huge loss. Clearly, the human foundation was lacking. After all, there wasn't enough time. For an ancient race like the crystal race, which existed for hundreds of millions of years, who knew what sort of secrets they had? Any random one would surpass the human race. Beria smiled and said, "All right, let's not talk about this. Let me see what grade this divine art is." He pierced through the crystal using his mental force. Moments later, he opened his eyes with surprise and joy. It's a middle-class, low-grade divine art. The Federation only has a few divine arts of this level. He continued with regret, what a pity. Demonic body god art is commonly seen in the demon race. It's too rare in the human race. Luze and the girls were dumbfounded. They didn't know what sort of levels of divine arts there were. Beria noticed this and explained, the level of divine art is not too important to the human race because our foundation is too weak. It's pretty much all low-class divine art. For a middle-class divine art, we only have a middle and low grade. Luze and the others felt that Beria made the human race sound so pitiful and poor. But then, Beria continued, however, you've cultivated your divine arts very well. It's not far from my level. He was very shocked. He was a star state being, and in the years he's lived, he had plenty of time to learn divine art. However, he didn't feel he had that much better mastery of god art than Luze and his group. Beria added, divine art is divided into low class, middle class, high class, top class. Each class has low, middle, and high grades. The divine art you took out is a middle class, low grade. This divine art was about the same level as the ones he got from the mortal evolution state overlords. Luze was very curious what level of divine art those super bosses in the pocket hunting dimension would drop. Beria said, this divine art isn't a low class, but the god art is too rare. I can award you 500,000 merit points. 500,000 merit points. Luze and the team widened their eyes. Oh shit! They were rich. Beria smiled. To be honest, this divine art isn't precious for races who have existed for a long time, but the human race has too few divine arts, especially high-quality ones, so the reward is more bountiful. To be honest, it was more because of Luze's and the girls' talent. Giving them more reward points would help them grow faster. Luze nodded his head and smiled, "Thank you, General Beria." Beria shook his head. "Xiujiu asked me to look after you guys. Your talent and contribution are worth it." Thereafter, Beria left with the crystal. He had many things to do. Luze and the rest recycled the two-blade demon prodigy's belongings and earned another 140,000 reward points. Altogether, they earned 640,000 merit points. Following such, they returned to their suite. The girls were rather excited. Kyuyuhesha smiled. "We have more reward points. We can buy more things now." Alice giggled and looked at Luze. "What should we buy, Senior?" Nangongjing remarked, "Gloves, the same as mine. Ze doesn't use any other weapons." Nangongjing thought to herself, this could be couple gloves. The others didn't like it, but they didn't argue either. Kyuyuhesha smiled. "The gloves won't cost that much. Should we buy him a necklace? One that also buffs mental force god art?" Everyone looked at Kyuyuhesha strangely. She didn't want to buy herself one, but she was willing to buy one for Luze. Luze was speechless. He didn't care about equipment. He progressed too fast after all. Soon, the equipment won't be useful to him. Luze coughed. "Forget the necklace, my mental force god art is too weak, and I use it occasionally. The necklace is too expensive and wasteful. I'll just buy a set of gloves." You guys can see what other things you want to buy. Kai Uyuhesha gave Luze a disgruntled look while Nangongjing grinned. When everyone took out their weapons, it would be clear they had a couple set. Great! 45,000 for the gloves. They were going to save 500,000, so now, only 95,000 were spendable. Lin Ling asked, what should we buy next? Lu Li said, we don't lack cultivation resources. We have regeneration and wood god art, so we don't need medicine. As for a trump card. Everyone looked at Ying Ying. What trump card could be stronger than her? Should we buy some buff items? Never mind. We're progressing so fast. It's a bit of a waste. Our power can't support this much good equipment. Then, what should we buy? Everyone didn't know what to buy. After all, their equipment was at the top of the planetary state. Meanwhile, star state equipment was too expensive, and they couldn't afford it. Even if they could, it wouldn't be more useful. Luze's mouth twitched. If the other young dukes knew we were full built, I wonder what they would think. That would feel very painful for them. Luze's eyes lit up, and he said, should we buy some rare ingredients? Everyone looked at each other, and then, Alice said with a blush, then, let's buy a few? I can study a new recipe. Everyone immediately agreed. Spirit force is beneficial for cultivation anyways. Everyone comforted themselves. Afterward, they spent 95,000 on buying high-level spirit ingredients.